It was supposed to be an ordinary day, but when she opened her eyes, she saw two stern-faced men standing before her. One of them told her that if she wanted to live, she had better memorize the laws of Winter Castle as quickly as possible. The girl thought it was a very strange dream. The man's eyes were contemptuous and cold, his facial features and hair as sharp as blades, and his eyes were the color of pitch black. She guessed she was dreaming about the plot of her favorite short story, Shadow of Vellatoux, where the protagonist, Viola, became the ruler of Winter Castle and the guardian of the North. Although she didn't have the blood of the Verata family flowing through her veins, her beloved hero, Heron, adopted her because he found her exceptionally diligent and capable. The girl remembered that although the protagonist eventually became the head of the family, by the end of the novel, her soul was filled with emptiness and loneliness. A considerably matured Viola whispered that Verata, which she had dreamed of, now belonged entirely to her, so there was nothing left to pursue. The girl felt sorry for the protagonist and believed that if she were in that position, everyone would have had a happy ending. Suddenly, she realized it was precisely because of this thought that she was having such a dream now. Recalling what the man had said to her, she understood that he was none other than the master of Winter Castle, Heron Verata, the one who had brought Viola out of the slums. It was in this very corridor that the prologue of her beloved short story, Shadow of Vellatoux, began. The girl desperately tried to recall what was discussed at the very beginning of the story. She remembered that Heron brought her to Winter Castle because, upon their first meeting, he saw in her the potential of an excellent assassin. Viola believed she should thank all the important figures of the Verata family, as they likely played a role in the decision to adopt her. The girl thought to herself that in the original work, Viola always silently obeyed the Duke. However, as a reader, she had always felt dissatisfied with this. But since this was just a dream, she decided she could do as she pleased. Therefore, she tried to stop the men who were about to leave, asking them to listen to her first. As soon as they turned around, the girl amiably asked if he would now become her father. Heron coldly pointed out that her understanding was entirely correct, then reiterated it to her once more. Viola thought that she had guessed correctly. This was exactly like the original story. In the original work, Viola, who conquered Verata, was a legitimate child because she became the sole mistress of Winter Castle. The girl lived a life anyone would dream of, but she always doubted if she was ever truly part of the family, even for a moment, because she had always wanted to be a cherished daughter. The reader, Josephine, was well aware of the protagonist's secret dream, so she decided that in her own dream, she would become happy. Therefore, the girl told her new father that she had heard much about the Verata, for instance, that their family practiced rational politics and valued logical thinking. She approached him and asked why they hadn't given her the chance to choose. Her father. She added that she wanted the right to choose because that was the Verata way. Her speech was interrupted by the rude cough of a servant standing beside the man, implying her lowly status. The gray-haired man continued to look menacingly at the little girl, trying to convey to her that it was best not to make such jokes. Viola thought that, judging by the scar on his face, it was clearly Carlton. She knew very well that Duke Heron would hear her provocative question, as her favorite hero was a highly perceptive figure. Her new father concluded that she knew a great deal about the ancient Verata family. To this, she nodded affirmatively. Turning around, the girl began to walk in the opposite direction, stating that in this place, ability determined everything. She added that, in other words, natural selection reigned supreme within this family, for it was a cold and ruthless lineage that spared not even its own kin, yet it also served as a shield, protecting its people from the harsh winds and snow with sheer intellect to preserve the family name. Viola turned away, remarking that this ducal family possessed silver blood, before thinking to herself that she knew them better than they knew themselves. Pointing a finger at the Duke, she questioned why, if their family was famed for its rationality, she wasn't granted the right to choose. Heron stated sternly that he had heard her words, then asked if she truly wished to become his daughter. An awkward silence filled the corridor, as the girl hadn't expected him to agree to her words so readily. Smiling, she calmly stated that she wished to be his daughter, after which he inquired as to her reasons. Viola thought to herself that it was all because he was her favorite character, but aloud she merely said that the gentleman was exceedingly handsome. Upon hearing this, the corridor once again fell into an awkward silence, as both men felt somewhat embarrassed by her remark. The girl was the first to break the silence, declaring that adopting her wasn't their decision to make, for it belonged to her alone. She added that it was her father who had requested she become his daughter, and so she had consented. Hearing that the man had agreed to her terms, Viola mentioned she had one final request. Grabbing his sleeve, the girl whispered to him that he wouldn't regret adopting her for a single day. She declared she wouldn't become a sacrificial adopted daughter, nor would she turn into a mere puppet, and so she hoped he would love her as well. Even in a dream, she wished for Viola's dream to come true, so she expressed that she had always dreamt of a home, specifically of a father. The girl said she hoped he could become her real father, one who would love her. Heron continued to gaze at her coldly, after which she felt the crushing weight of his powerful aura. Viola felt an incredible fear, rendering her immobile, only able to stare back at him in terror. She felt as though he was preparing to tear her to pieces, yet she couldn't understand why it hurt so much, given that this was merely a dream. Her new father turned away, declaring that she had held up well, only then allowing her to draw a breath calmly, gasping slightly with a smile. The man calmly advised her to do whatever it took to survive. He added sternly that he wouldn't kill her this time, prompting the girl to think what a truly insane dream this was. Back in his office, Heron began to replay the events of the previous day over and over in his mind. The first time he had laid eyes on the child, the girl had been sitting amidst a pool of blood, clutching a shard, the very instrument she had used to commit the act. Looking into her fierce eyes, the man noted they were crimson red, as was customary for their family line. He concluded that perhaps the man who was killed had attempted to kidnap her, but she had pierced his neck with the shard. The Duke was astonished that an untrained 7-year-old child could accomplish such a feat, much like the children born under ill-fated stars that had appeared a few times throughout history. Heron understood he had taken her in out of sheer interest, but no matter how he considered it, she didn't seem like a 7-year-old child in the slightest. The butler entered the room, guessing that his master was in an exceedingly good mood. The man confirmed his guess, stating sternly that it was indeed very interesting. He clarified that he was referring to hearing adult words come from a child's mouth. In response, Carlton suggested that while she claimed to be only 7, her mental development was advanced by about 5 years, and due to malnourishment and slow growth, she might have been embarrassed to state her true age. The Duke countered that he didn't believe the girl was naturally shy about such matters, but rather that her thoughts didn't align with her actions. To this, the butler inquired if she had behaved unnaturally. Receiving an affirmative from his master, he speculated that she feigned confidence, but was actually quite apprehensive, which explained why everything had seemed so natural. He suddenly realized that despite her inner turmoil, she had dared to speak to the Duke in such a manner, which meant her character was strong enough to overcome fear. The butler thought to himself that with such a personality, it was hard not to grow fond of her. Looking at his master, he noticed something unusual beneath the stern exterior. The words she had spoken, claiming his love for her, echoed relentlessly in Heron's mind. He concluded that never before in Verata had anyone demanded love from him with such pride. Abruptly, the man snapped out of his thoughts and turned to his servant, Carlton. He wondered what the likelihood was for a girl to survive to adulthood in Verata. Meanwhile, Josephine, inside Viola's body, continuously bit her fingers, hoping to finally awaken from this dream. She reasoned that perhaps her dream had come true, as she hadn't woken up again this morning, and 2 days had already passed. She couldn't believe everything that was happening, as she had only encountered such things in novels. Based on the storyline, the girl knew she had entered the body of someone responsible for the deaths of 10,000 people. This was too much for her to bear, but she understood she couldn't escape the truth, having entered the body of the Duke of Veratoux's adopted daughter. After calming down, the girl decided she needed to prove her capabilities in this place, so she had to remain vigilant even during difficult times. Viola walked to the window, thinking she needed to devise a survival plan instead of being a burden. She recalled that this family consisted of the ultimate madmen, but she needed them to accept her as one of their own, after which she would help the first princess become the heir. Once the heir was chosen, the war for the position would end and all major problems would cease. Therefore, the first princess should become the heir without issue. The girl understood she couldn't act like the original protagonist because she didn't want to kill anyone, nor did she want to die. Viola clenched her fists, determined to live a completely different life, as she didn't want to end up alone. Since she couldn't leave this body, she should think positively, but also fear that any mistake could prove fatal. Afterward, she wondered if her life in the real world had ended. The girl remembered being in a classroom where classmates discussed how her father had abandoned her and her mother had passed away, leaving her to live at a medical school or boarding school. Her father had told her he would pick her up after midnight, but 100 nights passed, then another, and he never returned. She didn't accept this reality until high school. As she grew older, she returned to a semblance of normal life, only to realize she was the unluckiest person in the world. When she came to, she was already standing on the edge of a rooftop on the brink of life. Josephine realized she didn't actually want to jump and die because she was terrified of death. She recognized this when face to face with death. She wanted to live, so she did her best to replenish her self-love. The girl studied diligently and made friends, subsequently noticing the results of her immense efforts. Her hard work paid off, bringing hope for a bright future as she now found support within herself. One day during the second semester of her freshman year of university, she fell asleep while reading in the library. She woke up inside her favorite short story, and for a long time, she believed it was just a dream. Viola deduced that in this life, she had gained a family and a father, but it wasn't any better than her previous life. The girl resolved to do everything possible, deciding the first step was to come up with a new title direction for this novel, her life. She recalled that in the short story, as soon as she was adopted, the Duke asked how likely his daughter was to survive to adulthood in Verata. Carlton pondered for a moment and replied that, in his opinion, her chances of survival were no more than 10%. The girl began to slap her own cheeks, realizing that if her talent evaluation was so low, this must truly be a dreadful place, and she needed to snap out of it. Meanwhile, in the Duke's office, the loyal butler Carlton stated that since his master had asked for his opinion, he would answer frankly. Placing a hand over his heart, he expressed his belief that the girl's chances of survival were no more than 40%. Heron could read the thoughts of others with a mere glance, a power known as the divine eye. With this ability, he had read the mind of his unborn daughter, learning from it that she genuinely wished to become a part of the Verata family. He saw how her very soul strained towards him, desperate for a home. The man realized this girl was far too fond of him, though deep down, he couldn't comprehend why. Gazing upon her pure, bright soul, the thought inadvertently crossed his mind that it was as if she had been waiting for him all along. Her soul had already embraced him, and he recognized the sincerity in it all, yet it felt strangely foreign. The Duke attempted to push aside these extraneous thoughts and turned once more to his butler. Heron ordered him to appoint Zeno as the child's butler, a decision Carlton considered a waste of talent. The butler sought clarification, asking if this appointment was permanent or merely a temporary measure. The Duke informed him that the chosen butler would serve Viola permanently. The girl recalled that in the original story, they were supposed to assign her a knight named Elliot, a man of noble birth, not this Zeno. She knew this man, Zeno, had slain 20 of the Empire's strongest knights and was devoted to serving Verata. Initially, he hadn't acknowledged Viola's talents, observing her and subjecting her to various tests to ascertain her capabilities. Even after Viola eventually distinguished herself through renown, he persisted in testing her time and again. Her thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected knock on the door, prompting her to immediately rush over and bid the person enter. The voice from behind the door announced that a new butler named Zeno had been introduced to her. The girl reached for the doorknob to open it, wondering why it was positioned so high. Finally managing to open the door, she slowly began to size up the butler assigned to her. Viola pulled the door fully open, revealing a man with purple hair standing before her. The man smiled calmly and asked if she had opened the door for him herself. He explained to her that from now on, she must issue commands, as opening doors was the duty of a butler, not a princess. The girl quickly grasped that Zeno intended to test her suitability as a mistress, but she couldn't let it slide, angrily demanding if he had truly decided to lecture her. The butler, feigning surprise, asked if that was truly how she interpreted his words, to which she politely retorted, asking if he genuinely meant something else. Throughout this exchange, they maintained eye contact, waiting to see who would yield first. Zeno conceded that she had passed his test, bowing his head and asking for her forgiveness. The girl stated that a butler's job is to offer advice, not to dictate to their master. Josephine knew that to survive as Viola Vellatoux, she must constantly monitor the movements of the entire family. In the original story, Viola had relentlessly maintained her reputation and grasped power, but she had suppressed everyone through force. That was why, by the novel's end, she had lost her circle. The girl resolved firmly that this time, she would win everyone over, without exception, so that she wouldn't end up alone. A Verata butler plays a crucial role, always remaining by their master's side, assisting them on their path to success. However, should the butler's master perish or fail, the butler faces permanent exile. Conversely, if the butler successfully cultivates an ideal victor, they stand to gain immense power. Viola knew she first needed Zeno on her side, so she now stated that she had heard the butlers of Verata play an important role. She added that she wanted to remember the face of the man who would become her butler, which was why she had opened the door herself. Hearing her words, Zeno dropped to one knee and apologized, saying he hadn't realized the deep meaning hidden within her actions, then expressed that the princess was very wise and it was his honor to become her butler. Viola happily declared she truly liked him, to which he asked if she really still liked him, even after the mistake he had made. The girl stated that the mistake didn't make him a bad butler, as it truly wasn't the Verata way. That was precisely why he had said it. Taking a slight step back and lowering her head, she began to quietly explain her position to him. The Duke's daughter looked at him sternly, saying she wasn't interested in his words, but what concerned her was his attitude. Seeing her severe gaze, the butler suddenly realized she was indeed worthy of her name. He noted that when she was truly angered, her violet eyes turned scarlet, signifying she was born under an unlucky star. Although her eyes hadn't fully turned red yet, he could already feel the power of her anger, meaning she could control her killing intent. During this time, the man had been thinking that the princess possessed far more astonishing qualities than he had imagined. The girl couldn't believe she had gained his favor after just 10 minutes. She explained that he should heed his first task, to which he thought she didn't need instructions explaining the Verata family laws, as she already knew what to do. Viola, still stern, told him to fetch her a bird's feather and red frog poison. Zeno reminded her that red frog poison was an incredibly potent neurotoxin. Noticing the excited glint in his eyes, she mused that he was clearly intrigued by this first task. Turning away, the girl asked what his role was in this household, and he replied that he must follow the princess and assist her. Without turning back, Viola stated loudly that in that case, he must fulfill his duty. The butler rose from his knee, saying he would bring everything required. 12 minutes later, hearing the door shut firmly, the girl turned to check if she was alone. Wiping sweat from her brow, she felt that speaking in such a manner was very much the Verata style. Exactly 12 minutes later, the butler knocked on the door, informing her he was entering. Handing her the requested items, he mentioned he had brought extra paper as he thought she might need it too, to which she replied that he had done his job well and could leave now. Zeno stated that if she needed anything, she could call him anytime. There were no ordinary people in this family, so the fifth prince, Vincent, whom they were to meet the next day, also possessed a perverse nature, having been taught to kill since birth, and he never suffered pangs of conscience because he was raised like a killing machine. The girl held the vial of red frog poison, sincerely hoping it would help her during her first meeting with this new older brother. She anticipated the appearance of a man who would become her mortal enemy. Viola knew he was a true killer, meaning relaxing in his presence was tantamount to forfeiting her life. The maids announced that Prince Vincent had finally arrived, to which she said he could be let in. A boy with blonde hair and red eyes entered the room. His name was Vincent Vellatoux. The fifth prince just turned 8 years old. There was nothing she didn't know about him. Right from the doorway, he told her she shouldn't be surprised. The boy stated that someone like her couldn't possibly be his precious little sister. Viola understood he had come to express contempt, but she knew very well he was pretending. In truth, Vincent dreamed of having a twin, as all his older brothers and sisters had younger twins. As soon as Viola was adopted, Vincent, was immediately delighted and clamored to learn everything from his mother. His mother told him that the girl was unworthy of being his sister, having been picked up from the streets. She added that Viola was merely a commoner, that the blood of Verata did not flow through her veins, meaning she couldn't be his sister, only a sacrifice. When the boy asked in a trembling voice if he couldn't just go and greet her, his mother replied that he should go and make it clear she didn't belong there. Mustering his courage, Vincent firmly decided he would show his new sister just how terrifying he could be. In the original story, Viola, witnessing this, misunderstood her new brother, resulting in severe trauma for both, and their relationship became incredibly complicated from then on. The girl decided this mistake couldn't be repeated, and she cheerfully asked what he meant. The boy couldn't help but think of his stern mother, who had told him the girl was merely a sacrifice. Vincent pointed a finger at her, gleefully explaining that she was a sacrifice, but the girl replied that wasn't the case at all. He was intensely annoyed, having expected a completely different reaction from her. In his imagination, she was supposed to get angry, they would fight, and since he was clearly stronger than the girl, he could have intimidated her. But now, he asked if she didn't understand he was trying to humiliate her. The girl, sipping her tea, asked if he really wanted her to be angry, to which he replied that he had insulted her, so she ought to be furious. She placed her cup on the table, stating she would do as he wished, which greatly pleased her brother. Suddenly, an object flew past him, leaving a small scratch on his cheek. His sister stood before him, her hand extended forward, yet holding nothing. The boy touched his cheek, realizing he was injured, after which he laughed excitedly. Vincent began to shout joyfully that she was incredibly precise, meaning she couldn't possibly be an idiot. At that moment, the girl thought she had only meant to scare him, but if she had been slightly off, it would have hit him right in the eye. He pointed at the wound on his cheek, angrily asking if this was really her form of a warning. He declared it was very interesting, then accidentally called her sister before quickly correcting himself. Viola asked if he liked it that way, and he replied that it was a fantastic warning and that she seemed like a lunatic. The boy opened his arms wide, happily proposing a hug to commemorate their first meeting. The girl realized she almost rushed to embrace him, but understood she shouldn't let her guard down. A hug in the Verata family was a sign of friendly greeting, and this unexpected embrace from her new brother was an attempt to probe her body and find weaknesses. The boy was still waiting for her to step forward and hug him, and at that moment, she thought she should act in the family's way. Viola approached him smoothly and hugged him swiftly, giving him no time to realize what was happening. Vincent happily wrapped his arms around her back, then explained that he really liked her. He added maliciously that he was very interested to see which of them would die first, after which he suggested they both do their best. The girl knew that as a rival for the succession, he was highly trained, but she needed to win him over to her side. She understood that if she made a mistake, he would hunt her day and night, just like in the original story. Viola couldn't even bear to think about it. Then she realized he had been holding her for too long. The butler managed to approach them, hinting to the young Master Vincent that this was crossing the line. Zeno leaned towards them and introduced himself, stating he was the princess's personal butler. He added that the Duke had given them 10 days, and the boy asked in surprise what that meant. The butler explained that they must avoid physical contact for 10 days, so he would appreciate it if he could step away from the princess. Vincent asked irritably what would happen if he abandoned the idea, and the man stated he would have no choice but to report it to the Duke, as he served as the princess's informant, butler, and overseer. To the boy's question of why he would snitch and tail her, the butler replied that she was far too calm for her age, thus raising suspicion. The new brother asked if the butler really shouldn't keep this confidential, and Zeno explained that he had received no instructions to hide such information. Vincent glared at him, clearly not intending to back down in front of his new sister. With a soft click of his tongue, the boy decided to concede this round to his adult opponent. He moved away from her, explaining softly that he would leave her in peace this time, and touched her shoulder as Vincent furiously declared they would meet again soon. The moment his hand touched her shoulder, he immediately collapsed to the floor, unable to fight the poison coursing through his system. The world spun around him, the boy completely bewildered about what had just happened. Viola instructed her butler to dispose of the boy, to which the butler replied he would handle it immediately. Watching the maids carry him away, the girl was pleased the red frog poison had finally taken effect, though since her brother was immune to poisons, he should awaken soon. Zeno held up the quill she had shot at him, declaring it a remarkably clever move. He added that it was her unconditional victory, for if she had wished him dead, Vincent would be dead now. He presented the pen to her, asking if this was why she had requested the fountain pen and the frog poison. The girl affirmed his question, thinking to herself that he shouldn't ask her why she did it. The butler looked at her cryptically, asking if she would mind if he asked a question. Viola was terrified. If he had figured everything out, it wouldn't bode well for her. She tried to compose herself and stated she would only answer if the question was worth answering. The butler knelt on one knee again, waving the fountain pen before his nose. Bringing the quill closer to his face, he asked why she had allowed Master Vincent to embrace her. Viola had prepared herself for any question, but certainly not this one, so she looked at him in surprise. For a moment, the girl feared he would ask why she had ordered him to prepare it in advance. To his question, she replied that during an embrace, one could easily analyze a person's physique and identify weaknesses. The Duke's daughter reported that she was able to determine how long his arms were, understand which parts of the body were more flexible, and had she had time to feel the muscles, she could have determined which parts of the neuromuscular system were more developed. The butler politely pointed out that Master Vincent could also make all these same calculations. Meanwhile, Zeno pondered the information he had heard. This 7-year-old girl came from the slums, so she hadn't received a formal education. Yet she had only arrived at the Vellatoux estate 3 days ago and couldn't possibly have learned this, meaning she possessed innate instincts. When she asked if there was a problem, he replied that it was nothing. Zeno began to pull something from his tailcoat, saying her confidence was commendable. After a moment, he held a knife in his hand and carefully snipped a protruding thread from her dress. The girl noted with alarm that such a scene had never occurred in her favorite short story. Meanwhile, the butler put the knife away and then explained that he had to report to the Duke. He handed her a piece of paper, stating he intended to inform her of the report's contents. She took the paper from his hand, thinking again how this hadn't happened in the novel either. The paper stated that Lady Viola had managed to become an integral part of Winter Castle, so she required basic education, possessing all the necessary qualities, an instinctive desire for dominance and vanity. The butler had also written that she possessed a touch of the madness essential to being a member of the Verata family, but beyond that, she was intelligent enough to keep that trait under control. Viola handed the paper back to him, asking why he was showing it to her, and Zeno explained that he had been observing her, and after her meeting with Prince Vincent, she had more than proven her right to be there. The inspired man added that he would do everything in his power to help her become the Duchess. The girl thought to herself that she had no intention of becoming the Duchess at all, as her original plan was simply to survive and help the Duke's eldest daughter inherit the title. Viola looked at him, startled, thinking he must have seen the determination in her eyes. The man did not avert his gaze, so he immediately noticed the change in her expression. He declared awkwardly that it had been a long time since he had seen such determined and sincere eyes, and so he stated once more that he would work very hard to assist her. Realizing this was unavoidable, the girl asked him to look up the detailed family records. Meanwhile, in Vincent's room, his mother stood holding a cane, asking how her child was doing. The boy replied enthusiastically that it had been quite an interesting meeting. The woman stated that the girl would be his enemy in the future, and one should show no weakness to such people, then asked what should be done with them. Her son answered that such people needed to be crushed, after which his mother asked why, since he understood everything, he had acted as he did, to which he replied that he had been wrong. She asked her son what she should do in this situation, and the boy calmly answered that he needed to be punished. The woman raised the cane higher, declaring that since he understood perfectly, he should prepare himself for the blows. Vincent looked at her carefully, quickly realizing he ought to accept this punishment. With lightning speed, the boy crouched down, exposing his back to his mother, ready for the beating. The woman abruptly swung the cane, striking her son across the back with all her might. The blows continued for some time, but Vincent made no sound, merely weeping silently. Meanwhile, Viola collapsed on her bed, exhausted, letting out a heavy sigh of relief. She thought to herself that the day had been far too eventful, but fortunately, everything had gone remarkably well. The girl decided that, in the future, she would no longer need to prove her worthiness to be part of the Verata family. Sitting up in bed, she recalled Zeno's actions, unrecorded in the book, which had been quite unexpected for her, but she also remembered that her new brother was likely being beaten at this very moment. Yet he was thinking about the marks the cane left on his mother's hands. Viola knew she had yet to meet his real mother, Duchess Isabella, so she hoped that part hadn't changed. Deciding to take action, the girl called for her butler, who appeared instantly at her bedroom door. She stated that she needed to go somewhere, and Zeno asked if it was really necessary to go so late at night. The girl explained that he should accompany her to Vincent's room, thinking to herself that she needed to win everyone over to her side. The boy sat on the floor, hugging his knees, blood slowly seeping from the wounds left by the cane on his back. Tears streamed from his eyes, but he kept repeating that he was wrong, that he was a bad boy, and that was why his mother's hands were suffering again because of the cane. The butler led her in, pointing to the massive wooden door and explaining that Master Vincent's bedroom was there. Viola calmly praised him and told him to open the door immediately for her to enter. The man asked if she truly wasn't going to knock, and she replied that she would enter just like that. The girl noticed the pervasive scent of blood and despair hanging in the air, the very scent she had read about and pictured in her imagination. It was the smell of misfortune emanating from her. Exhausted new brother. Zeno calmly opened the door, saying she could pass through, but he was suddenly interrupted. Vincent's butler explained that his master did not wish to see anyone at present, so they ought to leave. The man stood squarely in the doorway, clearly not intending to allow them entry. Viola recognized him instantly. This was Vincent's personal butler. Zeno, with a threatening undertone, declared that his mistress certainly wished to see Master Vincent, but the butler replied that his master refused her admittance. The butler reported once more that the young lady was most insistent on a meeting. The man warned Zeno it would be best to hold his tongue, lest something irreversible happen. Her butler offered a mysterious smile, a glint of playful mischief flashing in his eyes. He turned to the girl, asking with keen interest what they should do in this situation. Viola inquired if he could resolve this with force. The butler responded that, as far as she knew, all butlers within this estate were quite formidable. Regarding her question of whether he could manage it, the man produced a dagger from his tailcoat, indicating it wouldn't be easy, but not impossible either. Her brother's butler told him not to be foolish, to which Zeno retorted, questioning if they were truly close enough to be on a first-name basis. The man asked if her butler truly intended to disregard the rules of the Winter Castle. He replied that it was precisely because of those rules that he hadn't struck him already. Within the castle walls, violence or murder was impossible. In other words, were it not for these regulations, Zeno would have already stabbed him. Viola immediately sensed an ominous aura emanating from her butler, signaling her need to depart quickly. The girl walked past them, heading into the depths of the darkened room, where even the moonlight failed to reach. The butler followed her with his gaze, never taking the knife from his opponent's throat. After she vanished into the darkness, Zeno retracted his blade. His opponent noted that the moment he had been subdued, their mistress had departed without a shred of hesitation in her steps. To this, the other replied that the ability to decide and act, coupled with the fortitude to rally oneself at critical moments, were fundamental principles of the Verata family. Vincent's butler asked if Zeno would have truly struck him had he genuinely blocked the path. Zeno affirmed that he would have. The man remarked that Zeno had acquired a very fine mistress, offering his congratulations. He asked if Zeno was truly prepared to serve her. Her butler answered that she possessed a potent desire for dominance and considerable vanity. He added that mere injuries wouldn't suffice here, for she was born to rule. Her very first command to him, given just 10 minutes after they met, was to procure a poison potent enough to kill her brother. Zeno mentioned she had also reprimanded him, as if she had been born and raised within this family. He explained that this was entirely possible if you combined her innate abilities with exceptional observational skills and a precise understanding of her role in the surrounding reality. Furthermore, he believed she had proven this several times already, having successfully deduced the state Master Vincent would be in while undergoing his educational measures. The man recalled asking her earlier if she could stab the master should he lose consciousness. She had replied that, in such an event, Zeno himself would be executed for failing to watch over her properly. The butler explained he couldn't permit such an outcome, to which she retorted that the death of her servant wouldn't benefit her either. But his question was why, and the girl stated irritably that Viola Vellatoux truly needed him. He understood then. By identifying herself as Viola Vellatoux, she fully comprehended her role and position within this family. The butler hadn't realized she had a habit of immersing herself so deeply in the protagonist's role that she hadn't even noticed herself speaking the name aloud. Now, as she wandered through the dark room, she wondered where Zeno's laughter was coming from. Glancing around, she noted the room was indeed vast, prompting her to wonder just how many rooms existed within the castle. Spotting the door she had read about in the book, Viola quickly ran towards it. Peeking inside, the girl saw her newly acquired brother sitting on the floor, his shirt stained with blood. The sister felt she could approach, as she simply needed to try and introduce herself as well. Thus, she pointed out that he looked terrible. Taking a seat on the chair beside him, she angrily asked if he had been beaten badly. The girl noted the excessive amount of blood on his back, to which he replied that it wasn't much this time. Viola noticed the object used to beat him lying nearby and boldly stated that it must have hurt terribly. The crying boy explained that his mother was also in pain, to which his sister retorted that it was her own choice. In a trembling voice, Vincent said it was all his fault, after which she double-checked if she had understood him correctly. The brother looked up at her, tears of pain streaming from his eyes, yet he gently explained that he was a bad child. The girl looked straight at him, unable to comprehend how a child could utter such words. She ordered him to turn his back to her, to which he reminded her that they were in the Winter Castle, so she would be in trouble if she touched him. Viola menacingly declared that she had no intention of touching him, but that one day he would lose face before her and crawl on the ground, trying to please her. The encouraged boy asked if she really meant it, while she thought to herself that she hadn't expected those words to cheer him up at all. She added that she disliked having such a pathetic brother because humiliating him would be too boring. Vincent turned his back to her, laughed, and agreed with her assessment of his insignificance. Looking at his wounds, she realized this was excessive even for a mad duchy in a fantasy world, as the child was only 8 years old. Hearing her take something out of her pouch, the boy began to ask cheerfully if it was a knife, poison, or hydrochloric acid. Suddenly, a tremor ran through his body, and he felt incredible pain. All his wounds stung intensely, causing him to scream loudly, to which she told him not to make a fuss. He asked what kind of poison it was, as he had never felt anything like it, to which she assured him it wasn't poison, but rather an ointment. She explained that she had already said she didn't want to see her pathetic brother kneeling on the ground, so he should heal his wounds quickly. When he asked why, she grinned and replied that it would be more enjoyable to kill him that way, though inwardly she thought that she didn't want him to be hurt. Vincent incredulously remarked that it all sounded strange, leading the girl to conclude she was clearly a terrible actress. The boy pointed to his chest, saying he had a strange feeling. Right there in his chest, tears welled up in his eyes again, but this time not from self-pity or anxiety, but for a completely different reason. Noticing he was crying again, Viola asked why he was crying when he was also smiling. The boy asked his sister when she had managed to give him the poison. Turning to her, he continued, asking why her eyes were red too, then guessed she must have drunk the poison as well. The girl explained that if she wanted to poison him, she wouldn't use such a weak concoction. Sitting down beside him, Viola expressed that she had almost been disappointed in him when she saw the son of Duke Verata shedding tears, to which the boy explained that tears just flowed when he was sad. She added that he wouldn't be sad if it were Duchess Isabella who had beaten him. Standing by the window, his face illuminated by the moonlight, the boy continued to repeat that everything was his fault. Viola told him the real reason for his distress was that he was being physically oppressed within this castle, which violated an absolute rule. Another rule of the Winter Castle was that all children under the age of 10 were protected by the castle, and anyone violating this rule would be sentenced to death. In the original story, he found his mother and declared that since she had broken the rules, he must now kill her with his own hands. His mother replied that he must kill her to become the true king, adding that she was glad he had grown into a worthy contender. Meanwhile, Vincent, unable to stop his tears, clenched his fists, summoned his will, and stabbed his own mother with a dagger, after which he transformed into a killer. The girl knew her brother had never wanted to kill the mother he loved dearly, but unfortunately for her, there wasn't a single normal person in this novel. The boy gloomily explained to her that this woman was his mother, and she couldn't treat him this way. Viola stated that he knew perfectly well in his heart this wasn't true, while she herself believed she must alter the novel's plot to prevent Vincent from becoming a murderer. She said that time would tell, and he would have to kill his mother with his own hands because she had struck him, for such were the laws of the Winter Castle. The boy lifted his gaze to hers and softly told her that his mother had given him a mission. Viola quickly realized this was another deviation from the plot, as the conversation about the mission was supposed to happen several days later. Vincent smiled happily, inviting her to play with him, which greatly worried his sister. In the original story, her brother had said it would be more interesting if they competed against each other. Now, the boy cheerfully explained that playing with him would be very fun. The girl understood she couldn't be deceived by his appearance or soften her heart, because he remained an exceedingly dangerous creature. She calmly stated that she also thought it would be fun, but she also considered this scene a very important moment for Viola. The next day, Zeno informed her that bandits typically used arrows coated with weak toxins, and in subsequent battles, they sometimes wielded axes but followed no specific fighting techniques and tired quickly. Displaying a dagger in his hand, he said it was coated with a potent poison, so she should be careful when using it. The butler implied that if he accidentally touched it, he himself would be in grave danger. Viola couldn't believe how he could utter such dreadful words with such an innocent smile. The girl assured him she didn't need potent poison, to which he replied that it would surely come in handy. She declared she had no intention of using poison in the game, thinking to herself that she would rather die if she accidentally touched it. The man wiped the poison off the dagger, saying she was right, after which he wished her success in completing the mission. He explained that he would accompany her, but couldn't assist her, as this was the 5th prince's mission. Viola, holding a small dagger, sadly confirmed his words about their game. The game her brother spoke of was to punish the bandits who hunted in the mountains. Viola considered this less a mission and more training for Vincent, as an 8-year-old boy could never handle the leader of a wicked and large bandit gang alone. She knew that the most crucial event in this mission would be the long-awaited appearance of the main male character, the mother of the novel's protagonist. Tyrion couldn't stand poverty and ran away when he was very young. The boy remained with his father and sick sister, but by supporting each other, they managed to escape poverty. From the age of 6, he started hunting and became increasingly successful at it, so they no longer starved as they once did. He firmly believed he would become a famous hunter, and his sister would be able to receive treatment at the temple. This meant they wouldn't have to worry about medicine. One day, Tyrion returned from hunting and happily told them he had caught a rather large deer. Upon entering the house, his grand dream shattered, for his father had been brutally murdered. He looked around frantically, trying to find his sister, but quickly realized she might have been stolen. Tyrion rose from the ground, begging his father's forgiveness, as he needed to find his sister. The fellow soon discovered the kidnappers' tracks and followed them for 3 days, after which he realized he had traveled quite far, meaning there must be a bandit's lair somewhere nearby. Taking out his bow and arrow, the orphan thought that his only remaining family member was just beyond the walls of their lair. Viola understood that this was all the information recounted before Tyrion's first appearance. Her brother mentioned he preferred writing, to which she replied that it was his prerogative. Vincent, annoyed, asked how she dared speak to him like that. To her silent question, he explained that she was only 7, while he had turned 8 long ago. The boy added that she should call him older brother, while she thought to herself that he was still just a child. Vincent claimed he could kill 10 more people than she could, and Viola tried to change the subject, inviting him to go horse riding. Her brother stated that would drain all his energy, meaning he wouldn't be able to present himself to her in his best condition. The girl thought she needed to understand what he was thinking and try to turn it to her advantage, as such training was too dangerous for her. So she told him she wanted to give him the first chance. She explained that since this game was originally his, he should try it first. Viola warned him to give it his all, but not to overexert himself trying to show off in front of her. Watching him angrily, she added that if things truly became difficult for him, she would, of course, help. The boy enthusiastically declared that would absolutely not happen, so she could just sit quietly and watch him handle everything himself. His impassioned speech was interrupted by the butler's voice, announcing they had finally reached their destination. Zeno explained that the path was too narrow for the carriage, so they would have to proceed on foot. Vincent immediately dashed ahead of everyone, shouting for her to watch closely while her butler thoughtfully helped her down from the carriage. Entering the bandit's lair, the boy tossed the dagger in his hand, declaring with frustration that there was no one here. Suddenly, her brother caught the scent of blood, all too familiar to him. Turning around, he saw a dead man, with signs indicating the body had been buried, but someone had dug through the ground. Viola thought that even though this was a world within a book, she couldn't miss this, as the buried person looked about 10 years old. Meanwhile, her brother approached the only standing wooden structure and knocked on the door. His sister immediately walked over to him, stating the door was open, but judging by the footprints, it was clear it had been opened recently. To his question of how she figured that out, the girl explained that typically the doors of forest pavilions open inwards, because that way one could at least buy some time when being pursued. Realizing this corpse was unlikely to be Tyrion's sister, as he looked much younger, Viola stated aloud that someone had been here before them. She deduced that someone skilled in archery had shot the lookout and entered, which was why there had been a recent fight here, and why the smell of blood was so strong. Realizing she was trying to get ahead of him, the boy burst into the building, saying that wouldn't work at all. His butler asked Zeno if he had really explained all this to her, to which Zeno replied he knew nothing about it. The man, referring to Vincent's butler, expressed he couldn't understand how she was so observant, while her butler, Zeno, retorted that if he couldn't understand it, he should just accept it. Suddenly, Vincent's butler vanished from his spot, stating he was obliged to accompany his master. And so he departed, walking towards his mistress. Zeno inquired why she didn't venture inside to witness everything firsthand. The girl explained that on her way here, she had noticed some small footprints. Judging by their size, they belonged to a child of about 12. Since he managed to reach this place, it indicated he possessed excellent stealth abilities. She added that if someone so young dared to come to this den alone, he must have had a compelling reason, such as a thirst for vengeance. In response, her butler asked why she was searching for this child. Viola, smiling wickedly, remarked that it was rather intriguing, simply because he had survived. The girl observed that there were no signs of chaos within the lair, implying he hadn't managed to exact proper revenge. Zeno mused that she noted every detail with remarkable precision, deliberately sharing it with him to showcase her capabilities. Following this, he resolved that she must certainly become the heir. Entering another wooden structure, she discovered a trembling figure inside. As she drew nearer to him, the girl abruptly halted, struggling to believe what she was seeing. This stranger bore a striking resemblance to someone she had once loved in her real world. She began to approach him slowly, causing the man immense panic. He screamed at her not to come closer, threatening to stab her if she did. The girl knelt, determined to confirm if this truly was her beloved. She lifted his trouser leg and saw, behind his calf, several moles forming a distinct triangle. She had seen the exact same pattern of moles on that boy's leg before, and had once told him she could easily recognize him by them. In that ordinary life, this boy's name was Paul, and he was 5 years her senior. At the shelter, until her 19th birthday, he had been her sole pillar of strength and support. That day, he approached her, saying he wanted to introduce someone. He brought a girl she didn't know, and Paul informed her they were dating, making Josephine feel as though her heart would shatter into pieces. Crying through the night, she suddenly realized just how much she liked him, and so, after growing up, she decided she would confess her feelings to him. But it was too late. She never got the chance, as the boy tragically passed away, though he remained forever in her heart. Thus, now, the girl couldn't fathom that she could encounter the person she once loved again. The man, astonished, asked if she was truly the daughter of the bandit he had attacked. Viola looked directly into his eyes, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her, her ears ringing incessantly. He relentlessly pressed her, demanding to know if she was indeed the daughter of the gang leader. His eyes seemed to slowly close in on her, sending shivers down her entire body. Zeno witnessed all this, utterly surprised by his mistress's peculiar behavior. Meanwhile, Tyrion leaped from his seat, drew his dagger, and pressed the weapon against her throat, informing the butler that he must take him to the leader or his mistress would die. The man still couldn't comprehend whether his mistress had truly made such a foolish mistake. Simultaneously, The girl, furious and stern, demanded, did he actually dare point a knife at her? Her eyes glowed with rage, turning a vivid crimson, enveloping her in an ominous aura. Zeno instantly realized something was wrong. She was finally about to reveal her true colors. Viola swiftly sprang up, striking the man who had assaulted her across the face with all her might. Tyrion, struck by the sudden blow, collapsed exhaustedly onto the floor, his weapon clattering from his grasp. The girl stepped on him, telling him he was nothing but a pathetic wretch. She picked up the dagger and slowly plunged it into the ground right beside his face. The girl asked sarcastically, what did he think would have happened if she had aimed just slightly differently? Gazing at the hand holding the dagger, Viola tried to understand what was happening, then speculated that the protagonist, Tyrion, had decided to regain his senses, but subsequently noted the man had already surrendered helplessly. Watching him, she suddenly realized he just wanted to give up on everything because he felt life was meaningless. She remembered feeling the same way that day she stood on the rooftop, ready to jump. Viola knew he had lost everything, which was why he wanted to die. But she thought that, inhabiting the body of her beloved Paul, he shouldn't entertain such thoughts at all. Paul had always supported her, so this time she decided she would stay by his side. Finally, when her body could move again, Viola stood up and heard the butler begin to praise her. The man said she had intentionally exposed her weakness, and Vincent walked over, saying he could have done the same thing. The girl understood that it wasn't her doing, but the real Viola's. But then she felt it was she who had regained her senses just in time, as she hadn't had the chance to stab him with a knife. Viola announced to everyone present that she quite liked this fellow and intended to make him into a toy. That evening, Zeno brought the bound man to the mistress's room, awaiting further instructions. He tossed the toy onto the floor and asked what should be done with it, to which she replied to just leave it there, as it was pleasing to look at. The butler smiled cryptically, saying he understood her meaning perfectly, after which he began to cast a spell. Due to his magic, the bound Tyrion suddenly floated into the air. Viola continued playing her part, telling Zeno he had done well and could leave. To his question about what she planned to do with them, the Duke's daughter replied that this dog had bitten her, so he must be trained. The man said that if she was referring to the methods forbidden in Winterfell, then he would pretend to know nothing. The girl thanked him politely and then asked the butler to attend to his own affairs. She briefly pondered what she should best do, because initially she had brought this man here to save her, but now she needed to cultivate him. Viola surmised that the Verata family employed only cruel methods of upbringing. The Duke's daughter understood she could never bring herself to strike him, because he looked exactly like her beloved. Just as she was contemplating what to do in this situation, the man suddenly began to awaken and realize where he was. Tyrion started speaking loudly and incoherently, trying to break free from his bonds, but to no avail. He wanted to tell her that if she didn't release him now, he would kill her, but the mask on his face completely muffled all his words. Viola realized this man was not Paul at all, merely his spitting image. She asked him to try and calm down, then explained that he had foolishly charged into the bandits' lair alone, managing to kill only 2 of them. The girl said he'd been sitting injured in a corner, trembling, uncertain if his sister was even dead. The man wondered how she knew about his sister, while she, meanwhile, guessed he probably wanted to suddenly give up on everything like the worst kind of coward. Viola explained to him that she, too, had once been a coward just like him. She added that she grew up in an orphanage and only became Viola Vellatoux after being adopted, so she understood him better than anyone. The girl knew better than anyone what it felt like to lose one's entire family overnight, so she promised to stay by his side. Tyrion couldn't understand why tears suddenly welled up in his eyes, as he hadn't even intended to cry. Viola told him to calm down and think for himself, because she had avenged him against his enemies and save his life. She reminded him that even if she had grown up in the forest, he must understand how he ought to conduct himself. Seeing him nod briefly in affirmation, the girl concluded he was now ready to listen to her. Viola released him from his bonds, had him sit opposite her, and told him everything. She sternly asked if he now understood the gravity of the situation, to which he affirmed. Minutes earlier, she had spoken of how she was adopted, leaving her without reliable relatives or anyone who would take her side, hence her need for her own people. She explained that within this dark and sinister castle, she had chosen him to be her man. When he inquired why, Viola casually replied that she genuinely liked his eyes. extending her hand towards him. She added that for this very reason, she had decided to draw close to him, hoping he would become someone exceptional by her side. She mused internally that the part about his eyes was a lie, as, unlike Paul's, his gaze was far too cold. The girl hoped she wouldn't start doubting this rationale, given that Tyrion was an intelligent and rational man. Meanwhile, the fellow still couldn't comprehend how all this had transpired, but concluded it was his final chance. He calmly asked if he was now truly meant to become her personal lapdog and server. The Duke's daughter replied with a smile that he understood perfectly. From that moment on, he was her dog, or rather, her toy. This was the only way to keep Tyrion within the Verata family, because if he were treated as her plaything, then no one would monitor him or compete with him. She explained that since he had attacked her, she couldn't forgive him, as one cannot forgive a dog that bites its master. Viola stated this was entirely in the spirit of the Verata family, so he required training. The man thought that although she appeared indifferent, her eyes were warm and friendly, making her words seem not entirely sincere, then asked if they had met before, which she denied. The girl said that once everything was settled, they could go to his cabin to give his father a final send-off, then thought to herself that, according to the plot, Tyrion would later deeply regret not being able to bury his father properly. The Duke's daughter looked him straight in the eye and gently explained that she would go there with him. This time, the fellow was extremely embarrassed, but managed to sincerely thank her for her help. He rose from his seat, stating he had calmed down and was ready to begin his discipline. Viola ordered him to sit in a spot farther away, then went to fetch a whip. She explained it would be incredibly painful for him, and he replied that he was well aware, so she could strike as hard as she pleased. With the instrument of punishment in hand, the girl said she intended to do just that, and he should try to cry out prettily. After a few lashes, the man began to tremble, and she thought her soul felt deeply troubled. But Zeno might be eavesdropping in the next room, so to avoid suspicion, she had to act cruelly. Just as she raised the whip, Vincent burst into the room, interrupting the disciplinary process. The boy excitedly shouted, asking if she was really playing, to which she replied that she was disciplining her dog. When she asked why he had come, her brother answered that he wanted to see what she was doing with the toy. Vincent looked at her and asked if she was going to treat his wounds with ointment. The girl questioned if that truly mattered, and the boy explained it would be better not to. He added that if she dared to do so, he would kill her toy immediately. Viola asked him by what right he could dispose of her property. The boy threatened that he called the shots, so if she decided to treat him, he would definitely kill him. The girl explained it was none of his business, and if he killed her toy, then they would have nothing more to discuss. She added that it would mean he coveted something that belonged solely to her. Viola challenged him, demanding he give her one good reason why she shouldn't. Vincent, flustered, shouted that he should be the first, so she was forbidden from applying ointment to anyone but him. She asked if he truly didn't want to yield his first place to anyone, after which she remarked that his behavior was exceedingly strange. The girl stated that she had been taught the Vellata family acted reasonably and rationally, but she was prepared to be disappointed in him. Viola challenged him to offer some logical reasons, warning that if he continued spouting nonsense, she would indeed lose faith in him. She added that afterward, she would never tend to his wounds again. The boy, Vincent, proudly declared that, given those terms, he forgave her impudence. In response, she noted he was showing off again. Just as he was about to leave her room, Vincent called out that she could apply the ointment for him. She could apply as much as she desired. As he stepped out the door, he remarked that the first thing he would do when she turned 10 was kill him, Tyrion. Out in the hallway, the brother, Vincent, wondered if he truly needed to kill the fellow, then recalled his mother saying the Vellata family should only act under specific circumstances. Entering his own room, the boy, Vincent, realized he did not want to kill his sister, Viola. Meanwhile, the girl, Viola, wondered why her brother was so fixated on the ointment, unable to grasp what was amiss. Looking at the injured Tyrion, she decided that was enough training for the day. As she put away the whip, she guessed the butler would enter the room, and indeed, he entered immediately after. She explained that she had finished disciplining the dog and ordered Zeno to clean the room, as she needed rest. Gazing at the injured man, the man, Zeno, thought to himself that she had certainly tormented him thoroughly. Whip in hand, he mused that even Tyrion's eyes had completely changed. The butler remarked that this young man had once pointed a knife at his mistress, even been pressing the weapon against her throat. He added that if she hadn't been so magnanimous, he would have torn the little beast's mouth apart so he could never bark again. Viola was quite surprised by the fury simmering within her butler, but then recalled this was very similar to what the butler in the book said when visiting the mistress. For the Vellatoux family, generosity was considered a luxury only someone like Heron could afford. But Viola being generous to Zeno implied she was foolish and weak. The girl decided she couldn't let this pass and turned to her butler. As soon as he sat beside her, she struck him across the face with all her might. She added that, while he might indeed be testing her qualifications as a member of the Vellatoux family, he shouldn't have done it so blatantly. Viola expressed her disgust at his actions, though she immediately felt she might have hit him too hard. The butler begged for forgiveness, offering to cut off his own hand to earn her pity. To her negative response, Zeno asked if she truly wanted his life instead. The girl, believing he was serious, explained that he wouldn't be able to work for her then, and without a hand, his efficiency would decrease. She declared that next time, he should think before speaking. The man, Zeno, delightedly concluded that she was desperately trying to control the bloody madness within her, marveling at the willpower and mental fortitude she possessed at only 7 years old. He thought that if she hadn't used mana to protect herself, his face wouldn't have survived the blow. Zeno clearly remembered how, during her first encounter with Prince Vincent, she had also infused mana into that feather, allowing it to pierce the prince's defenses and leave a scratch on his face. The butler believed she possessed an innate ability to manipulate mana and had already reached a certain level of mastery. After a moment's thought, the man, Zeno, asked why she had taken him aside. Was it because she didn't want to undermine his authority in front of her toy, Tyrion? The girl explained that his understanding was perfectly correct, as he was the only servant in her inner circle. The man thanked her for her generosity, then thought to himself that no true Vellatoux would ever act this way. Zeno knelt before her on one knee and suddenly began voicing his thoughts, suggesting it would be quite fine if she were the one to rule the Vellatoux family. Viola couldn't believe the astonishing effect her childish slap had produced. She smirked triumphantly, yet couldn't shake the feeling that everyone in this castle was slightly unhinged. A few days later, Tyrion collected his father's remains and quietly laid him to rest near the castle. Viola handed him a beautiful flower, suggesting it should be placed upon the grave. The boy took the flower from her hand, placed it on the grave, and murmured that his father no longer needed to worry about him and should rest in peace. Just as she had promised, they buried Tyrion's father. Afterwards, under the pretext that he was unsuitable for her service, the boy was given a room, provided with good food, and dressed in fine clothes. And so, the boy became her loyal dog, but one problem remained. The girl carefully avoided looking into his eyes, having experienced firsthand the consequences of doing so. If she gazed into his eyes for too long or touched him, then in the near future, the true Viola would emerge. Leaving his room, the Duke's daughter resolved that she could not allow her to take over her body. Tyrion noticed she no longer looked at him with the same tenderness as before. While they walked along the corridor, the butler reported hearing that Master Vincent had received educational punishment. Entering her brother's room, Viola froze in momentary horror. She looked towards the back of the room, where Duchess Isabella stood, a battered boy lying at her feet. The woman turned, asking if she had arrived, as her son had been eagerly awaiting his sister's visit. She inquired if she was indeed Princess Viola, while the girl wondered why this woman was still in the room. Duchess Isabella's power and influence were second only to her father's, and she too was part of a political marriage. Despite the lack of love between them, they remained loyal to each other. Viola knew that the fiery red hair, malicious gaze, and scarlet lips belonged only to Isabella, recognizable instantly by anyone holding a book depicting her. The girl greeted her by name, to which the woman remarked that recognizing her so quickly meant she must have prepared. Viola replied that she lived in harsh circumstances, making it necessary. The Duke's daughter felt immense pressure. She felt close to losing consciousness, but knew she couldn't yield to her under any circumstances, for if she showed weakness, she would die instantly. Meanwhile, Isabella commented that she had become shrewd quickly due to her street origins. Turning to the boy, the woman noted he was good, but lacked anger, having been raised in a sheltered environment. Viola asked if she truly believed some commoner shouldn't associate with a boy of noble blood. The Duchess replied sarcastically that this was precisely the message she intended to convey. She added that not only should the girl not associate with her son, but she should also be prepared to send her a white flower. The woman explained she didn't know if commoners had the custom of accompanying eternal sleep with white flowers, to which the girl declared she wasn't common, merely poor. Viola stated, these were entirely different concepts, as one could be noble even in poverty, while the rich could be base, yet the poor mourned their dead just the same. Isabella said her ladylike demeanor didn't suit her, to which the girl retorted that she considered mourning the dead a luxury. The Duke's daughter couldn't help but recall her words about giving this insolent girl a white flower. The Duchess stated that outsiders had no right to comment on how a mother should love and raise her child. The girl pointed out she was hardly an outsider, as she and the boy were now brother and sister. Looking at the exhausted body, Viola noted with relief that he was beginning to regain consciousness. While checking his neck, she discovered new wounds and guessed that Isabella had used poison this time. The woman, Isabella, remarked that she hoped her adopted daughter, Viola, wouldn't indulge herself too much, to which the girl, Viola, retorted that she was indeed being too indulgent, for within the walls of Winterfell Castle, all children under 10 had the right to protection, and since she, one of the mistresses of the castle, had violated this rule, the subordinates could very well rise up in revolt. Vincent's mother explained that it was acceptable for educational purposes, as the boy found it amusing to play with his rival, and because of such nonsensical thoughts, she had been forced to begin instructing the future heir. Isabella stated she had merely given him a lesson to keep him vigilant and careful. Viola asked the butler, Zeno, if he carried a magical recording device with him, to which he gave an affirmative reply. The moment the girl ordered him to record their conversation, the woman, Isabella, instantly lunged towards Zeno. Viola hadn't expected such a reaction from Vincent's mature and cunning mother. Isabella seized the butler by the throat with one hand, ordering him to stop recording, while Viola mused inwardly at her speed, as no one had been able to perceive her movements. The man, Zeno, replied that he only obeyed the orders of the princess herself. Viola insinuated that, judging by her actions, Isabella herself understood she was completely in the wrong. The butler asked if he should commence recording, as his neck had begun to bleed, to which the girl, Viola, replied that she could not afford to lose her servant. Isabella removed her hand from Zeno's neck and then adjusted his bloodstained tie. The woman, Isabella, remarked that her little daughter was quite brazen, so the welcome banquet would not be dull. Viola stated that she thanked her in advance for accepting her as part of the family. The girl added that Vincent now knew she, Isabella, had still violated the rules established within the castle. She turned to her brother, seeking confirmation that he had indeed seen and heard everything. He confirmed her words, indicating Vincent had indeed witnessed it. The boy did not answer. She then began treating his wounds with ointment, telling him not to move. Vincent's mother, observing the scene, commented that it was all quite amusing. She asked him, Zeno, if he had truly decided to serve the sixth princess, Viola, to which he replied that it was his job, unrelated to his feelings. The woman, Isabella, turned sternly towards the two children sitting side by side on the floor. Vincent was still trying to wipe away the tears that wouldn't stop flowing, while Viola was taking a jar of ointment from her bag. After taking out some of the medicine, the girl thought to herself that Isabella had struck him far too hard. She understood this was definitely not love, but rather indulgent and frenzied violence. The moment she touched the ointment to his wound, the boy immediately cried out that it stung, to which the girl remarked that she could endure whippings quite well. Her brother said he had thought he would have to contend with her, and since he was destined to suffer at the hands of another, that person had to be her. When she asked him why he had decided that, the boy replied that he just had that feeling. He turned to his sister, declaring that she could not die because of someone else, because it must be him who kills her. Viola perceived this as his attempt to express affection for her, though she couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry at his words. Closing the ointment jar, the girl invited him to lie down so she could lull him to sleep, knowing full well he wouldn't be able to sleep otherwise. The boy asked fearfully how she knew about this, to which she replied that she had seen the stories of his insomnia in the family records, though she had thought she'd read it in a book. Vincent turned to the butler, asking if this was true, to which Zeno confirmed that all the servants knew about it. Yielding to their persuasion, the Duke's son asked how she would lull him to sleep. Would she really give him sleeping pills, or perhaps paralyze his entire body with poison? Viola helped her brother lie down on the bed, placing a pillow under his head. Her hands are so small, the boy thought, and her wrists so slender. He then wondered why she was so petite when they were only a year apart. Viola sat down beside him, realizing she couldn't just let him fall asleep like that, and decided to try the method described in novels. Viola touched his forehead, commanding him in a threatening tone not to relax, because it would make one want to act against him. Vincent's eyes began to slowly close, and then he said he wanted to sleep. He drowsily heard her words, saying that if he fell asleep, he would surely die in his dreams, because enemies would come to kill him. After hearing this, the boy fell fast asleep, and Viola began to rise from his bedside. Vincent had been trained by Isabella since childhood, so he always endured to his limit, only falling peacefully asleep when utterly exhausted. This was how his childhood years had passed. Isabella no longer came to his room at night, and he had become terrified of the dark. Thus, he developed insomnia. Looking at her brother, the girl wished him peaceful sleep in her heart and sincerely sympathized with his misfortune. Just as she was about to get up, Vincent grabbed her hand, begging her not to leave him. The boy cried in his sleep, saying she just needed to stay by his side. He pleaded with her, adding that he was so lonely because no one loved him. Viola wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, told him not to cry, and added that she would stay with him for a while. Afterwards, she fell asleep beside him. Late at night, she was awakened when the butler, Zeno, carried her back to her own room, and she asked what time it was. The man, Zeno, said he hadn't wanted to wake the young lady at 3:30 in the morning, but he had a few questions about the report. He then added that she had played her part exceptionally well, allowing him to see her true nature. The girl thought in fear that he must have realized she was afraid of Isabella, but the book had said that if she didn't demonstrate her capabilities, Zeno, would have to kill her. Zeno remarked that her eyes held the intent to kill, then asked why she had then acted with such affection. He listed the instances where she cared for her brother, Vincent, and helped Tyrion keep his father. He explained that she even seemed somewhat uneasy, but a bloodthirsty person wouldn't feel that way, not even when facing Duchess Isabella herself. The butler speculated that she was deliberately feigning unease in front of Isabella, then asked if he might know the reason for doing so. Viola sensed the ominous aura emanating from the butler and realized she couldn't focus. She began to slowly close her eyes, thinking this wouldn't do, because she really wanted to sleep. The girl closed her eyes and mumbled that she wasn't ready to answer. She just wanted to sleep. The man, Zeno, was somewhat taken aback by this, but what confused him more was how soundly and peacefully she slept. He knew he shouldn't think this way, but watching her doze peacefully in bed, he couldn't help himself. Leaving the room, the butler thought that the one who controlled the estate should be able to control their own sleep. Closing the door behind him, he said this was a test for her butler, and then Zeno, vowed that he would definitely pass this test. That evening, Carlton stood in the hallway, holding a towel for his master, Heron. Heron slowly changed into the white robe the butler, Carlton, had also brought him. The man, Carlton, remarked that if Lady Rael were alive, she wouldn't have liked any of this. He added that Rael, had asked him, Carlton, to always make sure the Duke, Heron, put on his robe properly after showering, because she was always worried he would get a stomach ache. Rael was the only person in the world Heron, loved with all his heart. She was always concerned that if Heron, continued to wear his robe improperly, he might suffer from indigestion. The Duke told her every time that he wouldn't get indigestion, because his family bloodline protected him from all illnesses. The girl, Rael, insisted that no matter how he managed to stay healthy, she was still very worried he would fall ill. The man gently pulled her towards him, telling her that worrying about his health was her destiny. Rael, whose life was nearing its end, couldn't fulfill her destiny and departed from this world 15 years ago. Heron, while tying his bathrobe, thought about how much he missed her, so much so that after swimming, he deliberately left his robe untied, hoping she would scold him again, which had become a habit. The butler stated it was time to report on the plan he had to execute. The man mentioned that Zeno had personally come to report 25 minutes earlier, so he was still waiting outside for the Duke. A few minutes later, Heron was ready and invited his adopted daughter's butler in to see him. After hearing his report, he asked if Isabella was wary of Viola, to which Zeno explained he had never used that word. The man noted that his wife told him almost everything happening in the house, yet never mentioned her adopted daughter, prompting Carlton to suggest perhaps she considered the girl not worth mentioning. The Duke explained that, judging from Zeno's words, this wasn't the case, then mused that if she didn't even mention her adopted daughter, it was likely his wife was wary of her, though he was quite surprised she would fear a 7-year-old child. Meanwhile, the butler observed his master's face, realizing he hadn't seen such an expression since Lady Rael's passing. The Duke seemed to have forgotten what emotions were, focusing solely on work. Carlton realized he hadn't seen him like this in a long time, because the person who sparked the Duke's interest had appeared. Heron remarked that the adopted 7-year-old daughter knew how to wear various masks and use those around her to achieve her own ends. Zeno explained that if His Grace the Duke would deign to meet his daughter personally, he would not regret it. The man asked if the butler was truly so confident as to request a private meeting with her, to which he stated that the mistress had set a test for him. There were 2 servants constantly questioning the heir's abilities and testing them, because if the heirs were not properly developed, the servants would face dismissal. The Duke asked Carlton when the welcome banquet would be held, and he replied that the event would take place in 3 days. He then inquired if he had any free time before the banquet, to which the butler responded that he was available the next day from 3 to 5 in the afternoon, after which Heron informed Zeno he would use this time for his adopted daughter. Suddenly, Zeno began to speak, stating that before leaving, he wanted to say something else unrelated to the report. Carlton couldn't believe this butler intended to directly express his personal opinion about his lady. The man said he thought Princess Viola was an exceedingly sweet child. An awkward silence filled the room as Carlton and Heron looked at the butler with questioning gazes. Zeno explained that such words didn't quite apply to members of their family, but at the same time, the girl was a true Verata. The Duke turned his head away from him, commenting that it was a useless assessment, though his butler thought these were useless moral principles. Heron said he must prepare his adopted daughter for the meeting with her father, while he himself believed such qualities were meaningless for their family. Yet he understood why the butler had excluded this from his report. The next day, Viola looked through countless dresses, telling the butler she didn't like any of them. Zeno explained that these dresses were very popular among little girls her age, and that she would look very lovely in them. The girl tried to figure out what kind of test he had set for her this time, and why he was picking out dresses. She understood that if Viola had originally been a likable character and acted as such, then everyone would adore her. Noticing he held a pencil with a notepad, she asked what he was writing, and the butler replied he was noting down that she disliked the dresses. He added that it was his oversight for not finding clothes that suited her. After settling on a snow-white dress, the girl remarked that it suited her well, as she looked quite comfortable in it. Afterwards, they headed into town. The butler informed her that he would accompany her the entire time. Viola tried to figure out what exactly he was planning. Realizing that the more she speculated about the truth, the more she tormented herself, the girl decided to stop thinking about it. It turned out they had arrived at the Azalea Cafe, which sold the egg tart she adored. Surrounded by the readily available delicacies, she decided to indulge herself. Holding the dessert in her hand, she remembered how much she had wanted to try them when she first read their description in the novel, and now she truly had the chance. Taking the first bite, she felt how warm and soft it was, her mouth filling with a pleasant sweetness that spread through the veins all over her body, right down to the tips of her toes. Everything was exactly as described in the book, so the girl was overjoyed to find herself within the novel. Her delight was interrupted by a sudden silence in the cafe as everyone stood rigidly, assuming respectful postures. Suddenly, she saw none other than her adoptive father, her favorite character from the book, walking towards her table. Viola couldn't believe the butler had arranged this, as their first meeting wasn't supposed to happen in this cafe. The Duke's daughter couldn't figure out if she should stand up and greet him, because she really wanted to finish her egg tart. When she lived in the real world, she dreamed of eating sweets whenever and wherever she pleased. Therefore, she had no intention now of easily giving up the half-eaten dessert in her hand. Josephine loved sweets so much that she preferred to finish eating first before greeting the Duke's party. Those around began to whisper, wondering where such a lady had come from, daring to behave this way in front of the Duke. She thought to herself that the problem wasn't her ignorance of etiquette rules, but rather that her body simply wouldn't obey. The girl guessed the butler hadn't invited her to this cafe with its desserts for no reason. With a single gesture, her adoptive father silenced everyone present. Viola knew it was too late to welcome him now. Doing so would only make things worse. Following this thought, she decided she should act as confidently as possible, knowing her favorite character better than anyone. As her adoptive father approached, she realized there were things she hadn't noticed last time. Now she clearly understood how handsome the Duke was, looking better than any celebrity. The girl thought that now she understood why the novel dedicated an entire volume to ways of winning Heron Verata's heart. Viola greeted him, and he asked why she was staring at him like that. His adopted daughter retorted, couldn't she really look at the man who was about to become her father this way? The man stated that was indeed the case. Afterwards, she asked him why he thought so. The butler approached him, holding a document, stating that he was now officially her father. The Duke added that, according to the documents, she had been his legal daughter since yesterday. Viola quickly remembered that Heron disliked obedient children, so she decided to show some personality, asking if she should thank him. Her new father indicated that doing so would be appropriate in this situation. Then she asked him again why he thought so. While he spoke about her asking too many questions, the girl picked up the next pastry. Noticing her somewhat strange behavior, the Duke stopped talking and simply watched her. The girl suddenly found herself thinking about the egg tart again, then wondered why she couldn't stop. To show her enthusiasm, she offered the next piece to her new father, insisting he must try it because it was incredibly delicious. The man noted she looked as though she regretted giving the treat away, to which she replied that she did, but she was sharing it with him because he was her father now. The Duke noticed a crumb on her cheek, after which he gently tried to wipe it away with his finger. He remarked that Zeno should begin etiquette lessons, as it was the first time he had seen a member of their family eat with crumbs lingering on their lips. Heron mentioned that within Winterfell, everyone showed respect by placing their right hand over their chest and bowing their head upon seeing him, before asking why she hadn't done so. Viola asked if that was truly what he wished her to do, adding that if it were, she would comply. The girl observed that it didn't seem like he genuinely wanted that, which was why she hadn't bowed to him. Her new father asked if that was truly how things appeared in her eyes, and she affirmed that it was. She calmly added that she would never do anything he didn't want her to do. The man was instantly reminded of his beloved, who had once told him in the very same manner that if there was something he didn't want to do, then she wouldn't do it either. The Duke stated that her butler had reported she was a 7-year-old princess capable of manipulating hearts. He added that the girl had made the right choice, as mastering deception was necessary to dominate others. Heron warned that this time, however, she had erred in choosing her mask, as it should have resembled that of a true Vera. Viola placed her teacup on the table, stating she hadn't lied in the slightest when she asked him to become her real father. The girl proudly declared that he should be very careful in how he handled her. Carlton interjected, remarking that this was unlike a Verata princess, as she spoke without propriety, but he was swiftly silenced by a gesture from the Duke. Her new father rose from his seat, announcing they would meet at the welcome banquet. Viola also stood from her seat and offered him an elegant curtsy, bidding farewell. The moment he left, the girl mused that she was employing the so-called emotional management method. In the real world, she had seen a blog post by the novel's author stating that the Duke secretly cherished a cute hedgehog within a monster coffin sealed by 7 magical barriers, implying the stern-looking man had a fondness for cute things. The girl reasoned that since she lacked cuteness and gentleness herself, she decided to use the emotional management method, thinking it would have been much easier if Viola's character had simply been cute. Meanwhile, sitting in the carriage, the Duke kept thinking about the meeting with his adopted daughter. The man considered Zeno's report quite plausible, as it seemed she was trying to carefully conceal her madness. He deduced that Viola was attempting to act like an ordinary 7-year-old girl. Abruptly, Heron asked Carlton if all children had such plump and soft cheeks. The butler suggested that children's skin was quite delicate, making them easily cut even by blunt objects. He pondered if his master truly intended to kill yet more people, because no matter how ill-mannered she might be, killing a child under the age of 10 was still forbidden. The Duke asked if all children ate so messily, and whether this was the reason Zeno had called her cute. The man added that she was just a little girl trying to deceive him by hiding behind a mask. After some time, Viola returned to the palace, where the maids changed her into another dress. Once they had left, the girl collapsed on her bed, thinking she had just experienced both heaven and hell. She fretted over why Heron had sought her out and what Zeno might have told him. Noticing a butler nearby, she began to wonder if all butlers truly followed their masters everywhere without fail, just like in the stories. She only knew what the books described, so she had to tread carefully lest she pay with her life, yet understanding certain things was critically important to her. She had the butler summon Tyrion, and soon after, the boy came running to her room. Viola sat at the table watching him, thinking he looked just like Paul at the age of 12. The girl asked if he knew why she had brought him to the castle, to which he replied that she wanted him to become her loyal dog. The Duke's daughter rose from her chair and began to slowly walk towards him, telling him that she needed a dog. A well-trained hunting dog with sharp fangs. She drew closer, asking him what kind of fangs he possessed, subsequently clarifying that she was asking which weapon he wielded skillfully. She took his hand, thinking that merely touching him shouldn't seem strange. Turning his palm over in her grasp, she mused that the real Viola began to surface whenever she looked into his eyes or touched him. So there must be some threshold she needed to identify in order to prepare for it in advance. The girl continued to assess the boy, noting the considerable muscle development in his back and shoulders. She added that, back then, he had been clad in some sort of ragged attire made from animal hides, which, while protecting the skin, offered no defense against the cold. Viola mentioned that she had thus decided to wander around the area where he lived, though simultaneously thinking that as long as she didn't embrace him, nothing untoward should occur. The Duke's daughter remarked that, judging from the fact he had been attacked by bandits, she surmised the security in that area was extremely poor. She interlaced her fingers with his and continued, saying that if he was a hunter's son, he likely knew how to shoot a bow and arrow. The boy grew somewhat awkward at the contact, while she inquired why he had calluses on his index and middle fingers. Tyrion studied her intently, stating he had the strangest feeling he had seen her somewhere before, though he couldn't recall precisely where. The girl observed him closely and released his hand, thinking that interlacing fingers was acceptable, but the test would proceed no further. She knew what his future instructor would say about him. Excellent eyesight, superb close-range reflexes, and innate physical prowess owing to muscles capable of instantaneous contraction and relaxation. His body was perfectly suited for the sword. Therefore, Viola now declared that it was not archery he needed to master, but swordsmanship. The boy informed her he had never held a sword in his life, to which she replied that he simply hadn't had the opportunity. She took his hand once more, telling him he was fortunate to become Viola Verata's dog. After undoing the manacles that bound him, she stated she had no need for a dog unaware of its own fangs, so he ought to master the sword for her sake. She required a pet skilled in fencing, and to that end, she would introduce him to a distinguished teacher. Tyrion stood silently, gazing warily straight into her eyes, while the girl mentally counted the seconds, calculating how long it took before she began transforming into Viola. As she reached the count of 5, the boy abruptly turned his face away, overcome with shyness. She wondered why he would feel shy. Suddenly, in a trembling voice, he asked her if she did this often. The girl looked at him, perplexed, awaiting at least some form of explanation. Answering her unspoken question, he clarified that he wished to know if young ladies from noble households always touched men's bodies in such a manner. Viola thought that it was certainly endearing, but possessing the mind of a 21-year-old adult woman, she didn't even perceive him as a man. To alleviate his embarrassment, the girl patted his head, telling him that he was her dog. The boy dropped to one knee, declaring he would learn fencing and become a worthy subordinate. Bowing his head before her, he added that he pledged to her he would sharpen his fangs well. He hoped that if he diligently applied himself to swordsmanship, she might pat his head again and finally acknowledge him. Abruptly, he reached out, intending to kiss her shoe, startling the 8-year-old girl. Viola quickly recoiled, finding the gesture utterly repulsive. Her feet might smell, after all. Tyrion expressed his reverence with utmost sincerity, but for someone hailing from the 21st century, it was neither pleasant nor conventional, and so she sent him back to his room. A short while later, Zeno arrived with a tray, delivering food for him, announcing it was for Mr. Dog. The boy requested he use his actual name, a request the butler readily granted. Noticing a piece of paper on the table bearing the word companion, the man inquired about it. Tyrion explained that his father had taught him to dare to dream, saying dreams would come true, and had told him to always write down his dreams and speak them aloud. When the butler asked what this had to do with companion, the boy clarified that it was how nobles referred to the animals they kept in their homes. Tyrion cited the example of a canine companion and then assured the butler that he would become just that. He added that this was now his new dream, thinking to himself that if he learned the sword and his master acknowledged him, then he could become her companion dog. The boy imagined how she would stroke his head again, gently taking his hand. The butler remarked that companion dog sounded quite fitting for the boy. With genuine earnestness, he congratulated him on such a fine dream, and the boy thanked him with equal sincerity. Meanwhile, Viola herself felt a peculiar chill permeating the air around her. The next day, the butler saw her off, mentioning that a separate building of the palace was located in this area. The girl knew that Tyrion's future teacher resided in an annex of the ducal estate, a place reserved only for great merchants, scions of prestigious families, valiant knights, distinguished mages, and all other manner of celebrated figures. Among these individuals was Hixon, formerly a comrade in arms to Duke Heron. This man had once been hailed as a hero and savior, but time had taken its toll. Viola informed the butler that many now called him a fool who couldn't stop drinking. She added that she had read this in the notes he had given her not long ago, to which the man noted her prudence. He asked why she had chosen him, and she replied that before her dog could become a loyal hound, it needed to be untamed. No one would leash the princess's dog, which was meant to be trained by a certain drunkard. Yet, the story recounted that Tyrion displayed extraordinary abilities after learning the fundamentals from Hixon. The girl then explained to the butler that she had encountered this master before, back when she lived in the poor district. Zeno surmised she must have seen him years ago when the man had ventured into the slums searching for his missing daughter. But Viola would have been no older than 3 at the time, making it a mystery to him how she could possibly remember his face. The butler continued to gaze at her mysteriously, filled with admiration, yet the Duke's daughter still couldn't fathom what had come over him this time. She knew that in the original story, Hixon had met Tyrion purely by chance, but she couldn't let such an opportunity pass, as she intended to win this master over too. Her side as well. Meanwhile, Hixon sat on a bench, reminiscing about his daughter telling her father the sky was orange and how they had laughed together. Passing maids concluded the man was having another episode, hence why he sat alone with a bottle of liquor beside him. Hixon, Heron's comrade-in-arms and Tyrion's future teacher, rose to his feet, bellowing at them to leave at once. The girls tried to quickly retreat from his sight, lest he accidentally lash out at them. Suddenly, a child's voice called out to him, asking if he truly believed his late daughter would return to him that way. Turning around, he saw a small, 7-year-old girl standing bravely before him, clutching a wine bottle. The man roared at her, calling her a mad girl and telling her to get lost. Simultaneously, Viola calmly informed him that his own daughter had died long ago. Enraged, the master began swinging the wine bottle, shouting that she was insane. Suddenly, he seemed to hear his daughter's voice. His hand trembled, and the bottle slipped from his grasp. He told her to leave him alone. The girl asked if he truly didn't want to know who had killed his only daughter. Viola watched him with anticipation, telling him she had seen the murderer. Hixon drew a sharp breath, straightening his posture, almost completely sobered by her words. The man sternly demanded to know who she was and how she could possibly know such intimate details of his life. The girl stated she had seen his daughter on 11th Street in the poor district. The scene of the crime was a sewer. She described the girl, fiery red hair, freckles dusting her cheeks, small cross-shaped earrings adorning her ears, adding that until the very end, the girl believed her father would come to save her. According to what Josephine had read in a novel, Viola had witnessed this horrific scene firsthand. Hixon asked how she could have seen it. The girl replied that she had been hiding behind a sewer pipe at the time. To convince him further, she mentioned that his daughter called him hero and black whale. When he asked what she meant by that, Viola answered that, among other things, he was a friend of her father, the master of Winter Castle. The man recalled there had indeed been some commotion at Winter Castle. He had heard from the maids that the Duke had adopted a poor girl. Hixon asked if she was truly the renowned Viola, and the girl affirmed it. Tyrion's future teacher stared at her incredulously, unable to fathom what she wanted from him. The master allowed them into the room where he lived, warning that it was a bit messy, though he had washed the cups for apple tea. The butler, Zeno, Zeno, noted that it was utterly unprecedented for the man to deign to invite them in. He added that everyone in the city knew Hixon never invited anyone to his home and argued with everyone. In response, Hixon offered Zeno the chance to argue with him right then. Sitting down beside the lady, Viola, Zeno remarked that the teacher hadn't allowed anyone into his room for 3 consecutive years. The butler mentioned that although the Duke had assigned Sir Hixon the room, he had never once come see him. Hixon deduced that his old friend had an unusual daughter, to which she, Viola, replied that almost everyone said so. Shortly before, Viola had told him that at least 2 criminals had abducted his family. The master listened intently to her account, hoping she held the answer to the question that had tormented him endlessly. She pointed out that at the very moment he was searching for his daughter, he had also lost his wife, almost as if someone had meticulously planned everything. The girl suggested he think carefully about whether this could truly have been mere coincidence. The man understood. He hadn't been in his right mind back then, unable to think clearly, but now that she brought it up, everything clicked into place. Hixon surmised that she wouldn't be telling him this information without reason, so he asked her directly what she wanted. Viola adopted an air of mystery, pretending to ponder his question at length, prompting him to tell her to stop testing his patience. After a moment, she declared that she possessed a personal dog, causing him to look at her in surprise. The girl explained that this dog was a person, but quite large and prone to biting, thus requiring training. Having listened carefully, Hixon asked with astonishment how exactly he was supposed to train him. The Duke's daughter stated it was nothing special, as he only needed to be taught fencing. Upon hearing that precious word, fencing, he immediately refused her flatly, adding that he had no desire to do it. Viola tried to persuade him, offering to find his daughter's killers for him, but the man insisted he could find them himself. The girl knew, according to the plot, that he did indeed find them, but she decided not to back down, pressing him on why he was unwilling to do this. Okay, Hixon offered no elaborate excuses, stating simply that he was lazy. The Duke's daughter asked him to at least meet the student first, but he refused her again. She thought him a truly tough nut to crack, then decided to employ a method certain to work on Hixon, an emotional appeal. Knowing his dream had been to be a good husband and a loving father, Viola began speaking of how his daughter had called for her father as she lay dying, adding that she had once hoped he could become a true hero. The girl added that she now saw this was entirely wrong, that his daughter had been cruelly deceived by him. Meeting his silent query, she asked if she truly needed to spell it out for him. She was asking for his help because she wanted to live. Zeno watched her speech intently, trying to discern what his mistress was plotting. This time, Viola explained that he ought to know survival of the fittest reigned in the Winter Castle, but her mother was addicted to beating people with sticks, while her brothers were merely waiting for the right moment to kill her. She mentioned having an abusive father in her life, too, which sent Hixon spiraling back into his own past. He had grown up in the household of a tyrant, and thus despised the abuse and assault of children. The Duke's daughter stated that her father cared nothing for her, leaving her to be devoured by predators, utterly indifferent to her life. She added that if he were clever enough, he likely already understood perfectly why she had come to him, yet he still feigned ignorance. Viola extended her small hand towards him, pleading for him to stay by her side. Because she needed an adult she could rely on, she was all alone. Hixon noted her hand was much smaller than it should be for her age, and so he decided to help, remarking that this was simply unbelievable. That evening, Heron sat in his office, calculating the procurement costs required for the castle. His thoughts lingered on the moment his adopted daughter had said she thought he didn't want that thing. At the time, the girl had been chewing on an egg tart, saying that if he didn't want it, she wouldn't do it. His musings were interrupted by the unexpected shouts of the butler, who was yelling loudly in the corridor. Carlton was saying that Sir Hixon ought to mind his etiquette and manners within the Winter Castle. The Duke ordered the guest to be left alone, then asked his old friend what had happened. The friend remarked that the master of the castle had quite a sweet daughter, excessively tempting even. Heron, while continuing to make notes, explained that this wasn't like Verata at all. Tyrion's future teacher stated that he once dreamed he would one day laugh at Heron's loneliness and misfortune, but now his dream was shattered. His world had collapsed because he had become a drunkard. Hearing him out, the Duke asked what this was all about and why he had come to him. The man replied that he knew why he was being kept near the castle, gesturing towards the butler, saying that presumably this boring old man and his cunning wife constantly advised throwing him out, because he was ruining his reputation. Heron handed the documents to Carlton, noting that he was well aware of the castle's current condition. The butler obediently took the documents and headed towards the room's exit to deliver them where needed. As soon as he left, Hixon mentioned that the Duke had allowed him to live in the annex. Regardless, Heron cut him off, saying he did so intending to kill him personally, should his friend fail to recover. To the question of how long he planned to wait, the Duke replied that he had allocated 5 years for this purpose. Tyrion's future teacher chuckled, explaining that this was precisely his intention, as it was a way of respecting his dear friend. The Duke observed that he was finally sober, to which the man replied that he had a dream once more. He added that they had established an absolute rule last year, forbidding the killing of children under the age of 10. Hixon explained that this was all related to his daughter Viola, who was now legally his daughter. The man, Hixon, stated that he wished to try raising her into the daughter he envisioned, as her legal father showed no interest in being part of her life. To him, she was merely a capable heir. Heron offered no reply, merely staring sternly into the depths of the room, his gaze averted from the man he spoke with. The Duke, Heron, inquired if he, Hixon, disliked his proposal, to which he, Heron, replied that he, Hixon, could do as he pleased. Hixon turned from the window, explaining that the girl had reached out to him, asking for his help and presence, needing an adult she could depend on. He added that her actions didn't feel unfamiliar, as she bore a striking resemblance to Verata, yet was entirely different at the same time. The man, Hixon, explained she was a most unusual girl, prompting the Duke to remark that he sounded exactly like Zeno. The master, Hixon, expressed his desire to be her pillar, allowing her to grow into a fine adult, for he wished her to mature in a world slightly kinder than this one. Heron, still gazing into the room's depths without turning towards his friend, simply stated he should do as he wished. Hixon immediately perceived that Heron was striving to feign indifference. Deciding to conclude his words, the man, Hixon, headed towards the exit, murmuring his farewell. The moment he stepped out, the Duke resumed signing documents, but the quill in his hand snapped in two from the excessive force. That evening, Carlton was shocked to discover no fewer than 7 broken quills upon his master's desk. The girl sat at the table with her father, Heron, musing on the benefits of inhabiting Viola's body. Now she had a warm, soft bed and delicious meals served punctually, yet today she had no appetite at all. Gazing at her adoptive father's stern countenance, she realized that no matter how beloved a character he, Heron, might have been in the book, this time he remained cold towards her. The Duke had invited her, then remained silent for a full 10 minutes, leaving her in an awkward position. Viola mused that the welcome banquet would commence soon, leaving her puzzled as to why he had summoned her. The Duke adhered to a rule. He avoided private meetings with heir candidates to prevent showing favoritism. The silence was broken by Heron, who remarked that she knew how to use her mask well, then asked if she had requested Hixon to stay by her side. The girl affirmed, though she inwardly concluded her adoptive father had somehow learned of their meeting. To his query about why she sought help, she replied that by skillfully manipulating him, she could win him over to her side, adding that an idealist with lofty dreams was remarkably easy for her to use. Viola believed her father was testing her with this question, as Verata, likely referring to the original Viola, was not supposed to seek help from others, yet his behavior deviated slightly from what she had read in the book. The man, Heron, asked if Hixon had truly agreed to help her, and she confirmed that he had. Heron advised her against extending a hand to everyone, as assistance could vanish at any moment. The girl quickly realized that even if her favorite hero, Heron, had changed somehow, she still shouldn't let her guard down. Looking at the food served, the Duke calmly announced that she could begin eating. Viola started eating placidly, hoping the questions would end there. Ripe persimmons drizzled with honey sauce were placed beside her. After tasting one, she felt it was the first time she had ever eaten such a delectable dessert. Snapping back from the fairy tale world of the dessert, she noticed the Duke was still watching her. The girl asked if he could stop staring while she was enjoying her food, adding that it was impolite to stare so intently at someone while they were eating. The Duke was instantly reminded of his beloved, who had spoken the exact same words in the very same manner. He then replied to rail Viola, stating that he was, in fact, her husband, granting him every right to do so now. He answered Viola, stating that he was her father, and that every comfort she enjoyed, the delicious food, even that egg tart and the cold persimmon she ate, were all thanks to him. He concluded that he had every right to treat her this way. To this, she replied that he hadn't brought her here because she herself had wished it. Viola asked, could he truly boast just because he had adopted her out of his own volition? The Duke was instantly reminded of how Hixon had said he married her because he had fallen in love. The girl told him that she loved him too, but it was he who had proposed first, so he couldn't boast about it. And so now, the man said he couldn't claim to be happy hearing this, but she was absolutely right. Noticing her gaze, he reminded her that she herself had just said it was improper to look at others like that while eating. The girl retorted that, actually, he had started it. Viola decided that always repaid debts, so she resolved to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, prove once again that she was worthy of the Verata title, and simultaneously observe her adoptive father's face. The man decided the girl was undeniably adorable, then asked if she was truly demonstrating self-defense to him now. His daughter proudly proclaimed that he understood correctly. This was indeed self-defense. The Duke felt complex words were difficult for her, so he repeated the word self-defense again. The girl echoed, saying self-defense, to which he repeated self-defense once more. Heron explained to her that she needed to pronounce it correctly, then enunciated the word syllable by syllable, self-defense. An enraged Viola rose from the table and shouted loudly, syllable by syllable, self-defense. Looking at him, the girl thought that, in fact, she was no longer a child, and he couldn't mock her pronunciation anymore. Her adoptive father declared her impolite and her pronunciation inaccurate. The man added that, most importantly, his adopted daughter was exceedingly pernicious. Viola was so surprised by this analysis that her anger dissipated on its own, while he concluded that she knew how to restrain herself. The Duke pondered why she couldn't hide her fervent desire for cold persimmons, yet could quell her own fury. He speculated it was all an elaborate performance, that she had donned her mask once more. The man decided his adopted daughter could switch moods with ease. Switching moods like changing gloves. He understood that the demonic glint in her eyes and the barely suppressed killer instinct were her true nature, and he liked her this way. Heron believed his adopted daughter's sweet appearance couldn't fool him. He continued to watch her wolf down the honeyed persimmons. The man saw the dessert crumbs appear on her face again, which greatly irritated him. Heron addressed Zeno, commanding him to take charge of the princess's education, subsequently declaring, do not make him repeat himself. Early the next morning, someone knocked persistently on the door, but there was no such event in the book, so she wasn't expecting anyone. The man slammed the door open with all his might, announcing he had finally arrived at her place. The girl asked if he always knocked like that, and he replied that this habit of his had been activated recently. He couldn't control his strength. Hixon collapsed onto a chair, claiming that thanks to her, he had found a lead to those bastards he intended to destroy. Viola said she was glad to hear it. She herself thought she only needed to provide the opening, and he would take it from there. The man asked how her dinner with the Duke went, as everyone was talking about it. The girl said he had scolded her for being impolite and mispronouncing words, so she was still angry with him. Hixon remarked that she might not believe it, but her adoptive father used to be very emotional in the past. Viola calmly informed him that she was well aware of this, which greatly surprised the man. She felt quite proud of her chosen figure, as he resembled an unapproachable, handsome man, and indeed, he behaved like a hedgehog. To her question about why he had started discussing her father, the master replied that, in his view, the Duke seemed somewhat interested in her. Noticing her calm reaction, he asked why she wasn't pleased. The girl answered that he had been interested from the beginning, which was why he adopted her. Hixon asked aloud if this reaction wasn't too subdued for being adopted by the continent's strongest duke, the great Heron Verata of the Winter Castle, then wondered if he was acting strangely, expecting a more emotional response typical of a 7-year-old. Viola calmly pointed out that she disliked her adoptive father being a tyrant. The master agreed she spoke the truth, adding that he would protect her, ensuring she had a reliable adult by her side. The girl retorted that he must first lose his belly, otherwise, when he started wielding his weapon, he might strike his stomach with the sword. The man explained to her that he hadn't come to her room without reason, but to ask where the dog he needed to tame was. Ever since Viola had promised to introduce him to a fencing master, Tyrion had been filled with anticipation and hope these past few days. The boy imagined how he would learn to wield a sword, become an excellent dog, and protect Princess Viola from everyone around her. This became Tyrion's goal, and motivation, until he met his master. Upon first seeing Hixon, the boy couldn't comprehend how a man with a huge belly, a slovenly face, and reeking of alcohol could be his teacher. Meanwhile, Zeno remarked he hadn't even expected him to agree, while Viola encouraged Tyrion, saying he just had a bit of a belly, but was actually a good teacher. The boy trembled with anger, asking if he would truly train him, to which the man asked what he meant. Tyrion shouted that the girl had told him he should learn to wield a sword for her sake, that he should sharpen his fangs, yet she treated him so dismissively. He had been looking forward to this day, finally having a chance to get closer to her, but now his master was asking how he dared speak to an adult like that. The man explained that the boy would have to relearn how to interact with elders, as he was quite strict in his training. The master tossed him a wooden sword, which the boy caught effortlessly beside him. Hixon asked the girl to leave them, as it was now time for the trainer and the dog, predicting it would be a brutal sight. Viola noted with pleasure that the man seemed remarkably cheerful compared to the previous days. The master said he liked people with that kind of fire in their eyes, as it immediately reminded him of his old friend. The girl reminded him that now he was just an uncle who liked to drink. She looked at him with interest, adding that she sincerely believed he would become a good adult. Viola mentioned that if he also lost the belly, he might become a bit more handsome. Hixon knew that if his daughter were alive, he would have been a good father, but now he resolved to be a good man for these two children. He told her he would strive to be very good, after which he asked the boy if it was time they talked like men. Leaving the two of them, the Duke's daughter and the butler went about their separate ways. Meanwhile, she thought to herself that she felt slightly calmer after introducing them. Their path was blocked by a woman dressed entirely in a red suit, who seemed interested in whom she had encountered. The girl tried to recall her description from a book, as she was very tall, with fair skin, short hair, and red lips. When the woman asked in a rough, masculine voice if she was indeed Princess Viola, who had recently appeared in the castle, the Duke's daughter immediately realized it was Savon Marcos, a member of the Duke's inner circle. This individual was a master of disguise and a puppeteer who used corpses to craft masks, could alter appearances, and skillfully manipulated puppets. Savon offered Zenon a slight compliment, to which the other replied that it had been a long time since they last met. Viola immediately asked if he was Savon Marcos, which surprised the man that she knew of him. He cryptically inquired if their Duke had mentioned him, then insinuated that Heron wasn't quite so meticulous. As the man changed the mask on his face, he wondered aloud why, if the Duke was so careless, he loved him so much. Reverting to his original appearance, he explained that Heron Verata was an exceptionally handsome man. The original story mentioned that this person remained at the Winter Castle because of the Duke's appearance, which had utterly captivated Savon at first sight. When her adoptive father told him that Savon shouldn't be too presumptuous or his throat would be slit, even then, this person admired him, saying that even dying by his hand sounded quite charming. Instead of killing the person flirting with him, Heron allowed him into his inner circle, which spoke volumes about this individual's extraordinary abilities. In this world, cruel discrimination against sexual minorities also existed. Viola noted he looked much better than she had imagined, to which he asked if she had actually looked him up beforehand. Savon was curious about what this sixth princess thought of him, as others considered him repulsive. The girl bluntly stated that he was indeed repulsive and looked like a problematic pervert. The man noted that those words were quite offensive, but he often heard people say he was problematic. In the book, Viola frequently expressed her disgust openly, and this confidant of the Duke enjoyed such directness. Now, the girl said that regardless of his preferred gender, harassing a married man was still disgusting. She stated that marriages of convenience certainly existed, but it was still an agreement and vow between two people. Viola said that someone interfering in this agreement and flirting with her father was somewhat abnormal. In truth, she already disliked Savon, who constantly clung to her favorite character, yet he still strove to be useful to the Duke. The girl reasoned that if he were just an ordinary pervert, her father wouldn't have let him live. So it turned out that even he had his uses, and she believed he was quite a useful person. She added that she sincerely hoped he would be useful to her as well. This man, accustomed to hearing others call him crazy and disgusting, was utterly shocked that someone could accept him. Savon flicked his hair back, declaring that hearing such word from a little girl was truly wonderful. He offered to do her makeup for her welcoming banquet to showcase his abilities. The man assured her she would be the most dazzling, as, with the help of color magic, he would add a bloodthirsty aura to her arrogance and pride. Savon said he intended to give her the image of a poisonous lily, radiating the energy of a ruler. The girl genuinely didn't understand what he was talking about, but guessed it was the soul of a mad artist. The puppeteer looked at her with unexpected swiftness and sharpness, asking if she truly wanted this as well. Viola realized this was not a person one could refuse, so she tried hard to conceal her fear and replied that she looked forward to it. One day, passing by a wardrobe with a mirror, she realized she looked incredibly sweet and pretty. Beneath it all, she also saw an ominous coldness, after which she wondered what would happen if Savon's makeup were added. It occurred to her that if she appeared at the reception with such an image, everyone would see her demonic eyes, greedy aura, and charisma, meaning they would immediately view her as a candidate for the succession and want to kill her when she turned 10. As she was mentally contemplating what to do in that situation, someone suddenly approached her and grabbed her shoulder. Startled, she abruptly drew the dagger hidden beneath her skirt and swiftly lunged at the person approaching her. Her brother jumped back just in time to dodge the attack, telling her this was becoming increasingly problematic. He jokingly hinted that with a knife in her hand, she was now even more dangerous. Seeing the dagger, the girl mused that this must be something the real Viola would do. As she pondered this, realizing she had attacked her own brother, she was genuinely taken aback. Meanwhile, the boy calmly asked what she was doing here. Viola explained that she had just been looking in the mirror. He then asked if she was actually starting to fancy herself a princess. The girl curtly denied it, asking him in return what he wanted from her. He showed her the wound on his knee, saying it hurt badly and that she should treat it with ointment. Viola put away her dagger and asked why he couldn't apply it himself, while inwardly thinking how he claimed not to feel pain even when stabbed, yet now sought her help for a simple scrape. The boy confidently stated he had never done such a thing before, so he didn't know how. She suggested he order a servant to do it. He argued with her for a moment before pulling a jar of ointment from his pocket and handing it to his sister. She agreed, but stated she had one condition he must fulfill, otherwise she wouldn't do anything. Offended, Vincent turned away, saying she didn't have to, as he could handle it himself. A few seconds later, the boy asked what she needed him to do. The girl calmly said that he must grant her one wish later on. He started to say he thought the deal was too much, but she immediately made a motion to return the ointment. Seeing her action, Vincent instantly and confidently declared he would grant her wish. The girl thought his enthusiasm for the ointment far exceeded her expectations, then handed him a piece of paper, saying he had to sign this contract. The moment she said she would apply the ointment if he signed, the boy immediately began biting his own finger. She had intended to offer him a pen, but was shocked to realize he planned to sign it in blood. When Viola finally finished applying the ointment, she immediately asked why he hadn't left yet. He replied that it still hurt. Holding the ointment jar, Vincent said he was extremely jealous of his sister. Surprised, the girl asked what exactly he was jealous of, considering her life was so difficult. He explained that they were holding a welcome breakfast for her, something he never had, because he was always told just to eat and not say anything. Viola thought to herself, there was absolutely nothing to be envious about, as the breakfast's purpose was certainly not welcoming. If it were truly so, they would simply spend time together as a family. But this banquet centered around Duke Heron, Duchess Isabella, and Viola, making it an evaluation to see if the adopted daughter was worthy of the Verata name. Even in the novel, this event was known as the Duke's Cruel Test, so she told her brother that their father only cared about eating. To cheer him up, the girl promised she would play with him next time. The boy immediately pressed her, asking if she knew promises had to be kept, to which she gave an affirmative reply. Vincent happily dashed out of the room, saying that in that case, they would meet tomorrow. As soon as he left, Viola realized that the day had finally arrived, and she felt a surge of excitement. Late that night, she was woken again by Zeno, who informed her that the welcome banquet was scheduled for 9 a.m., and they needed to prepare well in advance, hence waking her at 4 a.m. The man explained that time was short, and although it wouldn't be easy for her, she needed to get up. The girl subconsciously tried to strike him, but misjudged her strength, causing the child's hand to swing wide. Yet he successfully noticed a faint trace of mana. Zeno politely suggested that next time, she should angle her hand about 3 degrees to the left to strike the target accurately. Carrying her to the bed, he continued, explaining that if she relaxed a certain part of her arm, the lethality of her sword swing would increase by 10%. She didn't understand what was happening or why her body moved of its own accord, but she couldn't voice it, overwhelmed by a desperate need for sleep. The next time she opened her eyes, Savon was informing her it was already 8:30 a.m., adding that she looked exceptionally beautiful, like the most elegant 7-year-old lady he had ever seen. Yet, the girl felt his face seemed slightly different, only to then recall he was a master of disguise. The man asked her to put the scissors away, mentioning he had nearly died 3 times during that period. Only then did Viola realize her body had once again moved without her conscious control. Savon remarked that watching her, eyes closed, attempting to locate vital organs to strike was truly fascinating. He then suggested they go look in a mirror. Finally fully awake, Viola was utterly astonished by her own beauty. The girl slowly touched her face, unable to comprehend how he had achieved such beauty. The Duke's daughter concluded this wasn't merely a technique to alter appearance, but likely some form of special magic. Suddenly, the butler approached them, remarking that she looked incredibly beautiful. The man bowed, addressing her as Princess Viola, and extended his hand. He stated he was there to escort her, as she was the main figure of the event that day. Taking her hand, the butler told her that today she would shine brighter than anyone else in the family. He added that she should be the most radiant one, to which she thought she knew that perfectly well, as it was all part of the test. Zeno led her to the main doors, which were then pushed open, and the butler announced the arrival of the 7th princess of the Verata family. The man solemnly introduced the newcomer as Viola Vellatoux. The girl began to walk slowly and confidently towards the dining table where all her family members awaited her. As she passed the butler, she flicked her dagger, severing the taut string. Viola knew perfectly well this would be the first test, part of the Duke's cruel trials, a test of her reaction to being wrongly announced with the title of 7th princess. In the book, however, the real Viola would have plunged her knife into the servant's throat without hesitation. A thin string had been tied to the ring finger of the butler's left hand, so she aimed there, intending to make the puppeteer realize she was not to be trifled with. Stepping over the doll's lifeless body, the girl turned to Savon Marcos and stated confidently that such jokes were not amusing. The man merely smiled mysteriously before saying he had been impolite. He begged her forgiveness, to which she asked if he felt so guilty he wished to kill himself. Savon stated she didn't seem to consider his offense that grave, so she proposed counting the scratches she received that morning as part of his apology. Their exchange was interrupted by the Duke's voice, telling them to stop and that she should take her seat. The girl humbly greeted everyone, though inwardly she mused on how brilliant her favorite character was. Zeno thoughtfully pulled out her chair, indicating she could sit in this spot. As soon as the girl sat down, he immediately pushed the chair towards the table, and she thought to herself that this was the seat of honor. Viola glanced around at those seated at the table, realizing how uncomfortable she felt amongst all her bloodthirsty family members. She decided she wouldn't speak to her siblings under any circumstances, so she shouldn't even look at them. Viola reasoned she only needed to look forward, focusing on the most important figures, Heron and Isabella. The Duke's daughter reasoned that she ought to strike first before her adoptive mother began her questioning, stating that this didn't seem like a simple welcome for a new family member. She added that while they had brought her here willingly, another person was needed to test if she was worthy of the Verata name, and since that person was absent, the girl surmised Duchess Isabella would take on the task. There were, in fact, 2 duchesses, though one was currently absent. Indeed, just as in the novel, the lady remarked cheerfully that the 6th princess was quite clever, to which she replied with thanks for the compliment. Isabella immediately asked why she hadn't plunged the knife into the heart of the doll that had called her the 7th princess. Viola inquired if that was truly her question, baffling everyone present. The lady explained she only asked questions permitted by the Duke, while the girl displayed her disdain. The Duke's daughter remarked it was so obvious that she hadn't initially understood if it was a genuine question, adding that she meant no disrespect, but if her adoptive mother felt slighted, then she apologized. An awkward silence fell over the table, as no one dared report how insolent the 7-year-old girl's behavior was. The butler mused that not even Duchess Isabella herself could embarrass his mistress, who showed no interest whatsoever in her siblings. He thought she acted with the carefree abandon of a true princess, while simultaneously, the girl wondered why they only spoke with Isabella. She knew perfectly well that if she made a mistake, it would be the end for her, for the real test was only just beginning. Isabella asked again why she hadn't stabbed the servant, questioning if she had truly understood it was a doll. To her affirmative response, the lady asked how she knew, and the girl replied that he had called her the 7th princess instead of the 6th, a direct invitation to kill him. Viola stated that within the domain of the Winter Castle, there were absolute rules that could not be broken. The girl mentioned that today's meal was exclusively for family members and the closest associates, yet the puppeteer Savon, an outsider, was present. She added that this implied such a top-tier doll was permitted to be killed. The Duke's daughter deduced that the man could not act without her father's permission and was therefore merely executing an order. She concluded that for this very reason, she had not killed the obvious doll. The lady could scarcely believe that a 7-year-old girl had understood all this in such a short time, merely by hearing a single word, and had even guessed who was controlling the doll. Meanwhile, the Duke proudly declared that his adopted daughter had passed the test brilliantly. One of his sons reflected that only the first princess had ever received the Duke's praise before, yet now he lauded the 6th princess, the latest entrant into this battle for succession. Isabella remarked that his praise was truly unexpected, to which the man stated it was well-deserved. The lady declared that asking the second question was now pointless. The girl said the second question was also obvious to her, as she had intended to ask how Viola dared to draw her weapon in the presence of the Duke and Duchess. Her adoptive mother thought with alarm that this girl was dangerous, having guessed even this. Their exchange was interrupted by Heron, who commanded them to cease their squabbling during the family breakfast. He understood now that his adopted daughter was not only Isabella's inferior no longer, but perhaps even qualified to contend with her. The man deemed the girl's conduct fitting for the Verata family and worthy of praise. Yet he couldn't stop thinking about the Viola who hadn't been like a Verata. The Duke suspected he harbored an inexplicable fondness for this girl, so flawless and calculating, which pleased him immensely. The man cut off his own thoughts, deciding it wasn't about sympathy, but simply immense relief at having adopted a child so perfectly suited to the Verata family. He then instructed Carlton to bring a gift, after which the attendant entered the room, carrying a box filled with various small vials. Viola quickly recalled that this was the Duke's final test from the welcome breakfast. The girl understood that all these vials contained deadly poisons, potent enough to kill instantly, meaning none of them should be consumed. Meanwhile, Isabella explained they had prepared a gift for her, stating these were highly beneficial medicines, though each possessed its own unique effect. In the original story, Viola had knocked the entire tray to the floor, protesting that she felt like she was being tested. The protagonist turned to her new relatives, remarking that they had brought her to this castle without seeking her opinion. Deciding to act in a way more convenient for herself, the girl thanked them for the gift. The attendant knelt on one knee, making it easier for her to select a potion. Viola began to slowly pick up the vials one by one, examining them closely. The Duke's daughter declared that the moment she was named the 7th princess, the test for the right to be called Viola Vellatoux had begun. Deliberately dropping the first vial to the floor, the girl stated that anyone bearing the Verata name should regard absolutely everyone but themselves with suspicion and doubt. Isabella inquired who had offered her such advice, to which she proudly replied that the master who spoke those words was her servant, Zeno. Zeno promptly opened a small jar to conceal the scuff marks on her shoes. Viola agreed that the attendant was correct, then felt he was applying the substance a bit too meticulously. Picking up the next vial, the Duke's daughter asked what this one was, but then noted that a familiar scent emanated from the bottle. She added that she sensed there might be a special story behind this particular potion. Noticing the Duke tremble, the girl quickly deduced that this medicine was connected to Rael. Rael was the only woman Heron had ever loved, a brilliant alchemist and master of potions. 15 years prior, the girl had contracted a rare illness and, before dying, had left behind a vial. His beloved had given him a potion named Viola, one she had personally concocted, hoping they could leave this place together for warmer lands, reasoning that dying together would be less painful. Viola now remembered that Heron had been about to drink it, but was stopped by the head butler, Carlton. The girl realized anew that there wasn't a single normal person in this world, as her adoptive father had named her after this very poison. Just as she prepared to open the vial, she mused it was likely just a name, yet the novel stated that Viola was immune to the lethal properties of the Viola potion. Witnessing the scene unfold, the Duke asked what she intended to do. She replied that she was well aware it was a deadly poison, but she truly wished to taste it. Zeno suddenly appeared, stating it was the most potent among the 5 poisons offered. The girl explained that the potion was calling to her, as if it contained the voice of a certain woman. Her father sternly demanded what she heard and where, to which she answered that she saw it with her own eyes. Viola added that she felt a longing for someone, a love stronger than death, and a cherished wish. Mustering her courage, the girl remarked that the potion smelled pleasantly of wine, then declared her intention to drink it. She felt a flicker of worry that she might still perish from what was potentially the strongest poison in existence. Isabella watched in astonishment as the girl consumed the potion, thinking that this child possessed an innate desire for slaughter, yet she could control her bloodlust. The woman concluded that she possessed astonishing insight and extraordinary endurance, along with the ability to demonstrate her worth and manipulate situations to her advantage. Isabella mused that the girl wasn't concealing her capabilities, which meant she herself desired to seize the position of head of the Verata family. Heron watched all this unfold in disbelief, thinking she was truly the perfect member of the Verata family, yet for some reason, he wasn't pleased by this at all. The girl quickly drained the contents of the vial, announcing she had finished it all, while inwardly relieved that she remained unharmed. After all, upon drinking the potion, Viola had felt a strange thirst for blood, but then dismissed it as merely a side effect. Returning to her seat, the girl confidently asked if they could now begin the meal. The Duke reached for his cutlery and informed everyone that they could commence breakfast. Viola couldn't help but notice that although many people were seated at the table, only the sound of utensils could be heard. The girl felt proud of her success. The Duke was also satisfied, otherwise he wouldn't have spared her a glance. Looking around the table, she concluded that her siblings had accepted her as one of their own, so she needed to act accordingly. Suddenly, the Duke's daughter felt a heavy gaze upon her, and raising her eyes, she met her older sister's stare. This girl was the 4th princess, named Heron, who was born with a limp, but her sister was a true genius, compensating for her physical limitations with her intellect. In the original story, Viola often clashed with her until she usurped the position of family head. But now, the girl resolved to definitely win her over to her side, as she was an excellent strategist. Viola also knew that Heron would possess untold wealth thanks to her intelligence. The Duke's daughter decided she needed to be friendly towards her sister, as she was destined to become extremely rich. Realizing she had been noticed, that girl quickly turned her head away. The adopted daughter recalled that the real Viola hadn't taken her sister seriously, but she would rectify that. She tried her best to signal goodwill towards her, hoping her efforts would yield significant returns. The welcome breakfast concluded, and Viola immediately fell asleep from exhaustion, so she vaguely remembered saying something to the butler before finally drifting off. In truth, the girl had quietly asked him to bring strawberry lemonade with plenty of ice when she woke up. Zeno promised he would prepare crushed ice and decorate the drink in the shape of snow. Viola thought perhaps he didn't need to go to such lengths, but then she imagined how delicious it would be. Afterward, the Duke's daughter quickly sank into slumber, utterly drained by the tension. About 4 hours later, the girl opened her eyes and asked the butler what he was doing. He replied that she kept throwing off the covers, kicking the blanket away with her feet. She asked if that was why he had been sitting beside her all this time, and he responded that she shouldn't fall ill under any circumstances, especially after what she had been through. He explained that she had drunk that potion, so she realized he wasn't just worried about her. Perhaps he feared rumors spreading that she had consumed poison and was now bedridden, as the Verata family could not afford any sign of weakness. Zeno softly added that he was glad she hadn't fallen ill, as he had feared. Viola thought perhaps he meant it sincerely. Meanwhile, he offered to fetch some ointment, as he felt she had sustained minor burns. When she agreed, the man removed his gloves, lifted the blanket covering her legs, and then opened the ointment, gently rubbing the healing potion into the wound. He mentioned that he felt a bit upset when the injury appeared on her leg. When she asked why, Zeno somberly replied that he didn't understand it himself and found it strange. Viola couldn't believe that this butler, who felt no sympathy for others' pain and didn't understand his own feelings, could feel upset. The girl had perceived this character as emotionless because, in the novel, he had never once mentioned feeling upset. The man explained that it was strange. She was the one injured, yet somehow he felt distressed. He added that it was some sort of remarkable feeling he was experiencing for the first time in his life, an unease within him, but he didn't wish these emotions upon himself. The butler stated he understood completely, and it would sadden him greatly if she were injured again. Zeno expressed his sincere hope that she would always remain well. Viola considered that perhaps because she had altered the character of Viola, the butler had changed as well. She continued to scrutinize Zeno, spending a long moment speculating why he too had changed. She quickly concluded it must be another test, as the butler would surely not worry about her. Viola asked if he truly didn't want her to get hurt, then questioned who he thought she was. The man replied that she was Princess Vellatoux, whom he served with loyalty, and that he intended for her to become the heir. Hearing his words, the girl told him to stop speaking nonsense, but then she regretted it for a long while, wishing she had said that since he was so worried about her, she would try to be careful. The butler knelt on one knee, telling her she could issue commands to him. He explained that he would certainly carry out her orders, watch over her, and protect her from any misfortune. The man vowed he did not wish her ill, and so the desire to protect her welled up within him. Viola thought it seemed genuine, but then felt she had almost been fooled again. The Duke's daughter stated that he was still the butler, not a knight, so she had to protect herself, and it was the duty of the Vellatoux family to protect people from the dangers of the snow-covered northern forests. The butler rose from the floor and asked if she would seek his help if he were a stranger, like Sir Hixon. Zeno continued to watch her with keen interest, awaiting her answer. At that time, she didn't yet understand the true meaning of his question, so she answered affirmatively. When she awoke, the butler brought her strawberry lemonade and informed her he had submitted his resignation letter. He added that from now on, he was no longer her butler, leaving the girl momentarily speechless. The man asked if he could protect her now, provided he worked harder than Hixon. Zeno had two grand plans, but Carlton explained to him that he hadn't yet completed 7 years of service. The head butler stated that if he wished to resign, he must pay a penalty of $10 billion for failing to fulfill the contract terms. We told her this. Viola asked if he had truly signed such an unimaginable agreement, as that was an enormous sum of money. He said he had assumed he would never resign, so he hadn't even looked at the clause describing contract termination. He was satisfied with all the other conditions. The novel mentioned there were few butlers as good as Zeno. Therefore, she now asked in alarm if he had $10 billion, to which he replied negatively, sipping her iced lemonade. Relieved he wouldn't be leaving her, the girl said he could remain by her side as a good butler. Zeno smiled happily, thanking her enthusiastically for the offer that warmed his heart. Suddenly, he revealed he also had news for her concerning her dog, Tyrion. The man said it was being beaten daily, and the person responsible had no intention of stopping, though many believed it might die. The girl recalled the original novel describing Tyrion undergoing much training, which implied it had increased stamina. Viola stated that Hixon wouldn't allow such a thing to happen, because the dog was hers. Zeno tucked the book back into his tailcoat, confirming her words, but simultaneously thought that the master was a hero. Yet for 3 years he had been a mere nobody, so he couldn't understand why she trusted him more than himself. Suddenly, he felt a strange sensation and surmised this must be the jealousy he had only heard about. Looking at his mistress, he thought that since she needed a good butler, there was no need for him to feel jealous of her. The man inquired if she wished to visit the training grounds personally, with Zeno suggesting she ought to witness for herself how Hixon was managing her charge. The girl found herself wondering if he intended to complain about Tyrion's teacher. Moments later, as they stepped into the courtyard, she mused that she was, indeed, quite curious to observe Tyrion's training. Hearing the sounds of combat, she surmised they must be honing their skills at that very moment. Viola watched as her loyal fighter drove his opponent back several steps. As the adversary regained his footing, the girl realized the fellow was sparring with Vincent. The Duke's daughter sensed a strange and fierce aura emanating from both duelists. Hixon approached them, curious as to why they had decided to visit the training grounds. The girl asked why they were fighting, to which the master replied that it was a splendid match. Viola questioned if he could truly call it a splendid match, thinking to herself that their fury was so palpable she could almost feel it on her skin. Attempting to divert the conversation, he remarked that she had lost weight and was starting to look much better. The Duke's daughter reported that her father had attended the welcoming feast the previous day. Compared to him, she added, Hixon looked like a common sea squid. The teacher noted it was the first time he'd encountered such an expression, yet he understood its meaning perfectly, much to his displeasure. The man inquired when she had become so close to the Duke that she had begun calling him father. To this, she replied that they weren't particularly close, but she hadn't known what else to call him. Upon hearing they weren't close at all, Hixon began to hum cheerfully. He declared that it didn't matter then. Viola then turned her attention back to the intense wooden sword duel unfolding between Tyrion and Vincent. This time, her brother initiated a rapid series of attacks against his opponent, leaving him no opportunity to counter. Hixon asked her who she thought would win if they were fighting for real. The girl asked if he meant, as they usually were, or as they were in the heat of this particular battle. After he clarified he meant this very moment, the Duke's daughter stated that Vincent would win this time, as he had undergone extensive training since birth and was, moreover, a pure-blooded Verata. It would be strange if her brother lost, she added. In response, their teacher asked why she was speaking about the current situation. The girl explained that Vincent and Tyrion possessed entirely different skill sets. She elaborated that the Verata's son had secretly learned the ways of cutting weapons, making duels in open spaces ill-suited for him. Tyrion, Viola continued, was the opposite. Having learned swordsmanship from a master, he felt comfortable in this type of combat, but was less technically skilled than Vincent. The Duke's daughter asserted that barring any grave errors, Vincent would emerge victorious. The man mused that the little girl, despite being only 7, had grasped his question with considerable accuracy, though she hadn't fully evaluated the circumstances, location, weapons, and preparedness involved. He asked what grave error she was referring to, and she replied that, in the heat of emotion, Tyrion might execute 2 wider swings, become distracted, and give his opponent an opening. Seeing her brother retreat a few steps, she added that he was still too young, and this was a significant contest for him. Suddenly, both duelists noticed the arrival of the very person who fueled their mutual animosity, come to watch their match. Tyrion instantly resolved not to disappoint his mistress. He would give it his absolute all. Vincent, meanwhile, thought he must demonstrate his strength to her. The need to show what a formidable and powerful older brother he was spurred him on. His opponent, however, thought he needed to calm himself, aware that only one chance remained. Their contest was interrupted by the master, who caught their blades, declaring it a draw this time. Vincent protested that he could have pierced his opponent's heart, to which the man retorted that Tyrion would then have pierced his throat. The boy yelled, acutely aware of the situation, hence his swift dodge of the blow. Hearing such insolent words, Hixon struck him soundly on the head. When asked why he'd hit him, the man replied that he was being too presumptuous. The brother began to glare at his teacher with hatred, making no attempt to suppress his fury. The boy shrieked that he would kill him right then and there, to which the man retorted that he was welcome to try. Viola had already approached them, and Vincent immediately started arguing that he hadn't lost at all. The girl presented the contract to him, after which she announced she was now ready to state her wish. She declared aloud that no matter how strong he became, he must not kill the teacher's uncle. She reminded him that he had to keep his promise, for he was her brother. Meanwhile, Tyrion begged her forgiveness for showing such a side of himself. The girl assured him he had done well, and the most important thing was that he hadn't been injured this time. The fellow thought to himself how his master had praised him, feeling immense joy, and then resolved that he needed to work even harder, so she would always praise him. Aloud, however, he simply stated that he would be a good dog for her. Viola asked why he always called himself a dog when he was a person. To this, Tyrion replied that she had promised to let him stay by her side. The fellow explained that a loyal dog belongs by its master's side, so becoming her dog was his dream. The girl tried to comprehend why he behaved this way, and whether he truly bowed his head for her to pet him. Without overthinking it, she finally decided to do what he had been so persistently seeking. Tyrion looked at her with encouraging yet puzzled eyes, then expressed how overjoyed he was by her praise. All of this was observed by Vincent, who pondered why she only praised his opponent. The two young men despised each other. The brother thought that one day he would kill his rival, while his opponent mused that one day he would have to kill Vincent. The girl watched the sparks of hatred flicker between the rivals. But just then, Hixon was watching her. The man stated he had surely uncovered her secret, leading her to assume he might have guessed about the soul transference. The teacher explained, his tone laced with threat, how such a young girl possessed the skills of a true mercenary. He remarked that with such powers of observation, she could easily manipulate others. Hixon declared that she pretended to be a helpless little girl, but in reality, she was the iron-blooded princess. She had demonstrated this very fact at the welcoming banquet. The girl knew that rumors of the adopted princess having iron in her veins had quickly spread throughout the castle and had already reached the teacher. She asked what dissatisfaction he found in all this, to which the man replied that he was merely saying she was exceptionally lovely. Zeno overheard these words and thought to himself that finally, even Sir Hixon realized how sweet his mistress was. Meanwhile, Viola inquired if the battle was concluded, as she urgently needed to speak with her brother. The moment he heard she wanted to talk to him alone, his eyes instantly filled with joy, and his body felt light as air. Looking at Tyrion, the girl expressed her hope to see him even stronger next time, urging him to continue his training. Meanwhile, the fellow was thinking that next time she ought to play with him. Once inside the castle, Viola told her brother that he shouldn't be so openly aggressive towards her attendant, especially since he was a member of the Verata family. She added that he should behave appropriately and uphold the dignity of the family name. The boy asked if acting that way would make him appear more noble, then questioned if she wished to see him like that. Following this conversation, the Duke's daughter once again asked the butler to bring her strawberry lemonade. Recalling the conversation with her brother, she mused that appealing to nobility made him easier to control, yet she wasn't certain if she was handling everything correctly. Looking at Zeno, she also found her butler's behavior quite strange, while Tyrion had actually said he would, to become her dog. The girl believed the most crucial thing was for Heron to come to her, yet she still hadn't appeared. The story mentioned she would visit her younger sister in a few days, but 2 weeks later, her elder sister still hadn't deigned to show up, leading Viola to think she was wasting her time. Ready to cast the bait, the girl had Zeno deliver a note to her elder sister, Heron. When asked what was written in the note, she replied mysteriously that she had simply invited her to become friends. The next day, the butler informed her that Princess Heron was waiting for her and was quite eager to enter. As soon as she permitted the doors to be opened, a servant immediately pushed a stroller into the room, upon which his mistress was seated. Viola watched her elder sister warily, then said she could come closer. After the servant brought her to the appropriate spot, Heron commanded him to go outside the door and await her signal. The girl also ordered Zeno outside the door so the sisters could speak alone. The man asked if he should bring them some biscuits, and the girl asked her guest if she desired any. Heron stated coolly that she wanted nothing, so Viola also replied in the negative. As the butlers departed, the girl mused that while her brother's frantic rage stressed her, her sister's cold indifference didn't bother her at all. As soon as they were alone, Heron angrily demanded to know her purpose in insulting her. Viola remarked that it seemed she had read her note, after which she assured her she hadn't said anything detrimental against her. The girl wondered if she truly meant to say the note's purpose wasn't an insult, given it stated she wished to become friends. Within the Verata family, such words signified that one was becoming a rival and were considered insulting. And for Heron, who had been rejected as head of the family due to her physical characteristics, it was even more insulting. Viola began to slowly approach her, saying she had been quite sincere but hadn't known it would offend her, then asked why she had come see her. Her elder sister replied that visiting the younger members of the family was an elder sister's moral duty. At that moment, the adopted daughter had drawn close, stating she could look at her to her heart's content. The novel mentioned that Heron had refused the title of family head, but decided to aid the future leader, so she hid her sharp claws to get closer to her family members. Towards the story's end, she personally decided who would become the heir and who should be an ally. In the book, even the Duke himself acknowledged her choice, telling his wife that the heir would be the one Heron selected. Now Viola deduced that she had come to see if her adopted younger sister could become the heir, so the girl decided she needed to win her over as well. They held each other's gaze for a moment, the elder sister thinking that during the meal, she had sensed Viola's confidence and ease, intrinsic qualities of her personality. The adopted daughter stated she didn't yet know everything about the Verata family, but she understood the principle of natural selection was at play, where only those who could prove they belonged to the family would survive. Deciding to take a slight step back, the girl moved to the left of the wheelchair, but continued to watch her sister with interest. Viola circled around her, asking how such a crippled princess could survive in this place. The girl reported that she hadn't found any records indicating she held any duties. Viola knew very well that first, she needed to become clever, as only those her elder sister favored could be so. So now she asked cryptically if she was ready to listen to her. The adopted daughter mentioned that Vincent had come immediately after her adoption, but for some reason, he wasn't eager to listen to her. She added that her elder sister often visited their father's office, despite having no duties. Viola explained that, however one looked at it, it seemed her father had ordered her not to touch his new daughter. Heron calmly stated that she was entirely correct. Their father had indeed given her that command. The girl asked if this truly applied to all the children, as one who enjoyed the father's protection could never become the head of the family. Viola noted that her sister likely knew this, leading her to guess that Heron herself had no desire to become the head. The adopted daughter explained that what she truly desired was the power to choose who the future successor would be. Heron couldn't comprehend how a 7-year-old girl, who had only recently joined their family, could have discovered something she had never told anyone. The elder sister found this incredibly amusing. She would have to test her younger sister thoroughly. The girl declared she had never spoken of this to anyone, then questioned why she was so confident in her words. Viola explained that her elder sister was exceptionally intelligent. The adopted daughter suggested she had likely struck a deal with the Duke himself. She added that, in exchange for protection, Heron had relinquished her claim to the family headship, promising instead to fully support whoever would inherit the position to ensure the Verata family flourished. Since their father was quite a rational man, he had accepted her proposal immediately. Viola asked if she remembered correctly that such individuals were known as the White Vellatoux within their family. Her sister affirmed this. The Verata family had always been divided between two types of power, the Black Vellatoux, responsible for physical might, and the White Vellatoux, possessing unparalleled intellect. The Black was considered the true power, while the White was seen as someone who strategized from the shadows, deemed inferior in other aspects. In other words, they were viewed as cowards needing protection and were not considered contenders. Many saw Heron this way, but Viola found her extraordinary for having secured such an agreement at the mere age of 10. Viola remarked that while her sister grew up as a White Vellatoux, she had likely made the best possible choice, a decision both remarkably clever and advantageous. The adopted daughter stated affectionately that she believed her elder sister was the true Verata. She added that the girl had made an incredibly smart and profitable decision, for which she deeply respected her. Heron thought to herself that this was the first time such kind words had ever been spoken to her. Taking a deep breath, she asked her younger sister if she was tired of living behind a mask, playing a role that didn't suit her. Meanwhile, Viola wondered if her performance was truly unnatural, as everything had seemed fine before. Heron insinuated that it must be exhausting to hide the madness brimming within her. The elder sister questioned if she didn't truly crave brutal games involving knives and poison. She added that anyone who openly lusted for blood could no longer be a Verata. They would simply be a madman. Heron asked if it was the butler who had told her to control her madness, then remarked she was quite curious whether Zeno had given her an overly generous assessment. The elder sister stated that now, seeing her in person, the man had been right because she liked her too. The girl mentioned that her younger sister had such an interesting face, one she truly liked. Viola couldn't believe how quickly things were progressing, as her sister already seemed fond of her. Waving a hand dismissively before her face, the girl decided she needed to pull herself together. This could be yet another test, as Heron wanted to see someone flawless, and there was no need to show her what she so desperately craved. The adopted sister moved as close to Heron as possible, then began to toy with a lock of her hair. Viola gazed at her fiercely, stating that her beautiful elder sister shouldn't cross the line, because it was she who had chosen her, not the other way around. The elder sister tried to comprehend where this sudden malevolent attitude had sprung from. The girl understood that Viola lacked much compared to the older children. She had neither status nor maternal backing, but at the same time, she was only 7 years old. Heron couldn't help but wonder just how powerful her little sister might become if she were to lend her a hand. Meanwhile, Viola expressed her hope that they could become families friendly towards the Verata family, a statement implying an opportunity to leverage each other's positions for maximum benefit. Although, naturally, the girl had no such intention whatsoever yet. She would still be delighted if her elder sister agreed to help her. Heron emphasized that her younger sister was far too kind, while simultaneously thinking the girl sought to use her due to a lack of other support. The elder sister mused that she quite liked this resourcefulness displayed on her younger sister's face. Viola, on the other hand, worried about the somewhat menacing aura that emanated whenever Heron smiled. At the same time, the elder sister asked if the younger one wanted to accompany her somewhere. She added that she hoped they could share a secret, something even the butlers needn't know. Heron explained she wanted to go with her to the very place where she would reveal the power she had been secretly cultivating. When Viola asked why she had kept it hidden, Heron replied that an unseen blade is far more terrifying than one that is visible. The next day, Viola received a strange note and now couldn't understand what she was supposed to do. The place Heron suggested visiting turned out to be the Terra Trading Company, one of the organizations the elder sister had prepared in advance. The issue was, this event was never mentioned in the novel, as the two sisters weren't close, meaning the girls would have to figure things out themselves. Crucially, the elder sister had informed neither the butlers nor their father, clearly indicating this was a test. The girl understood that, under these circumstances, she had to be prepared for any outcome. On her way to the trading company, Viola reflected that leaving the castle had been surprisingly easy. Somehow, no one found it odd that a 7-year-old girl was venturing out alone. The third largest area of the Winter Castle, the seasonal crossroads, appeared quite bright, but adjacent to it lay extremely impoverished districts. The girl quickly located the Moonlit Night Inn, after which she needed to turn right into a corner where she should spot a small, 2-story building. Upon reaching a dead end, Viola turned around to find herself facing a group of bandits, who wondered aloud why such a distinguished young lady would come looking for them. Armed with axes and clubs, they advanced on her, step by confident step. One of them remarked that Charles had been right. Foolish girls could indeed be found in this place, as she was the second one in 2 days. Viola had no doubt this was a trap. Meanwhile, they discussed how the girl was clearly of noble birth and thus needed to be dealt with quickly before the guards caught them. Deciding against inaction, the Duke's adopted daughter took a deep breath and turned towards them. She introduced herself, stating her name was Viola Vellatoux, and she was only 7 years old. The bandits began to whisper amongst themselves, questioning if she truly belonged to the Verata family. The girl realized Heron had managed to conceal her name, yet somehow informed these men, who didn't even know their target's identity. One of them asked why she had come to such a place unaccompanied, to which she replied that, firstly, she had honestly informed them of her noble lineage. Secondly, she added, she hadn't hidden the fact she was 7 years old, and within the Winter Castle territory, by the Duke's decree, all children under 10 were under his protection, yet they still threatened her with weapons. The bandits were visibly taken aback, but one retorted that outside the Winter Castle, no one would know what might happen. Zeno suddenly emerged from the shadows behind her, and Viola asked him for clean water. The butler immediately handed her a bottle, and the girl stated she needed to wash her ears. Hearing such foul language, the bandits grew agitated once more, demanding to know where he had come from. The one closest suddenly felt a sharp pain and then found himself unable to stand steady. The man collapsed stiffly to the ground, unable even to brace himself. The butler stated that the man had been struck by a potent poison, paralyzing him, but he would offer them a choice. He explained that the fallen man would die in an hour, so they should take him and get far away from the Winter Castle, lest he kill the others as well. Zeno began to count slowly to 3, stating that once he finished, he would poison all the rest. The bandits swiftly grabbed their leader and fled from a mad butler as fast as their legs could carry them. The girl mused that murder was a terrible act, yet scum like these needed to be eliminated. So to adapt to this world, she must be prepared for anything. She instructed the man to dispose of them as soon as they were clear of the Winter Castle. Viola then announced loudly that if her sister didn't appear this very minute, she would kill every employee at the Terra Trading Company. Heron immediately rushed into the alley, exclaiming that their agreement was for her not to bring the butler. The girl retorted that she could consider herself extremely fortunate the man had accompanied her. Otherwise, she would have killed everyone there. She added that she had immediately identified herself as a member of the Verata family and was only 7 years old. Thus, she could have killed them all in perfect self-defense. Heron countered that even if she had, the investigators from Verata Castle would hardly side with the instigator of the crime. Perhaps they would have sided with her, the girl questioned, given her actions befitted a Vellatoux. Heron replied that she had merely hinted that the daughter of a bankrupt noble family might appear in this alley, before proposing they declared a draw, since her younger sister had brought the butler. Viola agreed to her proposal, understanding herself that there was no point in them being enemies. The girl approached her sister, saying that since they were now heading to their original destination, she would push her stroller. Zeno attempted to stop her, offering his assistance, but Viola insisted she could manage it herself, as it was her sister. Heron suddenly found the girl's words felt remarkably warm. Afterward, they talked incessantly on their way. The younger sister asserted that money was paramount, prompting Heron to wonder if it was truly appropriate for a duke's daughter to use such vulgar expressions. Viola remarked that she thought she understood why nobles didn't speak of their love for money. They were all well-fed pigs ignorant of hunger, feigning nobility. Her sister burst into laughter, much to the girl's embarrassment. Heron let out short bursts of laughter when talking to people she liked, so her adopted daughter concluded that her sister was now on her side. They continued their conversation for a long while until they finally approached the trading company. Viola was greatly surprised that the building was multi-storied, unlike others in the city. The girl was astonished they could construct a 10-story building with this world's technology, but since land was plentiful, there was no need for tall buildings, implying construction techniques couldn't be more advanced than in the modern world. Viola thought about how her sister already owned her own building at the age of 12, and then said aloud that she really liked it here. Heron felt slightly embarrassed by her sister's declaration, having never before felt support from her family. Upon entering, the elder sister stated that this was her office, despite the sign bearing a different name. Viola asked whom she had appointed as the nominal head, to which her sister questioned if she truly understood such words. The girl calmly replied that she once had a very close merchant friend. The girl implied she had to kill him, to which Heron replied that he was already dead, and so she ordered his body to be buried. Viola took a deep breath, thinking they were likely talking about Savon Marcus, the man who had replaced the merchant in her sister's company. The younger sister asked where the renowned Savon Marcus was now. Heron was somewhat surprised that the girl knew so much about her company and its employees. The older sister asked Viola for her palm, without explaining why. Heron placed Viola's hand over her own heart, telling her she should feel how fiercely it was beating. The girl explained that she was simply glad to have met her on life's path. Viola thought to herself how embarrassing it was, using her knowledge of the plot to win Heron's heart. She guessed she could still become true friends with her, as the girl had smiled several times, confirming her sincerity. The younger sister wanted to do everything possible to help her with her knowledge, so they could grow closer, and then Heron would fully take Viola's side. The girl asked if her older sister had a lot of money. The older sister asked if she was seriously thinking of robbing her, having seen the valuables in her office. The younger sister stated she had no need for petty cash. Heron calmly stated that while Viola might consider it petty cash, she could still call herself wealthy. The older sister couldn't understand why a girl raised among commoners would look at a tall building and say it was beyond price. The girl explained that she was referring to cash, property, and funds. Viola asked if she was truly short on money, and Heron countered by asking why she was inquiring. The girl stated her intention to invest in her sister's business, prompting the older sister to ask how much money she had available. The girl honestly admitted that, at present, she didn't have a single coin to her name, but promised she could procure any amount needed. Heron wondered if her younger sister could procure 100 million, as that wasn't a large sum. She asked her directly if she could manage $100 million, or if that was too much for her. Viola replied that the amount named was much lower than she had anticipated. A few days later, the girl went straight to her father's office. The man asked if she truly needed pocket money, as the butlers had informed him. The girl explained that she did indeed require funds for her own needs. The butler thought that if she continued speaking in that tone, she would get into trouble, but he noticed the Duke didn't even bat an eye. Shortly before this, Zeno had come, reporting that Princess Filer wanted some pocket money. Upon hearing this, Heron immediately had him summon his mistress, referring to Viola, to the office. Carlton had thought the Duke would give the princess a good scolding, but it turned out he enjoyed this impudence. The girl had used a clever method and easily achieved her goal. She asked very sweetly, couldn't a daughter ask her father for money? Her father countered, asking why she had come to him. Viola explained she was simply bored and had used the request for pocket money as an excuse to visit. The man realized she was showing interest again for no apparent reason. Heron asked how much she needed, and she replied that she wanted 100 million, an amount she would receive upon her 12th birthday anyway. The girl requested the 100 million in advance, the sum all heir candidates received at age 12. But unlike Heron, who had presented a detailed investment plan, this girl acted with excessive boldness. The man asked what she intended to do with the money, and she replied that she planned to earn money and help her older sister, explaining that finding capable allies was one of the Verata family's tasks. And since this sister couldn't become the heir anyway, she decided it was best to win her over to her side. Her father remarked that she was quite a good student, to which she replied that otherwise she would lose her head. Carlton continued to observe his master's expression, having noticed something strange once again. Viola stated she wasn't asking for money without offering something in return. With April approaching, the season when magic pigs ran rampant, the villages invariably suffered losses. The girl declared she would resolve these monster problems, thereby proving her capabilities. In response, the man, the Duke, questioned if she was truly confident in her abilities. His adopted daughter from the city expressed absolute certainty, even preparing to wager her own life. Her words drew laughter from him, yet it seemed insufficient. Thus, she pressed on, remarking that he enjoyed giving and receiving returns, so he ought to provide the funds first, as she was staking something far more valuable. The Duke inquired again if she genuinely required the full 100 million, to which he received another affirmative reply. Intrigued, the man informed her he would grant her 200 million as pocket money. He later pondered how a 7-year-old child could instinctively grasp financial strategies for increasing revenue. Heron still couldn't comprehend why, in his eyes, her determination so closely mirrored Rael's. He summoned the butler and declared that if his adopted daughter failed to produce the expected results by the age of 10, the matter of her inheritance would no longer be entertained. The man resolved that she would not sway him again, as he would adhere to his original objective concerning a blood heir. Watching through the window, as Viola calmly walked along the path towards the park, Heron remained lost in thought. The Duke sincerely hoped she could bear this heavy burden. Otherwise, she would find herself in dire straits. After Heron made this decision, Spring visited the cold winter castle 3 times. 3 years later, Vincent burst into her room, shouting, "You're finally here." Viola still couldn't get used to him being so attached to her. She had finally turned 10, meaning the exemption rules no longer applied. Seeing her brother, the girl noted they hadn't seen each other in 5 months, then immediately asked if he had reported his arrival to the Duke. Before coming to her, the boy said he was just about to, prompting her to ask if he truly intended to blame everything on the butler. She stated that, according to the law, she could now compete with him for the inheritance. The girl added that if he failed to properly fulfill his duties as the direct prince, she would be unable to consider him a rival. Viola delivered her final words with a tone far harsher than he had anticipated, leaving Vincent quite frightened. Her brother immediately headed for the door, stating he would go see their father at once. As soon as he left, Zeno approached her, mentioning that Sir Vincent had wanted to report his arrival to her first. The man observed that the anger in his eyes was much diminished compared to 5 months ago. The butler remarked that the boy was still interested in her, but beyond that, the prince was beginning to control his emotions better, as previously he would always try to pick a fight with her. He asked if she was doing this intentionally. The girl replied she had no idea. She walked to the window, thinking that Vincent still needed to mature for her to win him over to her side. She understood she was now 10, which meant the Duke's other children would not stand idly by. The most crucial event was the spring garden gathering scheduled for May 12th, where she would, as planned, become a princess of sorts and announce to Heron her intention to compete for the position of heir. Viola firmly decided she needed to alter this scenario as well. As spring arrived and the rosehip blooming season commenced, the Duke began visiting the garden with increasing frequency. Heron awaited the arrival of May, as memories associated with it were precious to him. His thoughts were interrupted by the sudden, impudent approach of his adopted daughter. He asked if she had truly come looking for him intentionally, to which she gave an affirmative response. The girl asked if he still remembered that day, 3 years prior, when he had made a significant announcement. Viola recalled it well. The day he declared that if she failed to achieve the expected results before her 10th birthday, she would be cast out, stripped of her inheritance rights. She stated that she had successfully saved the village from the mad boar attacks, without even resorting to the mass slaughter of livestock, a measure the Duke had been forced to take annually. Instead, Viola had found another way. She cultivated a hybrid species of red-lipped worms and toothed moles, tasking them with fertilizing the mountain soil. This ensured the boars had ample food and no longer descended into the village. The man understood. Thanks to the ingenuity of a child not yet 10, the problem had been resolved swiftly and effortlessly. Heron inquired if she truly sought gratitude for her accomplishments, a notion she promptly dismissed. Viola clarified that she wanted to know why he hadn't summoned her, hadn't asked her anything about it. She explained it had all been rather serendipitous, but she had contributed to the magical creature synthesis project nonetheless. The girl then questioned why the Duke refused to make this matter public. Was it, Viola asked, because he didn't wish for her to become the Black Verata, especially since he had adopted her precisely for her abilities? He explained that when he brought her to the castle, she was meant to be nourishment for his children, hoping her capabilities would spur them into action. To this, she remarked that she had suspected as much, yet hearing it confirmed aloud felt somewhat strange. The man continued, stating that from her very first days, she had displayed extraordinary abilities, which was why he desired her to become the Black Verata. Plucking a rosehip flower, Viola countered, asking what would happen if she defied him and became the White Verata instead. She had valid reasons, she argued, as it was the only path allowing her to avoid a bloody conflict with her siblings, a guarantee against being killed like the last dog standing. The girl asserted her belief that she had already proven her right to be called Verata. Thus, she wasn't attempting to evade the competition, but rather making a choice. For while a distinguished commander might defeat several opponents, a brilliant strategist could overcome a king and his entire army. Therefore, if her hands and feet could fell 100, then her mind could contend with thousands. Viola understood this diverged sharply from the novel's plot, yet the outcome remained the same. His adopted daughter pressed on, declaring that if he could be known as the Millennial Duke, then she would become the 10,000-year princess. Later that day, the Duke reviewed the materials brought to him by his butler, Zeno. As he leafed through the documents, the butler mentioned they detailed precisely where Princess Viola had spent her funds over the past 3 years. The man reported that she was truly remarkable, and he wasn't merely saying so out of duty. The Duke mused internally that he had deliberately avoided receiving reports about his adopted daughter after she turned 10, aiming for an unbiased assessment. Profoundly struck by the data presented, the man demanded Viola be brought before him immediately. The girl soon arrived at her father's office, inquiring if he had summoned her. Heron gave her a quick appraisal, asking what she concealed behind her back. The girl offered no reply. He pressed again, demanding she reveal what she carried, though he silently reasoned it couldn't be anything dangerous. Viola brought forth a wreath woven from rosehip flowers, explaining that she sensed his fondness for them and had crafted this gift in response. To her query about whether she had misjudged, the man retorted that a mere wreath hardly qualified as a gift. The girl swiftly approached her adoptive father, telling him she had put considerable effort into it for him. Viola quickly placed the gift upon his head, declaring cheerfully that it suited him perfectly. The Duke grumbled that he disliked such tenderness, yet simultaneously made no move to remove the wreath from his head. His adopted daughter remarked that the gift suited him perfectly, looking quite lovely. The Duke sternly pointed out that she was smiling far too much, something he hadn't noticed before. Viola, exuding her usual somber aura, explained that this was her normal state, but only in his presence. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a butler who burst into the office, clearly having run all the way, gasping for breath. It took Carlton a long moment to catch his breath, simultaneously trying to grasp what was happening. His eyes immediately fell upon the colorful wreath adorning his master's head. Consequently, he was momentarily speechless. Heron removed his adopted daughter's gift from his head and inquired if there was some emergency. The man, Butler Carlton, stated that the matter concerned Lady Viola, then asked if he should report it immediately. The Duke declared that since she aspired to be the White Verata, she must discern what Carlton intended to tell him. Viola promptly suggested it likely concerned the money he had given her. 3 years prior, Heron had given Viola $200 million, which she used as collateral to borrow another $100 million from the bank, bringing her total to $300 million. She gave $100 million to Heron and used the remaining $200 million to purchase the wasteland situated between Winterfell and Garia, a tract of land that was abandoned and barren. However, the Monaco Empire, located in the heart of the continent, announced plans to construct a trade route called the Golden Road, connecting the empire with Winterfell. As a result, the price of this land surged several dozen times over, and Viola happened to own the majority of it. The girl felt immense pride in successfully executing such an astute plan at her young age. She stated that Winterfell existed independently to resist monsters, as this was the only way to unify the forces within the castle and direct them against the creatures. Viola reported that circumstances within the empire had shifted, and it was currently experiencing development at a loss. She knew that to halt this trend, connecting the cities was essential, thus necessitating the development of transportation links between them. Therefore, when her father asked for her reasoning, she replied that it all lay hidden within the impending economic crisis, during which currency values would continuously fall, and the empire would attempt to stimulate the economy through massive civil engineering projects. The girl mentioned that 3 years ago, a remarkably talented minister had emerged within the empire. Viola explained that she believed a person who had done so much for the people would propose such a policy, and she had surmised it would happen within 3 years, which was why she had told her father of her intention to become the White Verata. The Duke glanced at the silent butler Carlton, who was clearly as astonished as he was. His adopted daughter stated that if this land were owned by someone lacking sufficient power, those who possess such power would simply seize it, while quietly eliminating the owner. The girl added that since her father was Heron Verata himself, not even the emperor would dare to take the wasteland from her. At the conclusion of her speech, she smiled sweetly, saying she was very glad to be his daughter. The Duke continued to regard her coolly, unsure how to respond. Later that evening, he sat on his bed, gazing at the portrait of his long-departed love. He recalled telling her how glad he was that she was his wife, because then he could possess her. But then he remembered how strikingly similar Viola was to Eerily. Deep down, he believed that woman, Eerily, had specifically sent this girl, Viola, so he wouldn't be so lonely. But he quickly dismissed the thought. Holding the remnants of the wreath, the Duke recalled his adopted daughter's words, saying the gift suited him well. The following day, Viola dined with her sister, Heron. Heron was curious as to why Viola had also decided to become the White Verata. The girl replied that they had already discussed this, but her sister might have forgotten, claiming she believed Viola merely wanted to make fun of the White Verata, to which Viola retorted that she herself was now one of them, so the thought hadn't even crossed her mind. Heron sharply pointed out that Viola was entirely different, the proof being the welcome banquet wear until that moment. She had presented herself as being on the side of the Black Verata. The older sister remained perplexed as to why she had decided to become a White Verata, given her intelligence and lack of physical disability. After all, at the age of 10, she had supposedly handled 10 bandits. Viola corrected this memory, stating it was actually in fact Tyrion and Hixon, who had done everything. The younger sister mentioned how, 3 years prior, her older sister couldn't comprehend her, asking why she was buying that useless land, to which she now replied that she had simply been lucky. Viola, irritated, questioned if Heron, as an entrepreneur, truly believed in luck. She added that if that were truly the case, she feared Heron would soon disappoint her. The younger sister stepped forward, embracing her older sister, and then clarified that she hadn't said she didn't understand her, and that she was acutely aware of what she was going through. The girl assured her that one of the reasons she wanted to become a white Verata was so that her exceptional older sister wouldn't be looked down upon merely for being one, because without the white Vellatoux, there could be no black Vellatoux. Heron followed up, saying that this seemed unfair and wrong towards Viola herself. The older sister quickly softened, admitting she couldn't say she disliked the sentiment. The girl speculated that their father perceived Viola as a black Vellatoux, so she asked if Heron truly thought he would simply consent to this change. The adopted daughter foresaw that her father might immediately arrange some sort of difficult trial following his lunch with her sister. Viola proceeded towards her room, and Tyrion immediately sought her out. The girl remarked that he had more to do now, to which he replied that he had heard the news as well, that she too was becoming a white Verata. Viola asked with interest what he thought would happen next. The boy guessed the Duke would set a trial for her, and she affirmed his suspicion. Tyrion then asked if he might lift his head so they could converse more easily. The Duke's daughter stated he shouldn't, but in response, she patted his head. The boy was nonetheless pleased that she was still the same as 3 years ago, occasionally ruffling his hair as he exited her presence. He reflected inwardly that for 3 years, he had never truly seen his mistress's eyes, and so he had waited for her permission. When he grew stronger, he mused she would be able to trust him more. Tyrion was abruptly pulled back to reality by the sudden, overwhelming scent of blood. Standing before him was one of the Duke's children, radiating an aura of death and fear. The boy quickly lowered his head, recognizing the figure before him as the third prince, Kundo. The Duke's son sneered, asking if he truly was his stepsister's plaything, then questioned if it wasn't better to just call him a dog. The prince declared that a dog should bow before its master, to which Tyrion replied that his master was Princess Viola. Kundo remarked that the dog spoke like a human, though it should only bark when commanded. Tyrion explained that being the third prince of the Verata did not make Kundo his master, after which Kundo spat directly onto his face. The Duke's son held out a dirty rag, claiming he had merely coughed accidentally. Suddenly, the Duke's adopted daughter appeared in the corridor, telling her brother to cease his actions at once. Kundo challenged her, asking if she was truly ordering him around. The girl replied that she was merely requesting it. In that moment, Tyrion turned his head towards her, the vile spittle dripping down his cheek. Noticing this, Viola beckoned the boy closer so she could wipe the saliva from his face. Producing her handkerchief, the girl carefully dabbed at his cheek, remarking that it would become quite awkward if the butler or maids were to witness such behavior. The Duke's daughter gently instructed the boy to return directly to his room. Tyrion gazed into her scarlet eyes, thinking that this, finally, was their true color. Just then, Kundo began to look around, subsequently noting that while there was no butler nearby, there was a maid. He declared that if he felt ashamed in front of the maid, he would simply get rid of her, ensuring no witness remained. His adopted sister started walking towards him, asking if he was truly such a confidence-lacking bastard. A moment later, the girl lunged fiercely at her brother. Suddenly, he too noticed her eye color shifting from violet to scarlet. Kundo had been prepared all along, so when she attacked, he instantly drew his sword. He mused that she must be that special star recorded in the history books. The fellow speculated that the star had reincarnated as a human, whispering softly how truly magnificent it was. In his view, this adopted sister moved with swiftness and grace that even Sister Medea, at the age of 10, couldn't compare to. Parrying her next strike, the brother stated he was using the Verata first form swordsmanship, known as pentagram. Viola attempted a quick attack on him, but immediately collided with an invisible shield, causing her to leap backward. The girl wondered if she truly shouldn't have let the real Viola emerge. Kundo slowly advanced toward her, remarking that despite never having learned Verata swordsmanship, she had achieved such immense prowess, at only 10 years old. The fellow added that he had merely used a protective barrier, and crashing into it was entirely her own fault. Suddenly, his hand was swallowed by the unseen space beside him as he declared that since they had met, it was time to give her a gift. He tossed an injured cat out from that invisible space, and she resolved that she must grant it peace. To save it, the girl wiped the blood from her face, stating she felt incredibly sorry for her brother. The fellow questioned exactly what she felt sorry about. Was it her decision to become the White Vellatoux? Viola furiously retorted that she was deeply sorry this was their first meeting with him, yet he was behaving like such an utter scoundrel. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the loud cry of a man. Sir Hixon charged towards him, Kundo, at top speed, calling him a foolish freak because, thanks to him, an innocent cat that couldn't even speak had suffered. The man, Hixon, scooped up the frail body, the cat, from the ground, asking him, Kundo, if he truly wished to die, before ordering him to come along. Kundo fearfully stated he had insulted the Vellatoux, but then proposed settling matters on the grounds. The teacher, Hixon, easily defeated him in a one-on-one duel, prompting Kundo's servants to rush over and help their master up. The defeated fellow remarked that using Sir Hixon was despicable. Viola replied that she should thank him for the compliment, but clarified it was better termed a tactical maneuver. The butler, currently carrying away the defeated gentleman, turned back to say they would all regret this. Meanwhile, the girl thought to herself that absolutely no one had told the fellow to touch the cat, as she knew perfectly well that Hixon adored cats almost obsessively. The teacher turned to her, asking if she was all right, to which she gave an affirmative reply. The man expressed his immense surprise, as the call sent using the calling bracelet had been quite alarming. If one party infused mana, the other would hear an alert tone, but the intensity of the call changed based on the mana level. Thus, the teacher said he nearly ripped the bracelet off, thinking it was about to explode. Viola decided to change the subject, turning to Tyrion and requesting him to bury the cat she had been holding wrapped in a bundle. The fellow carefully took the bundle from her hands, promising he would certainly complete the task. As he walked away, the girl asked him, Hixon, what was wrong, to which he simply waved dismissively. The fellow, Tyrion, continued into the distance, with Viola and Hixon watching him until his figure disappeared from sight. Tyrion easily found a place to bury the kitten. After doing so, bitter tears streamed from his eyes. He felt utterly useless, just as he had on the day his father died. Now, he was hiding behind someone else. If only he were stronger, he could have protected his lady, but in his own eyes, he was worthless. Thunder rumbled outside, followed by a heavy downpour, yet the young man had no desire to return to the castle. Viola approached him, holding a heavy umbrella in her small hands, just large enough to shield them both. The girl remarked that she had guessed he had truly gone off to shed tears. She extended her hand to him, commanding him to rise, but for a moment he dared not. Nevertheless, he pushed himself up from the ground. The Duke's daughter told him he had done everything he needed to do. Viola gently stroked his head, saying he had done well, though she hadn't summoned the teacher for him. The young man finally calmed down, assuring her with conviction that he would become stronger to protect her. Tyrion declared he would grow so powerful that no third prince would even dare to look upon her. For a long while, he spoke relentlessly, vowing he would undoubtedly strike down anyone who dared to offend or wrong her. Viola had naturally anticipated that Heron would immediately learn of the altercation with Kundo, so she had used the mercenaries to demonstrate her capabilities to the White Vellatoux. Yet there were some things she could not foresee. The eldest daughter approached their father, informing him that everything had unfolded just as he expected. This girl, named Medea, was the eldest of all Heron Verata''s children. She reported that Kundo was recovering thanks to the priest's prayers, though it would take several days. Then, she mentioned there was a very peculiar detail concerning the whole affair. The girl explained that a deep wound had appeared on the third son's chest, seemingly inflicted from within. Medea speculated that Viola must have caused it, as Sir Hixon had only used his fists. The eldest daughter pointed out that inflicting a wound from the inside required masterful control of magic, something even she herself couldn't achieve at the age of 10. She stated that her adopted sister aimed both to prove herself worthy of being a white Vellatoux and to show she deserved to be called a black Vellatoux. The man, the father, asked his eldest daughter if she was finally intrigued, to which she replied affirmatively, then requested a meeting with Viola. Viola understood that a meeting with Medea was not supposed to happen so soon. But to her regret, the eldest daughter of the Verata family sought her out immediately after her clash with the third brother. None of that truly mattered, however, as Medea was Viola's favorite heroine in the novel. The girl informed her that she had arrived uninvited. Therefore, she assumed her younger sister would not receive her. Viola countered that this might indeed be possible if the visit were unwelcome. Medea asked if she truly wished to see her, and the girl replied that she had always wanted to behold Medea, the White North Wind. The eldest princess of the Vellatoux was a black Vellatoux and exceedingly active, thus earning her knighthood at the mere age of 12. That same year, the knightly order dispatched her to war, where she single-handedly annihilated a horde of goblins, exceptionally achieving the 9th knightly rank. Thereafter, the girl proved her genius numerous times, attaining historical first by single-handedly wiping out a pack of gray jackals, becoming the first in history to reach the 8th knightly rank at 10, saving the inhabitants of Heron, and more. Thus, she became the first on the continent to achieve the first knightly rank by the age of 12, and was also awarded the 32nd star of Emperor Nelak. Viola understood it was precisely because of all these accomplishments that she was called the White North Wind, a blizzard that occurred only once every few decades. Zeno served them tea and lemonade, as Medea remarked that her younger sister slightly exaggerated her achievements. The girl stated she didn't think so at all, then inquired if she had truly come seeking something specific. The girl picked up her teacup, remarking that everyone was talking about how she had injured Kundo. The adopted daughter stated that it wasn't her doing, but Sir Hixon's, as the incident occurred on the training grounds. Medea rose from the table, drawing her sword, and declared that while hiding one's strength was the right choice, Viola shouldn't have revealed it. Viola noted how difficult it was to track all of the older girl's movements, a result of her constant training. The butler noted the girl's presence in the manor, to which she replied that she was a knight who had received a star insignia from the emperor himself. Those who successfully obtained the Nelak Emperor's star held authority in all matters except those involving imperial decrees. Consequently, the Duke's eldest daughter now proclaimed that imperial law superseded ducal law, meaning there would be no repercussions for her drawing her sword. Viola angrily questioned if imperial law truly held precedence over the duchy's laws. The older girl asked if Viola understood what she was implying, noting that she seemed like a clever child from this exchange. Medea explained that she didn't believe the laws of the Winter Castle's master would be inferior to those of the Empire. She added that the master was their father, and she considered him the most powerful person. Viola retorted that might makes right, especially within the Verata estate. The adopted daughter looked Medea straight in the eyes, stating she also possessed special ocular powers, implying her older sister must understand she was serious. With childlike petulance, the girl insisted her daddy was the strongest. The older sister wondered inwardly if this remarkable child was truly just an ordinary 10-year-old. Sheathing her sword, the girl calmly stated she was willing to concede the point. She then inquired if her younger sister would accompany her for a walk to the training grounds. The older girl mentioned she had already stated that if one chose to hide their strength, they shouldn't reveal it. Viola surmised Medea likely wanted to know where their brother had sustained his injuries, but decided to stall for time and find an escape, saying she wanted another glass of strawberry lemonade. Medea settled back in her chair, remarking that Viola wasn't scared at all. The younger girl replied that the drink was excellent because the butler had prepared it himself. She elaborated that the man had personally ground and frozen the strawberries before using them to make the lemonade. Zeno mentioned that his mistress was very fond of strawberries, so he had to practice making it often. Medea commented that she heard her butler was known as the master of the ice sword. The younger girl asked if she could try strawberry lemonade made using the ice sword technique next time, expressing great interest. Viola knew her older sister had a straightforward personality. Her talents weren't limited to innate gifts, as she also put in immense effort to achieve results. The reason for this was her desire to prevent her siblings from dying. She resolved to become strong because she didn't want anyone in her family to perish. After contemplating, the adopted daughter decided she had finally figured out a way to pass the test. Upon reaching the training grounds, the older girl asked what weapon her younger sister used, to which she replied, usually daggers. Medea questioned if she knew that wasn't the most advantageous weapon on a battlefield. Viola affirmed she understood perfectly, then requested a handicap, adding that her sister shouldn't move, as that was the only way she could defeat her. The older girl, intrigued by what she would do, proposed they try it. Sir Hixon gravely offered to serve as referee if they needed one. The girl turned and accepted his offer, thinking to herself that the hero's soul within the man had awakened once more. She recalled how, just a few years ago, everyone around seemed convinced he was on the verge of death. Medea was keenly aware that the reason for all these changes was none other than the Duke's adopted daughter. Viola raised her dagger, declaring she would attack immediately and telling Medea to prepare herself. Viola held the dagger horizontally before her, stating that if Medea attacked like that, she could easily cut her down. To prove her point, the elder sister began to swing her sword. Seeing that her sister had no intention of stopping, Viola asked, her voice laced with threat, if she truly couldn't hear her. The tip of the sword passed mere centimeters from her cheek, yet it left a small scratch upon the adopted daughter's skin. Viola knew perfectly well that Medea would never harm her family, which was precisely why she had chosen this seemingly foolish approach. In the novel, Viola had sympathized with her sister, but had also hated her, leading the adopted daughter to win their battle, though she took no joy in it. Thus, she asked why Medea hadn't dodged, knowing she was about to attack. Medea replied that she had grown up and grown weary, and so she wished to finally find peace. Viola expressed her deep regret for leaving her with such a heavy burden, then begged her foolish younger sister to forgive her. Medea sank to her knees in anguish, continuing that she had always loved her little sister. This wasn't the outcome Viola wanted, so she simply rushed forward and embraced her sister tightly, saying that she had won. Medea explained to her that it was too reckless. If she had been her enemy, she would be dead now. The adopted daughter calmly stated that, in that case, she would have simply countered with her dagger. Viola stepped away from her sister, saying she trusted Medea wouldn't attack her because the second and third princesses were still alive. Medea couldn't believe what she was hearing, standing silently for a moment in shock. Viola took her hand, saying she wanted to speak with her face to face, but for that, they needed to find a quiet place. The teacher immediately ran over to them, asking how they could leave without him, to which Viola questioned what business it was of his. Hixon explained that he was an adult they could rely on. Viola thought to herself that the expression on his face was exactly like a father hearing his daughter say she had a boyfriend. Glancing at Tyrion and Zeno, Viola explained that it wasn't a matter of trust, so they might be upset, but they had to stay put. Upon entering the park, they immediately sat on a nearby bench, after which the elder sister asked what she wanted to discuss. Viola stated that she had spent her entire life diligently wearing a certain mask. Medea remarked that everyone in their family lived that way. Viola countered that the crucial point was what kind of mask it was. She added that she had sensed it during the welcome banquet, because the way Medea looked at her wasn't with mere curiosity. Viola explained that when she said she trusted her, she meant it sincerely. Seeing her sister's puzzled expression, the adopted daughter asked if she understood what she was talking about, to which Medea replied that she did not. Viola leaned closer, explaining that if Medea didn't want to speak frankly, then she would, because she had always detested all the struggles and schemes surrounding the right of succession. Viola said that family was important to her, and the family she dreamed of shouldn't be like this. Medea pointed out sternly that the adopted daughter was nothing like a member of the Verata family. Viola thought that her sister radiated an ominous aura, making it no wonder she could become a first-star knight. Viola reminded her that, in fact, she was not Duke Heron Vellatoux' biological daughter. She said that before coming to this family, her life had been hard and lonely. The only person close to her had passed away, leaving her all alone. Medea speculated that this close person was Hixon's daughter, recalling that Viola had previously mentioned becoming friends with him because of his daughter. Viola didn't resist her guest, merely confirming this, and she herself felt her sister's expression soften slightly. Leaning back against the bench, Viola confided in Medea that she had long wanted to befriend her, as even the common folk had heard of the noble name of Vellatoux. The girl added that even if her perception of her sister had been wrong, she still wished Medea could be her sister. Medea remarked that her younger sister was too audacious, prompting Viola to ask if she had done something wrong. Her older sister embraced her, congratulating her on finally becoming a true Vellatoux. The hug felt incredibly warm, and Viola mused that to survive in this world, she often had to conceal her true feelings, but at some point, she had grown accustomed to being Viola. So she hugged her sister back tightly, resolving that she absolutely needed a family. After a moment, the Duke approached them, and Viola requested he embrace her too, but he explained he had no reason to do so. As he took her into his arms, the amiable girl expressed how grateful she was that he would hold her. Later, in Duke Heron's office, Medea wondered if he truly intended to punish his adopted daughter. The man reasoned that it should have been done when she first arrived at the castle. It was long overdue. He asked Medea why she thought he would punish Viola, and the eldest daughter replied that his behavior struck her as unusual. Medea felt that their father seemed as though he no longer held any expectations for Viola, which was why he was acting so gently towards her. Medea suggested that, with her help, his adopted daughter could once again prove her strength as a member of the Verata family. She stated that if her father didn't mind, she would like to undertake one of the missions with her younger sister. Afterward, she returned to Viola's room, where she finally tasted the famous strawberry lemonade. Medea immediately informed her that the orders for the mission would arrive soon. She added that her younger sister would be accompanying her, while Viola wondered why such a difficult task would be entrusted to her. Medea told her they would be heading to the Storm Fortress, and Viola asked if this was truly related to the murder of Sir Jack Stormward. Her sister remarked that she was truly worthy of the Verata name, grasping the situation so quickly. The older sister promised she would definitely help Viola prove her right to be a Vellatoux, and Viola thought her smile was breathtakingly beautiful. The mission was code-named Hurricane, and its objective was to assassinate Jack Farley, the leader of the Storm Fortress, which guarded the Empire against the Wild Canyon. He had penned several unfavorable reviews against the Winter Castle and claimed that the profits discovered from the Golden Road belonged to the Vellatoux. He accused them, stating that the little princess of Vellatoux illegally possessed billions by using others' funds and the privileges of the Winter Castle. Viola knew that in the novel, this mission was supposed to occur 3 years later, meaning the plot had shifted, although the main course of events remained the same, as the ducal family situation was unchanged. Her sister asked if she was aware of the latest developments on the continent. The older sister explained that this was why she was tasked with killing Jack, to which the younger sister replied that, in that case, suspicion would fall upon their father. Medea asked with surprise, did that truly matter in this world? Viola knew it was crucial for them to destroy all evidence, and later she concluded that her older sister was the true Verata. This mission was one of the 5 most dreadful tasks, because after killing Jack, their family would enter into a feud with the Farley family, who would later achieve success and pose a significant threat to their house. A day later, she went to Sir Hixon's room to discuss the matters that troubled her. She asked him if he knew Sir Jack, knowing they had studied together. Hixon looked at her incredulously, asking why she was inquiring about him at all. The girl asked if he had read the article and if he found it strange. In the story, Jack was portrayed not merely as the commander of the Storm Fortress, but as a man with an iron will, indestructible by any force. Viola, pointing to the newspaper article, remarked that this was the kind of man who would act in person, not in sight through the papers. Medea agreed, noting he would undoubtedly come himself to arrange a lawsuit. Viola mentioned she had also heard that Sir Jack had a single son. Medea, employing no subterfuge, formally announced her intention to visit the Storm Fortress. Consequently, she dispatched a letter via magic that very day, and permission for the delegation's visit was subsequently granted. Within the delegation she led, Zeno was a wanted man in that territory, so with Savon's assistance, he altered his appearance. Tyrion and Hixon accompanied them as well, given the considerable danger involved in the affair. After a long week's journey, they finally arrived at the Storm Fortress. Jack emerged to greet them, expressing his great pleasure in welcoming Princess Medea and Princess Viola. Medea warmly replied that it had been a long time since they had last seen him. As they drew closer to one another, a strange current seemed to form around them, as if their magical powers were battling on their behalf. Jack remarked that for someone who had come to kill him, the expression on the girl's face was far too amicable. Medea stated she had come on an important mission and thus didn't understand his meaning. Drawing his sword, Jack declared that, as a greeting, he wished to test his swordsmanship against hers. Sensing their ominous auras, Viola realized everything hung precariously in the balance. This was on an entirely different level from when her butler had threatened Vincent's butler. She understood that if she intervened, she might lose her head, but for the sake of her future, she decided to trust the plot as written in the book. Tyrion and Hixon watched her movements closely, astonished at what she intended to do. Medea also noticed her younger sister approaching and wondered what she would do as well. Viola realized that if Medea sheathed her sword, she would lose instantly, something she couldn't allow. Yet, if she didn't sheath it, her sister would die. Princess Viola's actions did not escape Jack's notice either, leaving him somewhat distracted at that moment. Medea lunged fiercely at him, after which he commented it was a perfect moment for murder, asking why she hadn't seized the opportunity. Medea explained that he was the one who had yielded first, lowering the concentration of his barrier. She added that she ought to thank him for doing so for her sister's sake, and that, in truth, she was the one who had lost. Viola bowed gracefully, stating she was glad he hadn't attacked her. The man noted her actions were exceedingly unwise, as she could have been injured in the battle. The girl firmly stated that she had always had faith in his fatherly feelings. She mentioned hearing he had a son her age, and so she believed he wouldn't harm her. Jack reached for his sword again, remarking that she was far too presumptuous. This didn't frighten Viola in the slightest. Instead, she declared she would introduce herself once more. Amiably, the girl stated her name was Viola, belonging to the White Verata family. Once they were inside the castle, Medea remarked that Sir Jack was correct, as Viola's earlier actions had indeed been unwise. Viola explained it wasn't recklessness. She had been certain that neither her sister nor Sir Jack would harm her. Medea asked why she was so confident in her words, as there was no basis for it. Her younger sister explained that Sir Jack might have been reminded of his son when looking at her. She herself believed he valued that more than victory in a duel. The eldest daughter of the Verata family asked if this wasn't recklessness, but rather the strategy of the White Vellatoux, then inquired about the ultimate goal. Viola stated her plan was not to kill Sir Jack, but to resolve the matter peacefully. Medea stated that assassinating this man was her direct responsibility, to which Viola countered that she had received a different mission bearing their father's signature. She explained it would be far wiser to keep him alive, for if no one protected the Wild Canyon, who would seek aid from the Winter Castle, this would only scatter their family's forces, leaving them vulnerable. Viola declared she had no intention of interfering with her sister, but neither could she permit the assassination to proceed, so she would first attempt to meet with Sir Jack herself. As evening approached, Tyrion awaited Viola, stating he would serve as mistress, for he was her loyal hound and should always be by her side. Zeno added that he would serve her as well, being her personal butler. Meanwhile, Viola tried to explain to her two persistent companions that she was perfectly capable of concealing herself. The butler remarked that once it reached 23 minutes past 3, the princess habitually kicked off her blankets, and since he was still in her service, he would do everything possible to prevent her from catching a chill. The other fellow, Tyrion, angrily demanded why Zeno wouldn't yield the duty to him. The man, Zeno, replied that it would be quite strange if he refused to serve her. To this, the fellow, Tyrion, asserted that the ability to temporarily relinquish privilege was also his responsibility. Following this exchange, she ushered them both out of her room. The next morning, she took a stroll around the storm fortress with Hixon. Watching the soldiers practice their attack techniques, the man, Hixon, informed her they had been at it since 4 a.m. Suddenly, Sir Jack approached them, wearily wiping sweat from his face. The man, Jack, remarked that she was up rather early, and the girl replied she had heard about the magnificent Thunder Squad and wished to see them for herself. Jack shook Hixon's hand, mentioning he hadn't had a chance to greet him properly the previous night. The master of the fortress, Hixon, commented that he'd heard the place had once fallen into disrepair, but then explained it looked quite impressive now. The teacher, Hixon, attributed this entirely to her, Jack's, efforts. Afterward, Jack looked at her, Viola, and asked if observing the Thunder Squad was merely a pretext. He inquired about her purpose in seeking him out and what his dear friend, Hixon, had meant. The girl asked if he knew Sir Hixon's story, to which he replied he was familiar with it and offered his condolences. Viola pointed out that his own only son had also gone missing, which must be deeply saddening. Jack, alarmed, stated he had absolutely no idea what the little princess was talking about. She explained that his situation bore a striking resemblance to the teacher's, Hixon's, story, yet across the continent. This pattern continued, with powerful individuals abducting people without any evidence. The girl stated she was doing everything in her power to avenge Sir Hixon and prove herself worthy of being a Vellatoux, so she wished to help him as well. The master, Hixon, immediately offered to try and explain, then began recounting his tale. He said his entire family had been abducted at an opportune moment, leaving no trace, after which he was rendered powerless, reduced to insignificance. The man, Hixon, stated that the fortress master's, Jack's, son had also been stolen, which was why he had gone mad and attacked the Winter Castle. Hixon suggested that in both his case and his comrades, Jack's, it seemed they had been bewitched. He added that he couldn't be certain, but it was likely fearsome magic. Jack asked what they meant, and the girl explained it was probably hypnosis or suggestion magic. She elaborated that this ability transforms love into fear, paralyzing the mind, and when rational thought ceases, they become susceptible to threats. Viola admitted it was hard to believe, but it was the result of her 3 years of observation. The girl mentioned that by the age of 12, she would be able to debut in high society, so she aimed to become the most dangerous and influential figure. Hence, she had gathered information on all her rivals in advance. The Duke's adopted daughter added that she had also uncovered everything about Jeremy, the heir to the Thundersword. Viola recalled her special connections with the fearsome trading company that frequently visited the fortress, stating she had exhausted every means to inquire about his only son. The tower master, Jack, remarked on the fortress's tight security, questioning if such inquiries were truly possible within the Storm Fortress's territory. The girl countered that if she could obtain information about Jeremy, then organizing a kidnapping using all possible means was also conceivable. The man pressed a hand to his head, assuring her that after hearing her words, his mind seemed to clear. Hixon mentioned he had constantly felt as though his mind was shrouded in fog. The girl suggested that since the fog before their eyes had lifted, they could handle the remaining matters themselves. Now, Jack informed Medea that he intended to write a letter directly to Duke Heron. He explained that a formal apology later would be better, so he requested a little time. The girl professed not to understand his meaning, but agreed to deliver the letter to her father. Medea kept wondering what method her sister had employed this time. The man confessed he had been deceived, which led him to do all this, but now he felt deeply ashamed. Viola mused that this precisely proved his love for his son, and she saw nothing shameful in it. The girl added gently that it was rather commendable. She herself felt Jeremy must have truly grown up surrounded by love, which made her slightly envious. Jack approached her, telling her he looked forward to the day she turned 12, so he could become the sharpest sword in her collection. In his letter, he wrote that he would definitely rescue his son, but requested some time for now, while Heron also pondered if he had truly been so foolish and short-sighted as to attack the Winter Castle over his son. The Duke continued reading the letter, which mentioned that Miss Filer, referring to Viola, was interested in Jeremy, so before her societal debut in 2 years, he wished to introduce her to his son. Jack asked the Duke for his opinion on the matter, though he himself speculated they would get along splendidly. A month later, Jack formally issued a sincere apology, which led to him being ridiculed, but this didn't last long. Jeremy was successfully returned safely to the Storm Fortress, where he joined Jack in eliminating the monsters of the Wild Canyon. 2 years passed after all these events, and Viola was finally ready to present herself to high society. One day, she heard a strange noise outside her window, prompting her to rise from her chair to investigate. Approaching the window frame, the girl noticed a pigeon with a note tied to its leg. The brief message stated that someone would visit her soon, making her wonder which lunatic in the Winter Castle would possibly want to kill her. Zeno pointed out the seal of the Storm Fortress on the paper, indicating the bird had come from there. When she asked why they would write to her, the man replied that she had turned 12 and become even more beautiful than before. The butler explained his concern that this might be a scheme orchestrated by the Duke of the Storm Fortress, referring to Jack, the master of the fortress. Jeremy Farlisle, the son of Jack, master of the Storm Fortress, was the same age as Tyrion. He was 17. Rumor had it that the young man possessed extraordinary looks, enough to leave a mark on history. All the girls in the Empire referred to him as the incarnation of a beautiful dragon, and recently he had become the hottest topic among the young ladies of high society. However, Jeremy had never appeared at social gatherings, but now expressed a desire to visit Viola Verata. The city was abuzz, with girls whispering that a delegation from the Storm Fortress was heading their way, and Prince Jeremy, an honorific referring to the young master of the fortress, himself would be among them. The girls discussed what a remarkable young man the fortress master's son was. Meanwhile, the young man in question was walking through the square, surrounded by murmurs about his beauty. He headed towards his favorite cafe, a place Viola frequented, and noticed a long queue forming around it. He covered his face with his hair, deciding to alter his appearance slightly. The men in line were discussing how delicious the egg tarts from this shop were. A stranger approached them, asking if they all knew Viola Verata. Noticing the man's sword, one of them asked if this was a future knight, while another replied that the girl was quite a famous figure in Winter Castle. Jeremy asked admiringly if they could tell him something interesting about her. An hour later, it was finally their turn, and the waitress came out to greet them. The men happily went inside, wishing their newfound acquaintance good luck. The fellow learned that Princess Viola had destroyed a herd of bulls and drank their blood, earning her the reputation of the bloodthirsty princess, an incarnation of death. People had completely twisted the rumors, as it was actually a wild boar that only a 7th level knight could handle. The fellow decided he really wanted to meet her, but all he knew was that she had purple hair. When he was finally called inside, he saw a girl sitting at a table, joyfully devouring desserts. He immediately guessed this was the Viola he had been searching for. The boy sitting next to her said she could have his share, as he wasn't fond of sweets. Viola thought to herself that they were much tastier when warm, regretting that each person could only buy 2. Her enjoyment was interrupted by an unfamiliar voice asking permission to sit beside her, as there weren't many seats available. The boy took his portion, saying they had a table for 4, so they could all sit together. Viola immediately guessed who it was, while Tyrion explained that he couldn't sit with them because he was a stranger. Jeremy replied that he didn't care at all, so he approached them, resigned. Tyrion allowed him to sit beside them, for which he expressed his gratitude. As he sat down at their table, Viola asked if he was a student from the Knight Academy. The fellow confirmed her guess, and Tyrion asked again, unable to believe it. Her dog, referring to Tyrion, wondered if this stranger was trying to hide his identity, then readied a dagger, pointing it at the fellow. The girl explained that everything was fine, as this was the guest she had been waiting for. Viola ordered him to lower the dagger, as fighting was impossible within the territory of Winter Castle, and Jeremy asked how she knew who he was. She explained that a blue string was tied to his sword, the symbol of the Thunder Sword, then asked if he really thought no one would guess. She didn't actually want to get involved with Jeremy, but it was safer to lay all her cards on the table from the start. Deciding to simply chat and then leave, Viola finished her egg tart, saying he should have come to her in his true form, and now it was time for her to go. Watching them leave, the fellow thought she wasn't at all like people said, as everyone believed her to be a witch. He found her quite nice, though this could be dangerous, because preconceived notions make you want to treat good people well. After tasting a piece, he heard strange shouts, complaining that he was forced to wait so long, yet they only sold 2 pieces. The fellow complained that some commoner had become too arrogant, to which the woman explained that he shouldn't act that way. Jeremy wondered why an ordinary person would respond to a nobleman like that, then realized she had quite good reasons. The waitress said the bloodthirsty princess adored their shop, but even she had to wait in line and only bought 2 cakes. The woman explained that if she sold him more, it would be disrespectful to the princess. The fellow shouted that her tongue was too long, then asked how she dared threaten him, to which she replied it wasn't a threat at all, she just hoped he would understand. The fellow demanded she shut up, then said she would breathe her last tonight, as he couldn't tolerate such an attitude towards himself. Jeremy intervened in the conversation, commanding the stranger to cease the commotion. Instantly, Viola and Tyrion registered strange noises emanating from the very cafe they had just occupied. Both grew wary, as mere moments ago, everything had been perfectly fine. The girl ordered her dog to open the door for her, a command it immediately obeyed. As it pushed the door open, the Duke's adopted daughter sensed a dreadful energy. To her horror, she noticed the broken hilt of a sword belonging to the guard of the man, causing the disturbance fly past her. Jeremy displayed impeccable swordsmanship, leaving her utterly astonished. Viola asked Tyrion if he had witnessed Jeremy's movements, to which he affirmed. When she inquired about his assessment, the man stated that Jeremy moved far faster than himself. The girl mused that if their new acquaintance moved quicker than even Tyrion, they ought to keep their distance. The enraged nobleman began to exit the cafe, ordering them out of his way. The man cursed under his breath. This was a profound humiliation before commoners, and so he resolved to exact vengeance upon them. Meanwhile, inside the cafe, Jeremy reflected that his maneuvers had been exceptionally brilliant, surely meaning Princess Viola admired him as well. That very evening, the offended nobleman asked his aide if this was truly the product in question. He lamented, were these commoners of Winter Castle utterly brainless to dare act so haughtily? To this, he received the reply that he wasn't much better himself. Tyrion was sitting on the threshold, and the nobleman began to demand who he was to dare contradict him. The man explained he was a mercenary, a loyal hound to the mistress of his Valois family. Tyrion rose from the doorway, wondering what business brought him to the cafe so late at night, to which the nobleman retorted how dare some mercenary address him in such a manner. The man reminded him that he was being treated precisely in the same way he spoke. The nobleman declared that, in that case, he would simply kill him, while Tyrion pointed out they were within Winter Castle. The furious man ordered his guards to kill or incapacitate the enemy at once, then drag him outside the castle walls to finish him there. Tyrion swiftly parried the attacker's strike, causing his sword to snap in two. Both the nobleman and the man defending him were stunned. This was the second time today they had been bested in a duel. Tyrion stated that since they spoke of killing him, this was merely simple self-defense. With a swift motion of his hands, he expertly struck their necks, after which they collapsed to the ground. The two men were unable to rise, while their opponent questioned how they dared covet his mistress's beloved cafe. The lady proprietor said she didn't even know how to thank the one who had saved her business. Tyrion requested 10 of her home-baked egg tarts, assuring her afterwards that this would thoroughly satisfy his mistress. He could already picture how delighted she would be, while the lady insisted she could bake him 100 at the very least. Finally, the man asked her to make them delicious, to which the lady replied she would fulfill his request. The very next day, the girls savored the egg tarts, thinking the proprietress had baked them especially for her, yet they tasted even more exquisite than those sold in the cafe. Viola said the man could sit beside her, to which he questioned, could a dog truly sit at the same table as its master? The Duke's adopted daughter stated sternly that it was uncomfortable for her to look up, so he should sit down. Tyrion calmly apologized to her, then proceeded to kneel on one knee. Viola thought that wasn't her intention at all, feeling instantly awkward. The girl noted this man was increasingly resembling Paul, always so stubborn, yet reminded her more of his brother, as he too possessed a great fondness for sweets. She softly suggested he try at least one dessert, as he had done well. Tyrion asked again, could a dog truly share a meal with his mistress, then assured her he was quite content merely being in her presence. Viola asked him if he truly disliked sweets, and he replied that he didn't, but she noticed his nostrils flare and saw him swallow hard. Rising from her chair, she declared she disliked dogs that lied to her, then promptly stuffed a tart into his mouth. The fellow thanked her, and she retorted that he should have been honest with her. Tyrion couldn't help but think that he had never tasted anything like it before, and now he was utterly captivated by the flavor. The girl reminded him that humans must think a great deal, but dogs need not. She said a dog might like or dislike something, but it shows joy when happy and says it's hungry when it is. Viola stated that dogs don't need to overly consider others' feelings. The man thought to himself that he shouldn't pretend to be human, for his mistress was right, and thus he needed to show her he could change. The next day, he brought a small vase of flowers, saying he prepared the gift because he saw her looking at flowers on the road. The girl stared at the gift in disbelief, realizing he had simply brought her daisies from the field. Zeno asked if he knew the meaning of this flower, and he replied that he did not. Viola explained they signified sincere love, prophecy, or the revealing of secrets. She couldn't bring herself to say that the amulet was the daisy Paul had given her, saying that if she carried it with her, good fortune would surely follow. Now holding the vase, she recalled that incident, realizing that even her beloved hadn't known the flower's meaning. The girl understood then that he was not at all the man she once loved. Meanwhile, the butler mentioned that a special enchantment had been placed on the vase, making it quite expensive, to which Tyrion replied he had saved up 3 years' worth of the salary they paid him. Viola commented irritably that he would have been better off spending that money on weapons or armor. She added that he should know his place and act according to his station. She understood she shouldn't yield to him. Meanwhile, he said he would act more carefully now. 2 days after the incident at the cafe, Heron personally executed the offender, remarking that there had been many rats in Winterfell lately. The Duke severed the head of Zelton, the only son of Viscount Seal, after which the severed head was hung upon the south gate of Winterfell. Consequently, some nobles began to express outrage, but at the same time, the common residents thanked and praised the Duke for caring so much about them that he would even behead a nobleman. The rumors gradually became distorted, evolving into a version where Viola had sent her dog, Tyrion, to kill the Viscount's son. The girl, of course, knew nothing of this, yet the number of people supporting and praising her grew daily. One evening, her adoptive father summoned her to his office, but remained silent for a long time. He asked her what she thought was the reason he had called her to his office. Viola decided to answer his question with one of her own, asking why he had killed the Viscount's son. The man explained that, in his view, it was precisely what she wanted him to do. Her father cryptically asked if she was finally going to make her move. The adopted daughter understood he was gravely mistaken, still believing she was chasing the position of heir, when in fact she wanted to intimidate him, as the Duke was now the head of the Verata family. The girl said she wanted to warn everyone, to show them what happens to those who disregard the Verata family. She added that after this incident, many would remain silent, while those harboring discontent would continue to resist, allowing her to ascertain who were enemies and who were allies. Heron asked if she truly believed those who remained silent were allies and the discontented were enemies. The girl answered negatively, stating she believed the method of resolving the issue was correct, though not in accordance with the law. Viola stated that those who remained silent were cowards, while those who resisted were madmen who had lost all fear, adding that there were no allies among them. So Winterfell remained merely Winterfell. The adopted daughter declared that if she were to keep anyone within her circle, it should be those mad, pure individuals who had no ties to Viscount Seal's family. Thus she intended to shelter them under her wing. The man asked if this meant she planned to become the head of the Verata. In truth, Viola planned for her elder sister Medea to take that position, but she voiced the exact opposite, then mentioned she had heard about the Viscount's family and how deeply he loved his son. In the original story, Zelton was killed by Vincent, and the Viscount, having lost his beloved son, began attacking Winterfell, despite understanding the outcome was not preordained. It worked against him because he was bound. Heron asked him why he would attack them if he knew he would ultimately die. Anyone could act foolishly, but after the Viscount's death, the Duke spared no effort to aid and support his family, only to discover the widow was pregnant and named her son Benglass, meaning later vengeance. This child later indeed grew into a powerful mage and an enemy to the entire Verata family, a scenario Viola absolutely could not permit. Therefore, The girl now explained that the Viscount, deeply loving his son, would surely take action, likely requesting the Emperor's protection, but this held no benefit, so His Majesty would not react. The Duke reminded her of the Viscount's moral obligations, to which she retorted that his son was the first to violate Wintercastle's rules. Heron explained that the insolent man had attempted to take away her only pleasure in this place. Facing her questioning gaze, the man clarified that she truly enjoyed those egg tarts. Slightly taken aback, Viola softly confirmed his conclusion. She added that, regardless, she believed the Viscount would attempt to attack Wintercastle. The Duke asked if death truly couldn't stop even him, and upon receiving an affirmative reply, he declared that they should then allow him an honorable death. The girl requested this matter be entrusted to her, so she could prove her capabilities as the White Verata, just as she had at the Storm Fortress, after which she asked to be sent as an ambassador to the Viscount's territory. Rumors about Viola continued to gather new details, as everyone marveled how a 12-year-old girl could be dispatched as an ambassador to the Cialar estate, adding that she was, in fact, a witch. Whispers circulated that she had killed bandits at age 7, consumed raw human flesh, and drank demon blood at her welcoming banquet. But even more incredible rumors spread across the continent, claiming the girl's blood flowed in reverse. Upon hearing these tales, Imperial Ambassador Selena Harolds informed Emperor Nellic Freites, Cullivan, that while many rumors surrounded the princess, the people of the duchy favored her, believing her actions stemmed from concern for their well-being. The man asked in surprise if she was truly only 12 years old, which the woman affirmed. The emperor inquired how long she had been observing her, and the ambassador replied she had been watching her since the welcoming banquet. That was 5 years ago. She mentioned Viola quickly gained the Verata's approval with her bright appearance, and also became the owner of the land established by the Golden Path, which brought her substantial benefits. Selena hinted it might have been an accident, but stated she absolutely did not think so, as the child had invested all her money there. The emperor cautioned her about her choice of words, to which she replied there was no one else in the room but them. The woman sat beside him, reminding him she could only permit herself such behavior when she was beside him. The flustered emperor explained she was actually there to report to him. Selena asked if there was a law forbidding hand-holding during reports. She remarked that if His Majesty disliked it, they could simply pass such a law, given that he was the emperor. To this, His Majesty replied that he hadn't actually said he disliked it. Ambassador Selena interjected that the hand-holding was rather adorable. In response, Nellic prompted her to continue with her report. The lady, Selena, noted that the girl, Viola, possessed exceptionally developed powers of observation and intellect, as demonstrated by her clever resolution of the Storm Fortress situation. Observing the Emperor's discomfort, Selena revealed that even Prince Jeremy had shown an interest in her, Viola. The ambassador, Selena, gently inquired if His Majesty was listening, to which he affirmed. Resting her head upon his shoulder, she mused that a great deal hinged on how Viola would handle the matter concerning Viscount Seal. She posited that, if her suspicions proved correct, the Viscount would already be deceased by the time she, Viola, arrived at his estate. The lady, Selena, theorized that rumors would spread like wildfire, and if fortune frowned upon her, the girl, Viola, would become the prime suspect in the Viscount's murder. The following day, Tyrion, Zeno, and Viola commenced their preparations for the journey to the Viscount's estate. The steward, Zeno, knelt to fasten her boots, remarking that they faced a lengthy ride through mountainous terrain, necessitating securely tied footwear. The girl, Viola, retorted that he, Zeno, wasn't truly teaching her, merely relaying information unilaterally. Even in her previous world, she had never mastered the art of tying shoelaces, and she failed to comprehend why the steward insisted on performing the task in a specific manner now. Viola pointed out that she would always have him, Zeno, to perform this task for her, a statement that left the man, Zeno, utterly stunned. Zeno stared at her in astonishment for a long moment as her words slowly permeated his consciousness. He, Zeno, rose to his feet, expressing his gladness that she permitted him to remain by her side, and affirmed that he would, therefore, always tie her boots for her. He then assisted her in mounting her horse. The girl, Viola, mused inwardly that while she had acquired some riding skill, a carriage would have offered far greater convenience. Unfortunately, reaching Viscount Seal's estate by carriage was impractical, and the alternative route would consume nearly a month, leading them to opt for the mountain pass. The steward, Zeno, took pains to warn her that attacks along their route were highly probable. Viola understood well that her father's moniker, the Duke of 100 Slaughters, implied he had cultivated at least several hundred enemies. Consequently, all members of the Verata family were exposed to peril from a tender age, tasked with learning to navigate such dangers. The girl, Viola, acknowledged her intense dislike for this state of affairs, which was precisely why she had resolved to bring Hixon along. At that moment, her brother Vincent launched a sudden attack in her direction, but Tyrion deftly intercepted the strike just in time. The young man, Vincent, had matured, yet he still lacked the prowess to breach Tyrion's defense, prompting him to retreat several paces. The girl, Viola, declared with confidence that if he, Vincent, harbored intentions of killing her, he would first need to contend with her dog, Tyrion. Her brother, Vincent, retorted that were he not burdened by his own responsibilities, he would have accompanied her on this journey. Following this exchange, Vincent offered them a wave before darting off in the opposite direction to attend to his own affairs. Viola pondered for a considerable time, attempting to decipher his motives for approaching her, finding the encounter exceedingly peculiar. 3 days into their trek, they encountered their first assault by bandits. Hixon remarked that he sensed a professional level of training among the attackers, while the steward, Zeno, observed that the attack had materialized sooner than he had anticipated. Her teacher, Zeno, inquired whether the girl, Viola, had perhaps made enemies, to which she responded in the negative. Viola deduced that someone was deliberately dispatching trained bandits to execute frequent attacks, solely for the purpose of delaying her progress. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she commanded everyone to halt and lower their weapons. The girl, Viola, explained that the objective of these assaults was not lethal force, but merely to stall for time. The Duke's daughter, Viola, surmised that, in all likelihood, the Viscount would already be dead by the time they reached their destination. She elaborated that trained fighters were actively attempting to intervene, their sole aim being to impede their progress along the road. When Tyrion asked who could orchestrate such a thing, she replied that it was likely those attempting to isolate Verata. She believed the culprits were the Hurricane group, the same ones who had abducted Hixon and Jeremy's daughter, nearly causing the Verata family to sever ties with the Fowl family. This time, however, they were trying to embroil them in a conflict with Viscount Seal's family. Now, she believed, the question was whether they could manage to kill the Viscount's family by then. She speculated it was unlikely, as silently eliminating so many people within a minute or two was simply impossible. The steward inquired if they might employ some special method to accomplish it in time, to which she responded that they would most likely use a lethal poison designed to take effect after a certain period. Zeno asked if she meant a poison that caused death after a set time, and the girl affirmed. Viola stated there were 3 poisons that left no trace: the 7-sound poison, the flammable poison, and the 3-day paradise poison. Hixon questioned when she had found the time to study poisons, and she retorted that she was, in fact, the White Vellatoux, so it was only right that she studied diligently, or so she claimed. The 7-sound poison was typically used in cold regions or during winter, rendering it ineffective now. She then mentioned that the flammable poison was excessively expensive and rare. Procuring enough to eliminate the entire Viscount's family would surely leave a trail. Viola deduced they had most likely employed the 3-day paradise poison, which induced relaxation and improved mood before causing death in one sleep after 3 days. She reported that this poison was easy to concoct and quite inexpensive. Moreover, it left no trace. Zeno remarked that, besides being effective and cheap, this poison was easily flushed from the body, which was why it was often used as an anesthetic hallucinogen. Viola firmly stated that if they were talking about the Viscount Seal's family, the circumstances were different precisely because the Princess Vellatoux was en route to him. The girl explained that the Viscount, not in the best state after losing his son, would have the poison administered to everyone except a few quick-witted knights. Thus, when Viola's party arrived, the attackers would finish everyone off with swords. This, she added, was the optimal way to shorten the time needed for the murders and fit within the limited time frame. Hixon wondered if this was all intended to pin the blame on them. Viola affirmed this, then instructed Tyrion to ride as fast as possible without rest, as he was to proceed alone to the Viscount's estate. By dusk, the man had entered the estate, where he observed the situation. He had been warned that there would be individuals inside appearing normal, whom he should be wary of, as they were most likely the ones who had administered the poison to the servants. Tyrion concluded his mistress was correct. Among the 8 remaining servants, not many were left standing. He managed to kill more than half, understanding they were responsible for everything. Darting around a corner towards his next victim, the man stopped abruptly as a dagger flew past him, leaving a small gash on his shoulder. He executed another foolish servant, after which he realized it had been a trap. Clutching the wound, he pressed deeper into the estate, convinced this tactic wouldn't work on him. He was determined to dispose of everyone, knowing it was better for his mistress. Tyrion moved increasingly slowly as he ventured deeper into the castle, weakened by blood loss. The man was gradually losing consciousness, but still managed to eliminate everyone within the estate. Leaning against a wall, he thought to himself that he still had to complete the task his mistress had assigned him. Opening the door to a room, he saw the Viscount lying on the bed and subsequently entered. The man lay motionless, but when Tyrion, softly spoke his name, he immediately turned over. The Viscount told him to leave, then asked why he had come so late at night. Tyrion, exhausted, apologized to him and said he would leave him alone now. Just as he turned to leave, the Viscount sat up in bed and pulled a dagger from beneath the blankets. Instantly, the man lunged towards the injured Tyrion, who seemed not to have heard his movement. The young man reacted with lightning speed, then plunged the dagger straight into his opponent's neck. The man trembled, unable to utter a word, and collapsed onto the floor, unable to stand. Tyrion thought that everything had happened exactly as his mistress had predicted. Viola had warned that if the real Viscount Seal was lying in the bed, he would rise. If it wasn't him, he would try to hide his face and tell him to get lost. To this, the young man was to respond that he understood, then pretend to leave, but he must then attack first. The next step was to find the real Viscount and tell him everything. So, the young man pressed on, supporting himself on his feet with his last ounce of strength. Tyrion smashed open the wall from which strange sounds were emanating. He had guessed correctly. The Viscount was tied up there. He informed the Viscount that the princess would arrive at the estate within hours. The young man told him to mix lemon vinegar and aluminum powder in a 1-to-1 ratio to create an antidote, as they had all been poisoned. Tyrion then collapsed onto the floor, believing he had completed his mission, which meant his mistress should praise him. Just as he said, a few hours later, Princess Viola arrived, accompanied by Hixon and Zeno. Upon entering, she smelled the scent of blood and then saw Tyrion's lifeless body. She felt the nurses bustling around her, just like the day her beloved Paul had died. Now, lying before her was the nearly dead Tyrion, whom the local doctors were striving to heal. History seemed to be repeating itself, but only one question tormented her. Who did this to him? Upon seeing the Viscount, the first thing she did was cut off his ear, which greatly bewildered the man. Her eyes filled with hatred and malice. She then asked how he dared to touch her dog. The man said it wasn't him at all, after which she asked whose fault it was. The Viscount calmly explained that the young man had fought an opponent and was seriously injured afterward. The girl couldn't help but think that it was because of her that Tyrion had suffered, but she hadn't even imagined he would be hurt so badly. Viola was furious and filled with righteous indignation that everything had ended so tragically. She stated sternly that if her dog did not wake up, then their entire family would be destroyed. After calming down, she sat in a chair while her companions discussed something intensely among themselves. The steward then suggested they begin drafting a report to send to the Duke. Viola worried she had been too emotional earlier, but then she realized she could simply sew the ear back on with magic. The girl remembered the day her friend died, and because of that, she had lost her senses for a time. When the steward asked her why she did it, the girl couldn't find an answer. The man said she should have anticipated that Tyrion wouldn't be harmed, and she knew very well it wasn't the Viscount who had injured him. Recalling the sight of the poor man's bandaged ear, Zeno asked her again why she had done it. Viola looked at him sternly and said it was a warning because he had caused her serious trouble. Hearing the precious word warning, the steward, Zeno, beamed, thinking his guess was correct. He said that in this way, she had made him her debtor because she let him live but still punished him for violating Winterfell's orders. Hixon asked if he really thought so, and the steward gave an affirmative reply. That man, Hixon, explained to him that their lady was simply angry because her dog had been injured, and everyone had witnessed the scene where she ordered Tyrion to the Viscount's estate alone. The teacher, Zeno, recalled thinking her a bloody princess, just as ruthless as her reputation suggested. But now he saw through it all. Zeno continued to insist that the princess rationally assess the situation, but his conversational partner, Hixon, seemed less perceptive, believing their lady was attempting to profit from everything through meticulous calculation. Hixon quickly agreed with him, yet saw the anxiety filling Viola's eyes. Noticing the steward, Hixon, writing something down, the teacher, Zeno, decided to assist him. Intending to be a good person, he suggested writing. Thanks to Viola, Viscount Seal was saved from certain death. As he said this, the man, Zeno, was still pondering how to ensure Viola's mask remained intact. The steward, Hixon, questioned whether it was wise to report the matter so directly to the Duke. Hixon reported that Viola had done two completely contradictory things, and since she didn't suffer from a split personality, it appeared quite perplexing and needed to be reported to him. The Duke, somehow. The man, Zeno, then suggested that the main survivor of the incident, Viscount Seal, would interpret this behavior somewhat differently. After some time, a senior servant from the Delphi estate, Delphi, approached the Viscount, stating she was there to escort the gentleman to the drawing room, where hot tea and biscuits awaited. The girl also politely inquired if his ear was all right, to which he replied that the wound had been cut very cleanly, so cleanly that it healed within a day. The maid, Delphi, asked if Lady Viola had truly acted merely out of sympathy for him, and he responded that he never imagined a 12-year-old could be capable of such a thing. Delphi asked if the situation had truly been that severe, and the man, Viscount Seal, confirmed that even the priest had been astonished. He added that a servant had explained this girl could only be compared to Princess Medea, which was why she had been appointed as an ambassador. To her, Delphi's question about why she, Viola, had done it, the Viscount speculated that she acted to leave him a message, a warning. She represented the Verata family, so he shouldn't dare rely on his authority to oppose them. Leaning back in his chair, the man, Viscount Seal, added that it seemed to him she also felt sympathy for him after all. Delphi asked if the gentleman wasn't perhaps jumping to conclusions. The Viscount stated that Viola was known as Bloody Vellatoux, but as a person, she aspired to be the White Vellatoux. He speculated it was all a meticulously calculated plan born in her mind. Seal suggested she likely oscillated between the Bloody Viola and the Humane Viola to achieve the desired outcome. After conversing with the maid, he proceeded to the drawing room, where Princess Viola was already waiting for him. The man, Viscount Seal, asked what had happened that she decided to see him so late. Viola explained that he probably knew what had happened with her, but if he couldn't guess, she would be disappointed in him. In truth, nothing had happened, except that after speaking with Hixon, she realized how she ought to speak with him. But simultaneously, the Viscount mentioned that her dog, Tyrion, would soon recover, and his own ear would heal in a few days, all thanks to her clean cut. The man, Viscount Seal, looked at her with interest, asking if she had done it intentionally. The girl replied that if she had been intentional, she wouldn't have resorted to force. The Viscount remarked that was precisely his thought, after which he decided to voice his own speculations. He surmised that it wasn't Princess Viola sitting before him now, but rather Lady Viola, come to apologize. Upon hearing these words, she glared at him, causing him to immediately fall silent. The man, Viscount Seal, sensed a powerful aura, as if ready to blow his head off at any moment. "Now, dry your hands with a handkerchief," Viola said, stating she had always considered him a rather rational man, yet now he failed to grasp the entire situation. She asked if his son truly deserved the death penalty, to which he replied that ultimately it all ended with an attempt on his life. She then questioned why the relevant regulations weren't followed, leading to his immediate death sentence. The Viscount asked if all this was because his son had violated the Verata family. She then countered, questioning if the Verata family was truly so enraged by the Viscount's man violating the ducal family that they would kill him over it. She dismissed this notion herself, after which Seal demanded to know why this had happened, insisting he needed to hear the truth. The girl stated the reason was simply that her father disliked him. Such words utterly dismayed the man. He leaped to his feet on the spot, demanding to know what this all truly meant. Viola explained that her father wished to protect their reputation, so he had shouldered the brand of tyrant in his stead. When the Viscount questioned what this had to do with his reputation, she replied that the reason lay in the violation of Winterfell's regulations. Having said this, she immediately clapped her hands, summoning her faithful steward, Zeno. The man entered the drawing room smoothly, carrying a precious box in his hands. As the steward opened the box, she declared that his son's blood had been poisoned by dark magic, and had he been in his right mind, he would never have caused such an atrocity in Winterfell. She elaborated that dark magic clouds the mind, driving it to seek entertainment and preventing emotion from governing reason, granting immense magical power in return. The girl continued, saying that if one could not control the magic's power, their body might well explode. Viola stated that Zelton had been precisely in a state where he could have detonated at any moment. The adopted daughter asserted that her father had to prioritize protecting the residents of Winterfell from this living bomb before considering his own reputation, which was why he had ordered his son's execution. The girl looked at him sternly, demanding to know what he had been doing while these changes were overtaking his son. She questioned why her father was forced to bear the stigma of a tyrant, while also worrying about his own good name. Viola demanded he answer whether her father's choice had been wrong. The trembling man declared that the Duke had done exactly the right thing. The Viscount covered his face with his hands, continuing to tremble with fear, yet he confessed he had known all along. The girl, not expecting such a turn, pondered why he had feigned ignorance. Noticing the painting above the fireplace, just behind him, Viola quickly understood. All his family members were captured within the frame, and in that instant, the girl realized he simply wanted to be a father. The Viscount had disregarded the noble creed, failing to punish his son for using dark magic. He explained that he had always wanted to be Zelton's strong support and a reliable father. He admitted his child had gone too far and committed a crime, after which he begged for forgiveness. Viola couldn't comprehend if a parent's love for their child was inherently justified, as it was something she had never learned in the real world. Therefore, she had no desire to probe whether loving one's child was right. She stated that the method he chose wasn't entirely correct, but she couldn't deny his noble intentions. The girl added that his son, in turn, had trusted him, which was why he had caused the disturbance in Winterfell. Approaching him slowly, the adopted daughter remarked that he might not have been the best parent, but he was undoubtedly a loving father. And so, she would now convey the message from the Verata family. Firmly and confidently, Viola promised that they would not hold him accountable for his role in this incident. She added that he had already received the greatest punishment he could possibly endure in his lifetime. The man knelt before her on one knee, expressing his profound gratitude. In response, the Duke's daughter conveyed that she understood his feelings as a father and his choices. In return, she asked him to explain if it was possible to understand Duke Heron Vellatoux. The girl described her father as the great ruler governing Winterfell, a shield protecting humanity from the wind and snow. She added that, simultaneously, he was also a man, a father to his many children. Viola concluded that it was precisely for this reason that he had offered to preserve his honor. The Duke's daughter stated that he hadn't spoken of the matter because if her father were to broach the subject, their family's honor would be utterly shattered. Thus, everything she had said was solely her own decision. The girl explained that she had chosen to make a decision favorable to him because she understood the situation better than anyone. She elaborated that if he accepted her terms, their families could maintain amicable relations, but if he disagreed, then their clans would become enemies, and he could then declare war. Tears began to well up in the Viscount's eyes as the girl continued, saying that in such a case, they would be unable to preserve his honor. The man wept, expressing his gratitude for her having opened his eyes to the truth he had been blind to. Deep down, he was thankful she had called him a loving father. 2 days later, Zeno informed her that he intended to contact the Duke to report on the situation. He explained he would only submit the formal report upon returning to Winterfell, to which she requested that he need not report every single matter to her. The steward explained that he wished to show her his best side, after which she asked him if he had enjoyed the performance. Zeno awkwardly stated he couldn't possibly evaluate it, but the girl urged him to try. The man said that the Viscount initially had absolutely no choice, yet Miss Viola had maneuvered him into having no option but to accept hers. The steward concluded that a more brilliant outcome was impossible, and so he immediately sent the report of the mission's completion. In his letter to the Duke, he wrote that the young lady had donned a mask of calm rationality while simultaneously appealing to the Viscount's emotions, persuading him to her side, thus demonstrating her capabilities to the Verata family once more. The steward wanted to show her the report before sending it, thinking she would praise it if she read it, but the girl declined. The man fantasized about how pleased she would become merely seeing how he had extolled her in the letter. He imagined her telling him he was the finest steward. Suddenly, he sensed a strange presence moving towards the princess's bedchamber. Prince Jeremy knocked on Viola's window, despite it being on the 7th floor. The girl let him in, and he began untying the rope he had used to descend from the roof. Viola asked why he hadn't given formal notice and why he was appearing at 11 o'clock at night. The fellow explained he had arrived on the roof around 6, then started pondering how he could make a sudden appearance, when to find a rope, and then climb back onto the roof. But by then, the sun had already set. The Duke's daughter tried to interrupt, asking why he had come to her, since he could have simply given notice and entered through the door. The exuberant young man explained he intended to surprise her and that she ought to be pleased by it. She reminded him this could be a significant diplomatic issue, to which he replied that this place was far removed from politics and diplomacy, so everything would be fine, except perhaps for a scolding from his father. Jeremy mentioned he planned to visit a nearby historical site. The fellow added that he very much hoped she would accompany him. He looked at her intently, asking if she would deign to join him on a trip to those ruins. To her query about what kind of ruins they were, he replied he didn't know the exact name, but they were known as the laboratory of some mad mage. Viola knew it was an unusual place, also described in the novel. In this location, even if one's level of communication with spirits was not the highest, it was possible to form a contract with one. In the story, Jeremy formed a contract with a spirit who later became the king of wind spirits. The girl thought to herself that she, too, wanted to form a contract with one of the spirits there. The young man reminded her it was a top secret, so they needed to be careful. Viola asked why he was telling her this secret, to which he replied that they were friends. Viola thought that if she went with him, they would surely become friends, but she would quickly grow tired of it. Jeremy remarked that, judging by her reaction, it was clear she didn't want to go with him. The young lady replied that it was best she avoid contact with him, as there was a social event soon. The young man said, perplexed, that he hadn't thought that far ahead at all. He simply wanted to be friends with her. Viola asked him to make a formal visit next time, promising she would be friendlier then. The young man asked if she knew she looked quite lovely, to which she replied that he had unique taste. As she saw him to the door, she mentioned she would rather agree with him, prompting him to remark that she must often be told she was mature beyond her years. Opening the door, Viola saw Tyrion, who was looking at her curiously. Viola asked what he was doing here, and the young man replied that he had come to make his report, as he hadn't had a chance to do so after completing his task. He was about to say something more to her, but suddenly, all his attention was drawn to the mysterious stranger in his mistress's room. Jeremy greeted him cheerfully, saying they already knew each other. Her dog stated that he wasn't particularly pleased about this meeting, and then asked if they were on such terms as to use first names. The uninvited guest said it seemed so to him, to which Tyrion clarified that it was absolutely not the case. The young lady asked why Tyrion had suddenly become so angry. The young man apologized awkwardly, thinking he had acted discreetly, yet his mistress had guessed nonetheless. Viola said she didn't need his apology, as she had merely asked why he was angry. Tyrion explained that Mr. Jeremiah disrespected order and rules, and his behavior was unbecoming of a nobleman. The uninvited guest said the fellow should stop talking like that because it was a surprise. Jeremy speculated that Tyrion was blinded by jealousy and therefore didn't understand what he was saying. Hearing the strange word, her loyal dog asked if he had understood correctly, to which the other gave an affirmative reply. After a moment's thought, Tyrion explained that he, too, believed it was jealousy. Viola immediately recognized the habit of tightening his shoulders and the corners of his mouth when angry belonged to Paul. Day by day, he resembled her departed loved one more and more. In the real world, the young lady understood that this man harbored entirely different feelings for her, as Paul had always treated her like a sister, not a potential girlfriend. Perhaps it was for the best that they were so different, the Duke's daughter mused. Tyrion asked if his master truly knew his wish, to which the other replied that his interesting dream was to be a loyal dog. The young man confirmed this, adding that some loyal dogs possess a temperament that makes them jealous regarding their master. He added that this could be managed through training, but he had never done anything similar, which was why he exhibited jealousy. Jeremy asked if that was why he was jealous regarding his mistress. Without waiting for an answer, he declared that he liked people with conviction and also believed that one had no right to judge another's beliefs. Patting his shoulder, Jeremy expressed support for his dream and conviction. Viola found herself thinking that these words had appeared several times in the novel. She clearly remembered the prince saying them when his strong competitive spirit was awakened. The young lady was still pondering which part of Tyrion's conviction he was referring to. Just then, Jeremy announced that they would go to the ruins together. 3 days later, noticing the displeased expression on her dog's face, he added that since he was older, he would use his first name, and then reminded him that they should meet in 3 days with the lovely Viola. Viola remembered that she hadn't told him at all that she was going somewhere with him after he had been away for a while. Tyrion sat down before her, asking her forgiveness for not showing his best side. The girl noted that his behavior was exactly as a real dog should be, and there was nothing wrong with that. Viola said that since he had completed his task well, she was prepared to praise him. The fellow immediately began to approach his mistress's bare hands, wanting some petting. The Duke's daughter gently stroked his head, while Tyrion knelt shyly before her. The steward, approaching them, asked how this fellow knew that Mr. Jeremy was in the room. Viola asked if he had really discovered this, and the man replied that the fellow had stood before the door and hadn't entered. Tyrion decided to tell them that he had caught her scent, which was why he had immediately headed towards her. He explained that everyone has a different scent, and Mr. Jeremy emitted a particular magical aroma. The girl realized that nothing like this had been described in the novel. This was the first time she had heard of special magical scents. Zeno immediately decided to find out if he himself possessed any unique scent. The fellow stated that the steward's scent changed every day. Therefore, he disliked it. When asked why, Tyrion explained that the man was very suspicious and cunning. The steward assured him that they had known each other for 5 years, and that this was all he could say about him, which couldn't help but hurt his feelings. Zeno curiously asked what scent Princess Viola emitted. Tyrion said she gave off a scent he had always missed, as he had known her for as long as he had known himself. The steward pointed out that he had only met the young lady 5 years ago, to which the fellow replied that he had recognized her scent much earlier. Viola asked how this was possible, and he tried to assure her that he wasn't lying at all. He said that when he first caught her scent, it immediately felt familiar. The fellow added that he felt he had lived just to meet her one day. Tyrion explained that her scent seemed to tell him this, which was why he wanted so badly to stay by her side. After hearing his words, the Duke's daughter couldn't fall asleep for a long time. Lying in bed, she was moved by his words, that she had a scent he missed, that he lived just to meet her. Viola thought about how, in the real world, she had barely managed to survive her breakup with Paul, and now Tyrion, his replica, was saying such things to her. She knew Tyrion could do anything if he wanted to, even now as he strived to be her dog, putting all his effort into mimicking a puppy. It was for this reason he had acquired a new skill, a sense of smell, which wasn't in the original story. The girl understood that the master is everything to a dog, which is why he smelled her magic. The Duke's adopted daughter couldn't sleep due to a severe headache, but she knew she had to if she wanted to meet the Viscountess. In the deep darkness of the night, when she finally fell asleep, the steward approached her and calmly covered her body with a blanket so she wouldn't get cold. He watched for a moment as the little princess Viola snored peacefully. He thought that the meeting with the Viscountess would take place in the sunrise hall in the morning, and the dress code was yellow. Zeno pondered which of the 38 dresses would be most suitable for the occasion, and carefully went through each outfit in his mind. The steward continued to stand by her bed, his mind filled with images of how she might appear before the Viscountess. The next day, he quickly offered her several outfits from the looks he had previously considered, so getting ready on time wasn't difficult. Noticing he had brought a pile of clothes, she felt as though the steward had discovered a new world for himself. After putting on a relatively simple dress, she thought about how she had been wearing gowns for 5 years, but still couldn't get used to them, as they were too bright and uncomfortable. Zeno led her to Sunrise Hall, then opened the door for her to enter. The Viscountess quickly noticed someone entering Sunrise Hall and rose from her seat. The lady greeted Viola, the Duke's adopted daughter, introducing herself as Lyle, the wife of Viscount Seal. Viola returned the greeting according to the customs of noble circles. The steward helped the girl settle at the table, after which the lady inquired how her guest had slept, to which she replied that everything was fine. The Viscountess remarked that they wouldn't need servants, so they could attend to their own affairs. Taking her cue, the Duke's adopted daughter also informed her steward that she wished to have breakfast alone with the Viscountess. The two men left the room, after which the lady asked the girl how she knew she wished to speak with her. Last night, Viola had secretly sent the Viscountess a letter, stating she knew the lady was with child and thus wanted to speak with her privately. The girl looked at her sternly, asking if she truly believed that was all she knew. She added that she also knew the child's father was not Viscount Seal, but another man. Lyle dropped her fork, murmuring it was her mistake, and bent down to retrieve it from the floor. The lady explained that she could be clumsy sometimes, a trait many of her husbands had found endearing. The Viscountess expressed her curiosity as to why she sought a personal meeting for such a preposterous reason. She added, trying to suppress the trembling that ran through her body, that the girl had made a terrible mistake and she planned to make this matter public, as she had not only insulted her, but also dared to mock the Viscount's family. Viola remained unfazed, playfully telling her she possessed a loyal dog. The girl mentioned he had an excellent sense of smell, guessing the lady might be hearing this for the first time, given how carefully she guarded her secrets. The Viscountess declared she had no interest in the Duke's daughter's secrets. Instead, she demanded an explanation for the insult she had received. Lyle tried to comprehend why the girl spoke so calmly, while Viola concurrently stated that her dog claimed everyone possessed a unique magical scent. She added that Tyrion had told her 2 distinct scents emanated from her, which was how she discovered the lady's pregnancy. The Duke's daughter continued, saying the most intriguing part was the scent of another person among them. Of course, the fellow hadn't actually told her such things, but she had learned of the Viscountess's secret from the novel and was now merely using his sense of smell as a pretext. Unable to bear it, the lady stood up, stating she intended to confound her with slander, so they must conclude their breakfast, and the next time they met would be under less pleasant circumstances. Viola speculated that, judging by the magic emanating from the child, his father must also possess exceptional magic. She remarked that it didn't seem like a war aura, and the magic wasn't to the lowest level either. The girl offered to reveal whose child she carried in her womb. The lady paused, and the Duke's daughter continued, stating the man hailed from a family residing in the mountains, specifically from the Lewis Barton family. Plunged into despair, the Viscountess shrieked for the girl to stop talking immediately, covering her face with her hands. Lyle realized she knew everything, and now she was finished. Regaining composure, the lady asked why she had come to threaten her and what she wanted from her. She claimed it was merely a simple mistake, as she never intended for such a thing to happen, to which Viola replied that she could call it a mistake, but that didn't alter her transgression. The girl reassured her she hadn't come to threaten her, then swore an oath in the name of Verata, to which the Viscountess declared only the head of the family could do so. Viola confirmed she was indeed forbidden, but if she merely mentioned it, she would be struck from the list of heirs, meaning they now both knew each other's vulnerabilities. The Duke's adopted daughter asked the poor woman, after returning to the table, if she was willing to believe her now. The Viscountess questioned what this was if not a threat. The girl explained that she had already met Viscount Seal. In her opinion, he was an intelligent and upright man. Recalling how her husband had once told her that only she existed for him, the woman now confirmed her words about him. Now Viola struck her down with a question, asking if she truly believed he knew nothing either. She added that the Viscount valued his family greatly, so he wouldn't attack Verata knowing he would die, otherwise his wife would be left alone. The girl urged her to tell him the whole truth and ask for forgiveness, because only one could correct their own mistakes. The next day at midnight, the adopted daughter sat in a chair in her room, thinking that there had been no news yet, although admitting infidelity was incredibly difficult. She guessed the Viscount would forgive his wife, because that was the kind of man he was. As she rose from her chair, she heard a faint noise outside the door, wondering who it could be so late. Opening the door, she came face to face with Viscount Seal, who reeked of blood. Viola immediately struggled to compose herself, not to lose her temper, and tried not to provoke him. The distraught man held a bloody knife in his hand, saying he just wanted to take revenge on his wife. His eyes were empty and lifeless, and the girl couldn't believe she had been so wrong. Viola didn't believe he would kill his wife, because he loved her too much for that. He would rather die himself than let her die. Taking a deep breath, the girl tried to calm down and then asked him what he intended to do. The Duke's daughter asked if he really wanted to punish her with his own death. She reminded him that they had already lost a son, so they could imagine how painful it was to lose a loved one. The girl asked if he truly wanted to take revenge on her for everything, because he didn't seem like it. Viola confidently pointed out that, in fact, he didn't want revenge on his wife. Her words that he intended to take revenge on himself threw the man into shock. The adopted daughter suggested that the man blamed himself for his wife's infidelity, constantly reproaching himself, wondering what if he had loved her more, if he had pleased her more, or if he had made her life more interesting. Viola knew very well he believed she wouldn't have betrayed him then. Now the girl told him it wasn't his fault, so he shouldn't blame himself, because it was his wife who had first sworn fidelity, not him at all. She didn't allow him to interrupt her and declared that despite everything, he couldn't punish her or drive her away. The Duke's daughter explained to him that he loved the woman too much to do anything. Noticing the blood pulsing on his hand, Viola realized he needed urgent help. She understood the blood on the knife, and his hand wasn't the Viscountess's, but his own. As she picked up his dagger from the floor, she managed to ask how he had guessed it was she who had persuaded his wife. Responding to his claim that it would have been better if she had kept it hidden, the girl said that only when he faced the truth could he begin to move forward, and although forgiving her was difficult for him now, it would take time. Handing him the bloody dagger, Viola reminded him again that he shouldn't blame himself, and although his wife had mustered the courage to ask for his forgiveness, the choice still rested with him. The man obediently lowered his head, saying he would try his best to forgive her. Viola said she promised not to tell anyone about this, so their reputations wouldn't be threatened. She swore again in the name of Verata, to which the Viscount said she couldn't do that, and she replied that now he knew one of her weaknesses. Seal pressed her further, asking why she was helping him so much and what she hoped to achieve. The girl explained that she simply wished for their family to walk a brighter path, and besides, she suspected the Viscountess's child would possess magical powers. The man realized she was making an early investment in his wife's child, even though she wasn't entirely certain about it. The Duke's daughter looked at him happily, concluding that he was, after all, quite intelligent. Viola declared that she would become the future guardian of this unexpected child. After he left, the girl lay happily in bed, thinking she had succeeded. She had managed to prevent hostility with the Seal family, thus ensuring Bengaz would not be born, and she had also succeeded in becoming the guardian of a future Archmage. Even the Viscount had shown her respect, saying she was like a mentor to him. He added that although it would take a long time, this set the direction for their family's journey. The Duke's daughter mused that she would be able to maintain a strong connection with the Viscount's family for a long time. After some time, the butler came to her room, saying he had brought strawberry lemonade. Just as she took a sip, he mentioned he had switched the paralytic poison for a lethal one, which was why the taste had become milder. The man said they would try increasing the dosage next time, while the girl thought to herself that she was glad the poison had no effect on her. The next day, her stomach cramped violently, so she remained in her room. Hixon, who came to her side, couldn't help but laugh because their mistress had gotten diarrhea from the poison. The girl realized she had drunk too much strawberry lemonade, which was why her stomach was upset. Meanwhile, the teacher remarked that she looked like a child at times like these. He handed her 2 roots, saying this medicine would clear the toxins from her body and soothe her stomach. After tasting one, she affirmed that the taste was disgusting, to which he commented that all healthy things usually taste bad. Zeno asked if it was the root of the warming herb, and the man confirmed it was. It was a rare plant used as medicine because it could instantly absorb body heat, causing death by hypothermia. When he said he found the herb by the roadside, she knew he was lying, as it couldn't possibly grow there without causing many casualties. But then she noticed how badly he was shivering and realized he had been carrying it for quite some time. The Duke's daughter requested he bring something tastier next time, while he noted that since she was feeling better, she could loosen her tongue, meaning she could speak freely. To her question about where he was going, the man replied that he was going to ask the Viscount for forgiveness. Before reaching the manor, Hixon vehemently insisted that he didn't like Viscount Seal at all. The girl couldn't understand how this could be, asking again how they could have never met when the teacher, Hixon, had already confessed his feelings to her and subsequently managed to strike the Viscount. The man explained he had been too young then, and when she asked if he had apologized for it, he replied that it had been a long time ago. Viola said that even if he still remembered the incident, it was worth apologizing to him now. She complained that he should put aside his pride and sincerely ask for forgiveness until it was granted, because an apology wasn't meant to soothe one's own soul, but for the other party to forgive him. Hixon quickly left her room and headed to the drawing room, where the Viscount was already waiting for him. The man apologized for hitting him many years ago. Seal said he hadn't done anything in return because he saw no point, as responding with violence was inappropriate behavior for a nobleman. The Viscount put down his teacup, rose from his seat, and extended his hand to the teacher, saying that all bygones should be bygones, for they had both entertained ill thoughts, but now they could let it all go. Hixon did not rush to shake his hand, but after a moment, he did, saying he was deeply sorry about his son. Following this, Seal mentioned he wished to ask something regarding Princess Viola. He stated that, in his view, she possessed remarkable judgment. The Viscount reported that it was widely said Miss Viola was the first to extend a hand to Hixon when he was in a state of despair. He added that her current visit to the manor was aimed at establishing a connection with him. The gentleman explained that she wished to become the guardian of the child, claiming it possessed incredible magical abilities. The teacher, Hixon, inquired if he was truly expecting another child, then realized the child was not yet born, yet his mistress somehow already knew. Seal offered no reply, and Hixon asked if he wasn't perhaps thinking too much of that bloody princess, because even though she was a Caucasian of Verata, she couldn't possibly possess such abilities. The man, Hixon, assured him it was merely a pretext, so her assistance wouldn't seem peculiar to him, as she wasn't a deity capable of knowing the specific abilities of a child within the womb. The Viscount realized his eyes were only just being open to the truth of what was happening, as a veil had obscured his understanding all along. The teacher, Hixon, reassured him that the young lady was a true Vellatoux, yet kind and sweet at heart. When he, Seal, asked if Hixon had lost his mind to reason so strangely, Hixon chuckled and confirmed his suspicion. Suddenly, the butler knocked on the room door, stating he had come to report a disturbance on the castle grounds. He explained that due to Sir Jeremy's appearance, 3 carriage collisions had occurred. Catching his breath, the servant continued, stating the collisions resulted in 6 incidents of damage and 2 brawls. When the Viscount inquired how this could possibly happen, the man replied that it was a sort of culture among the youth. He said people gathered to express their affection, and they were also known as fans. The Viscount frantically began asking what on earth was happening at the manor. The servant mentioned that the fellow, Jeremy, was awaiting a beautiful lady, and it seemed he was referring to Princess Viola. Meanwhile, the young lady received a sealed letter stating he would await her in the square. She understood that if he appeared in the square bearing his image, the fans would begin to swarm. Conflict would be inevitable, and the square would transform into a veritable battlefield. As she folded the paper back, the Duke's daughter mused that it would be best if she avoided going there. Suddenly, the paper shimmered, and new words began to materialize, leading her to conclude he had enchanted the letter, so that after some time had passed, other text would appear. The secret message declared that if she did not appear within the hour, he would commence singing hymns in praise of Viola Vellatoux. Thus, she immediately instructed the butler to fetch a mask. She decided she ought to change into Savon's mask, ensuring no one in the square could recognize her. Once prepared, Viola set off for the square, accompanied by Tyrion and Zeno. riding within the carriage. She asked the butler if the Viscount's manor was truly so large as to gather such a multitude of girls. Gazing upon the densely packed square, Zeno confidently proclaimed they had all come from the neighboring counties. Although the trio was disguised, they still resembled themselves. The butler wondered if it was truly necessary to deploy an armored carriage, mask the horses, and arrange for guards in advance, merely to meet Sir Jeremy. He remarked it would be simpler if she announced herself as Viola Vellatoux, to which the young lady retorted that the name would be of no help to her. She commanded them to exercise extreme caution and ensure absolute safety, as she wished to avoid causing any unnecessary bloodshed. Zeno immediately affirmed he understood her words perfectly clearly and would act according to her wishes. The man, Zeno, was the first to exit the carriage, then extended his hand to his mistress so she could descend. Walking through the crowd, Viola sensed a wild, intense, and nervous energy emanating from the approaching fans. She was precisely the object of their sighs. She asked him if he had foreseen this situation. Jeremy stood up from the edge of the fountain, surprised that she had actually answered his summons. He said he was so glad to see her that he didn't even know what to do at a moment like this. The girl explained that she could make it so he truly wouldn't know where his own body had gone. The Duke's daughter added that this place would become the sole battlefield for their duel. The Duke's daughter drew her dagger and pointed it at him, and the fellow asked if she truly meant that duel. He asked why he had to fight her, and she replied that he had underestimated her and her family too much. The fellow sighed helplessly, thinking this wasn't at all how she imagined it. Jeremy claimed he merely wanted to explore the ruins with her, to which Viola explained they had never made such a promise. She added that everything he had done was to make her appear in the square, hoping that in front of all his admirers, she would act as he directed. Jeremy tried to defend himself, but the girl sternly asked him just what he took her for. People began to whisper, wondering who she was to dare challenge Sir Jeremy to a duel. And the fellow thought to himself then that he couldn't possibly talk about the Verata in front of everyone. So he had fallen into his own trap. The Duke's daughter threateningly ordered him to draw his sword quickly and duel her. The crowd began to scream, demanding he display his skills and then teach this impudent girl a lesson. The fellow hesitated for a moment, asking if they could perhaps go to another location, as he felt this area wasn't suitable for combat. They retreated to a more spacious place where no one could prevent them from calmly, not fighting each other. Just then, Viscount Seal and Hixon also arrived where they were, equally curious about who would win. Seal asked if everything would proceed smoothly, and the teacher, Hixon, replied that the girl was very clever, implying she had some sort of plan. Jeremy asked if he could perhaps just apologize to her, now that there was no audience. Viola brought up that she was a member of the Verata family, and then asked if he truly didn't remember what she had said. When she left the cafe, she had told him to come find her when he was ready to show his true nature. Now, the girl asserted, he hadn't shown his nature, but had instead used strange tricks to force her to act according to his wishes. The fellow pleaded for forgiveness again, to which she stated that he couldn't smooth this over with an apology. After moving a few steps away from him, Viola turned back and said that the Verata family also wouldn't interfere in cases of injury or even death resulting from a legitimate duel, so there shouldn't be a problem. Jeremy tried to convey to her that this wasn't what he meant when he spoke of a duel. He felt fighting a lady was a bit too much, while the girl identified this as his weakness. Jeremy had never fought a girl before, so he likely held the stereotype that knights should protect ladies, though he would later lose to Medea and change his perspective on matter. Viola asked if he truly couldn't fight her just because she was a girl, after which she explained that, in that moment, she was more of a warrior than a lady, implying his reluctance was an attempt to insult her. Tyrion intervened in their conversation, asking if he could fight in her stead, as, in his view, their strengths were not equal. He explained that this lady, Viola, was far stronger than him, Tyrion, so there was no need for her to personally clash with Sir Jeremy. That fellow, Jeremy, asked if the enemy would perhaps flee in fear of Lady Verata's loyal dog. Tyrion thought to himself that he hadn't liked Jeremy since their very first meeting. He deduced that he had also seen this fellow leaving the lady's room late at night. Her loyal dog burned with anger, but considered that usually nobles or warriors participated in duels, whereas he only knew how to hunt. Jeremy instantly realized that beside her stood a true fighting dog, capable of tearing out his throat. That fellow initially thought he just wanted to be friends with Princess Viola, but now he could no longer retreat. He believed that it wasn't only his opponent who could get close to this beautiful young lady. Tyrion slowly approached, saying he liked the light in her eyes. Jeremy said that now he must get serious, because under these circumstances, he could not back down. Her loyal dog asked what the fellow meant by uttering such unforgivable words. Jeremy looked angrily at his opponent and replied just as angrily that it was none of his business. After exchanging greetings, the two fellows began their duel to prove to Viola which of them was stronger. Hixon immediately noticed that both young men fought quite well. He added that even considering Jeremy wasn't using his own sword, he still thought Tyrion would be slightly inferior. The girl said her loyal dog ought to win as he was fighting for her. Tyrion gradually started breathing heavily, and she realized he had reached his limit. Viola shouted to him, asking if this was all her hound was capable of. The Duke's daughter said he should observe carefully, as his opponent had a habit of tensing his thumb before striking, information that would help him distinguish real attacks from feints. She told him he must feel a particular rhythm, for it wasn't just about feeling. He had to fight by deciphering the pattern in the other's movements. The girl explained that currently, all the enemy's blows began with a thrust, and the reaction to these attacks determined the subsequent actions. Therefore, 9 times out of 10, by taking just a small step back, his sword would inflict a deep wound. Jeremy looked at her in astonishment, unable to believe she had seen through a habit he himself hadn't noticed. He understood then that she was the true Vellatoux, and within a few years, her strength would surpass his. Tyrion listened intently to her words and decided he needed to try what she suggested. His opponent swung his sword again, thrusting forward rapidly, attempting to wound him. The two fellows fought even more fiercely, as neither wanted to appear weak in front of the girl. Tyrion waited for his moment, then struck Jeremy's sword at precisely the right time. His opponent's sword broke in two, and he himself fell to the ground, exhausted. Clutching the broken hilt of his sword, the fellow couldn't comprehend who had ultimately won their duel. Hixon stepped forward, telling him it was a draw between them, as both had made mistakes. Jeremy said he heard this fellow had only mastered the sword a few years ago, yet now he held the broken hilt of his beloved blade. He added that it was no wonder Sir Hixon had taken him as an apprentice. The prince thanked the girl, saying that thanks to her, he had learned about his bad habit. She remarked that he had eavesdropped on her conversation with her dog, and that she had thought Madeira had already seen through all these tricks, but now Jeremy owed her a favor. Viola stated that his storm sword, like Tyrion's, possessed a powerful aura that required a great deal of mana. The girl suggested that George's meditation method might help him. Usually, this method was used by court ladies, which Hixon found quite amusing. Viola understood that in the future, this method would be mandatory for Jeremy. The fellow asked if she was truly mocking him for drawing with her dog, to which she replied that she respected any fight where one gave their all. The girl thanked him for fighting her loyal dog with all his might. He looked at her gently, saying that this time he would take those words seriously. Jeremy added that, regardless, thanks to her, he had learned about his bad habit today, so while they drew in the fight with her dog, it could be considered that he had lost to her. The fellow bowed his head, then attempted to sincerely apologize for his actions, saying he simply wanted to be friends with her. A bright aura emanated from him, its beauty momentarily daunting the Duke's daughter. Snapping back to reality, she immediately questioned if his apology was merely lip service. Meeting her piercing gaze, Jeremy suddenly sensed an air of fear and loathing. The girl stated she was well aware of his desire to be friends, and despite his rather unsuitable methods, she would still accompany him to the ruins. Viola added that she had one condition: whatever they found there, the right to claim it would belong solely to her. Later that night, lying in bed, the Duke's daughter mused that she never intended to refuse him from the start, as she wanted an escort. Settling comfortably, she felt pleased that they would embark on their expedition in a few days, and that she had successfully secured the right of first choice over their discoveries. In return, the fellow requested her permission to drop the honorifics when speaking to her for ease of communication. He declared that should she refuse this request, he would formally ask Duke Vellatoux for her hand in marriage. This pronouncement struck terror into everyone present. Viola had no choice but to agree to his terms, having absolutely no desire to marry so soon. The girl hadn't expected him to resort to threats of marriage, as he had never shown any interest in such matters before. She was drifting off to sleep, yet her thoughts lingered on how tempting a marriage to the heir of Storm Fortress might seem, though she reminded herself she shouldn't get involved with Jeremy due to their difference in status. Meanwhile, the fellow sat in his own room, polishing his beloved sword until it gleamed. Tyrion entered his room, asking why he lived in such a dilapidated place. Disliking his tone, the fellow questioned what he meant. Was this place truly old and run down? He reminded him that most people lived in places like this, and that his guest had, until recently, been one of them.